Welcome to Nimin Live, the #1 place on the internet to learn about YouTube, network with other content creators, and have an awesome time doing it. My name is Nick, and today I'm going to be answering your YouTube questions. So if you have a question about what it is that you are doing on YouTube, go ahead and put it in the form that is down in the description of this live stream right now. I'm also going to be pulling some questions out of the chat as well. So the form is priority. However, I'll randomly pull them out of chat as well. I also want to let you know, if you are watching this on the replay, you can go ahead and just skip around. So basically, I do this live every single week at 9 a.m. Eastern. So if you are wanting to participate, you can join us then. But if not, if you can only watch it on the replay, that's cool too. But feel free to just kind of skip around the stream, because during the length or the process of this stream, we cover a lot of YouTube information, and it's all going to help you out with what it is that you're trying to do here on YouTube. So make sure that you just go ahead and, skip around a little bit if you're watching this on the replay. With that out of the way, I just want to give a quick shout out. Paul Peck Drywall Tube in the house. Gaming Oxide, what's up? Nice to see you in here. Life on YouTube and Facebook. Your driver Mike, Talk CPT. What is going on? Hope that you're doing fantastic. Neil, Urban Explorer, Doug Houston, YT in the house. What is up? Hope that you guys are doing fantastic today. So I'm literally just running right here, like right by the seat of my pants. So like I've been working on stuff today, like trying to get the projector, like worked out, and all that good stuff for the stream today. And I forgot to make a coffee, ran downstairs, made the coffee, got up here and went live like right around the time that I'm supposed to be live. So we're, kind of cutting it close. So, but we're there. So that's what's important. So I want to let you know that this stream is brought to you by TubeBuddy, the #1 browser plugin for YouTube content creators. Basically what it is TubeBuddy is a tool that will help you manage your channel. It'll help you optimize your videos for search, for discovery in general. It'll help you test your thumbnails so that you can make sure that what you're doing is effective for the people that you are trying to reach with your videos. But if you're a content creator, TubeBuddy is a tool made specifically for YouTube content creators. So make sure that you give TubeBuddy a try at tubebuddy.com/Nimin. Of course, there is a link to that down in the description below this live stream as well. I also want to let you know that this stream is brought to you, co-sponsored by StreamYard, which is the live streaming software that you can see right here on the screen right now, that I use to live stream this show every single Saturday. It works flawlessly without any issues whatsoever. It does all the heavy lifting for you on the cloud. So even if you have a computer that sucks, StreamYard will still help you have professional looking live streams. And in addition to that, you can see how I have this little like watermark up here in the corner. You can add that sort of thing. You can add just graphics in general to your live stream. Like you can see the things that I'm pulling up on the screen right now. And you can basically use all of this within StreamYard with just a few clicks. You can even bring on guests as well in just a few clicks. Send it to them in message, send it to them in an email, however you want to get them in there. But you can really easily bring guests into into StreamYard as well, which you'll probably see later on the show today. You'll see that in action. So with all that out of the way, hope you're having an awesome week. Hope that you are, having a fantastic weekend. If you are just getting started, what's up, Tom Nash? Nice to see you in here, man. Hope you're doing great. Elizabeth Sampson, what's up? Hope that you are also doing fantastic today. So what we're going to be doing, like I said before, if you're just joining us, is I'm going to be answering your YouTube questions. So if you have a question about YouTube, make sure you get it in the form down in the description below. Right now, there's just a few questions in there. So if you get your question in there now, there's a really good chance that it's going to get answered on the show today. And if you are a regular viewer here, make sure you give this video a thumbs up, so you know what's in store in terms of what it is that we're going to be doing today. So make sure you give this video a thumbs up, this live stream a thumbs up, and we will go ahead and get this party started, start answering some of your questions right now. So the very first super chat that we have today, is from Neil, Urban Explorer. Thank you, Neil, for the super chat. Says, let's check this background. So yeah, that was the thing, is basically what I did, and I'll just give some spoilers here, is basically I was trying to get everything fine-tuned, but basically I have, when somebody joins the channel membership, then, things kind of change there in the background as well. And then I have it when somebody gives a super chat now. Things are going to change back there for the super chat, which you don't see during this particular view. And then, of course, if we run it back to this one, then, I can hit that and it'll take everything back to normal. So in the event that the lights are all weird and stuff like that, with that, how it turns to the red light there, then in that situation, I can just hit that. It'll change everything back to normal vibe mode. So that's what we're doing today. All right, so let's get into the questions so that we can start adding some value here, because we're already like 5 minutes in and we haven't even started answering questions yet. So let's just go ahead and get on with it and let's start answering questions. So the very first thing that I want to ask you while I'm digging into these questions right here is just give me a chat right here. Let me know what type of content you make on your YouTube channel. If you're a gamer, just put gamer. If you do cooking, put cooking. If you do quilting, put that. If you do meditation, do that. Music, put that. So whatever type of content it is that you make on your YouTube channel, just go ahead and drop it in the chat right now, just so I can see, what it is that you have going on there. So let's see here. So as these start coming in, we've got Cooking on the Farm does cooking. We've got Ash Borland. What's up, Ash? Hope you're doing awesome, man. Says he does personal branding. We got Savvy Turtle on talk shows. We've got a gamer here in the house. We got another gamer. Let's see here. Adoption with Nairi says advice for people who do adoptions. That's fantastic. T-Hand 141, homestead off-grid living. Awesome. Love that type of content. John Pullum does motivational stuff. Super cool. So you can see, we got a lot of different types of content creators in here today. And the reason I wanted to ask that question and just highlight all these different types of content is because I want you to know that one, if you do animation, for example, like in this case, what we're going to be talking about today is going to be relevant to you. If you do cooking, or you do, apps, or you do, whatever it is that you're doing with your content, you are going to be able to leave today, with some good information, things that you can directly apply to your YouTube channel to, hopefully get you heading in the right direction or keep expanding in the direction that you're going, maybe get things moving a little bit faster for you. So our very first question today is from Marcus Sapala. And Marcus says that the type of channels, communication tips, and the goal of the channels to have multiple income streams. And the question says, good evening, Nick. I just got my channel monetized. Thanks for all the tips. High five and fist bump to you. You know what? I need a thing for that too, don't I? I need like sound effects for that. So anyway, high five and fist bump to you for the monetization, for crossing that 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time as well. Says, I also launched my first digital product, an OBS scene collection for video conferencing. So far, the buyers have been happy, but at some point, I bet someone will be unable to install it. What would be a reasonable refund policy for digital products? Many thanks. So what we do at Tuber Tools is if people can't, either they can't jump over like technical hurdles when it comes to like their video editing software working with the files, then in that case, we'll just give them a refund. If it's something to where, they've been in there, they've been downloading a bunch of stuff and it's clear that they're using stuff, but they're saying that they are not, then in that situation, then, we'll try to work something else out. But one thing that I recommend is that if they are downloading it and they're happy, then those people are going to be out there carrying the flag for you. If they are downloading it and they're not happy, those people are going to talk bad about you. So because of that, just try to make sure that you are just trying to work things out. Like the only downside with digital products is that it is really easy for people to drop those digital products or download those digital products and, they have them. Right. And then with that, then they can go and, charge back or whatever it is that they want to do, or just, ask for a refund. And then you're kind of out and you don't know if that they're going to be using it or whatever. So, you can also do little things that would help you be able to track it. But to be honest with you, it's not really worth it. But if you wanted to, you could have as part of the checkout process where they put their actual, channel URL or something like that. And then you would be able to check in from time to time with people if they refunded just to see if they are actually using the stuff. So, that's, some tips for you there in that regard. And really quick, I want to welcome, let me click on this here really quick on the screen. And let me get this popped up on the screen here because I saw these come in. Let's see here.
Welcome to the Niminati.
Pragmatic Reviews, welcome to the Niminati. Make sure that next time you are on Facebook, you look for the Niminati VIP Facebook group. That is where, we go in there, we look at YouTube channels. It's just a great community. People asking questions, just getting feedback on stuff and just general interaction. So make sure next time you're on Facebook, you look for Niminati VIP. Now, the next thing that we have here on our list is a super chat. getting this workflow together is like a little bit weird here. I need to get all this combined into like one button. But the Ohio Grudge Racing
Super chat.
Thank you for the super chat. Says thanks for all the great info. Appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. And we've got a big one in here. Oh, I didn't, put that one up here. Let me make sure I get that one up on the screen. And my apologies for that. Savvy Turtle, thank you for the super chat as well. And Tube Spanner says, loving that background. What's that Tube Spanner thing all about then? Danielle from Tube Spanner dropping the 50 spot. So basically with Tube Spanner, she like the thing with Tube Spanner is we are I'm working on that with her, and we are trying to get everything finalized quickly for you so that we can release it into like the full production version. I don't know if production's the right word, but basically just the full release, because we've got some really awesome stuff in there and you guys are going to absolutely love it. You can sign up for Tube Spanner now, but you can, but I would just whoa. Okay, so shorten my video title after publishing, will that hurt the video? So the way that it works when you change titles, do you hear that rain? I don't know if you guys can hear that. Let me put it up towards here. Holy cow. Put it that way. Yeah, so basically when you change titles on your YouTube channel, it's not that the title itself is doing something like in YouTube's algorithms or anything like that makes it all of a sudden do better or worse. The thing that actually happens in that situation is, I saw another one here that I overlooked. Let me scroll back up to the top of the page, and it looks like I missed it. So I'll pull it out of the thing over here. But basically, what happens in that situation is when you change something, you change a thumbnail, you change a title of your video, then what's going to happen is you are going to change the expectation of the people that are going to be clicking on that. And when you change that expectation, then one of the things that can happen is, well, there's actually a bunch of things that can happen. One, you can change the expectation of got to get my groove here. You can change the expectation of the people that are actually clicking on the video and what they think they're going to get once they click on that video, which can have an impact on your audience retention, which can then alter the performance of your video. In addition to that, the change that you make to your thumbnail and or title is also going to make people respond to it differently in terms of the click. So because of that, if you make a change to your to your title or your thumbnail, you make it longer, you make it shorter, you completely change it altogether. In that situation, what you're doing is you are changing the perception that people are going to have when they see your content shown to them on the platform somewhere. And then that is going to determine if they're going to click on it or not, and what it is that they're going to expect. So because of that, when you do make those changes, it can help you or it can hurt you as well. So you just want to make sure that you're paying attention when you do make those changes to see if it makes a positive impact or a negative impact. But for the fact of shortening your titles, just for everybody watching this right now, general best practice information when it comes to your titles is you want to make sure that the important parts, the thing that's going to matter to the viewer the most, is within that first 50 characters of your title, so that when it's displayed on YouTube, that the people that are seeing it are going to see the thing that's most important. And then any additional information after that first 50 is fine. But you want to make sure any keywords that are going to trigger the human beings on YouTube, or any compelling element that's going to be necessary to stand out to a particular viewer that you're trying to reach, you want to make sure that all of that is within that first 50 characters. Whew. Okay, next up on our list here, we've got QAA Quentin.
Welcome to the Niminati.
Ooh, look at that. There's like a red down on the bottom of that. Oh, no. Oh, that's weird. So it's like that angle makes the things in the background like look yellow. Interesting. Huh, pretty interesting. So welcome to the Niminati, Quentin. So next time you are on Facebook, look for Niminati VIP. That is our members only Facebook group. Looking forward to seeing you in there. Okay, so next up on our list, and then we're going to start digging into the form, and we're going to start digging into the chat here as well. We've got your driver, Mike. What's up, dude? Hope that you're doing fantastic.
Super chat.
Says, went full-time last year, now growing by 3,000 subs a month, trying to hit 100,000 by 2022. Nick's the GOAT. Love it, Mike. Thank you, man. I appreciate that, and nice work to you at, going full-time. That's a dream for a lot of people, to where, they start their YouTube channel and they're like, man, I really wish that I could, just make content all the time, because it's just awesome. I love doing it. And a lot of people don't, right? But you are within that low percentage of people, that were able to actually, turn it into something that's generating real revenue for you. So high five and fist bump to you, my man, for going full time, and by growing by 3,000 subscribers a month. That's fantastic. All right. So, and I'm going to go ahead and give you an applause on that one too. Satisfying Lips, what's up? Says, I love your setup. Looks awesome. You have put a lot of effort into it. Absolutely. Absolutely. Walter's World, what's up, dude? Hope that you are doing awesome. Nice to see you hanging out in here. Daniel Batal, channel member. Oh my goodness. Fine. I've made it. Woo! Daniel Batal is channel member. Welcome to the Nimminati, Daniel. You know the deal. You're already in the Facebook group. Hopefully you'll be coming on the stream later if you are not busy. If you are, cool, no sweat whatsoever. But hopefully you'll be coming on here a little bit later. And there was another one that came through, and I didn't get it, I don't think, before it went away. So give me 1 second here. Let me refresh the page. I want to make sure that I got it taken care of. But in the meantime, we are going to go into another question that is here in the form. And this is from Squashu. Fun channel name. Squashu says that they upload when they have time. They've been on YouTube for less than 6 months. They have a Minecraft gaming channel. The goal of the channel is to reach a larger audience. And the question, after having a base of loyal viewers, how does your video get added to the recommended homepage? Here's the thing is, okay, how many people here are a new YouTuber? If you're a new YouTuber, just do #new, or you can just put new, your call, whichever one you prefer. But if you are a new YouTuber, I'm going to share something with you that is really important. So if you are new to YouTube and you're thinking that you have to have a certain subscriber count in order for YouTube to show your content to people, in order for you to get a good response on the platform, in order for things to, work out for you here, it's not the case. So in this situation right here, from Squashu on their Minecraft channel, right? The goal is to reach a larger audience. But the question is about, hey, if after having a base of loyal viewers, how does your video get added to the recommended or homepage? So how this works is when you are publishing content to YouTube, it could be your very first video. And if that very first video is a high response video in terms of people are clicking on it at a competitive rate compared to other videos on the platform, and they're watching it for a competitive rate compared to other videos on the platform, and they're further interacting with it as well, then in that situation, your video, even if it's your very first video, can still get a lot of views on it. You don't have to have like a subscriber base yet, if that's what you're talking about by the base of loyal viewers. So even if you have your very first video or, your 10th video, in that situation, if you're getting that response, then YouTube is going to keep showing your content to people either on the homepage, either recommending it next to other content, in search results, or all of the above, based on how people respond to what it is you're doing. That's why you constantly hear people who make content like myself talking about how important it is to make sure that you are getting people to click on your thumbnails, spend a lot of time learning how to make thumbnails, spend a lot of time learning how to write titles, studying other YouTube channels, trying to figure out why they're getting the response that they are getting, figuring out how to keep people watching your content for an extended period of time, learning your audience retention reports, and literally taking notes with every single video that you upload. When you're taking notes with every single video that you upload, over time, you start to develop patterns based on how people are, or you start to identify patterns based on how people are responding to what it is that you are doing, okay? So because of that, holy moly, it is like super crazy rain right now outside. It's good though, because we're in smoke season here locally. So our pollution's pretty rough at the moment. So that gives us, good opportunity to kind of clear up some of that bad air. So next up on our list here,
Super
we've got
chat.
Skunk Lover 83 says, could you review my thumbnails? I started updating my thumbnails. So we're not actually pulling channels up on the screen right now. I only do that sort of thing for channel members. And we do that through our members only Facebook group in terms of like pulling up the YouTube channel. So just as a heads up, I'm actually not doing that here. But as a heads up as well, for that same $4.99, if you wanted to, you could become a channel member as well. So let's see here. Next up on our list, man, that is just coming down in a massive way.
If you're enjoying the show, remember to give it a thumbs up and share it with a friend right now.
Okay, we got Johnny. Let's see here. Gaming Shelf. Okay, so let's see here. Great question from the Gaming Shelf.
Super chat.
Says that recently I hit 25,000 subscribers. High five and fist bump to you. Nice work. And I got a brand deal with a company that I've loved since I was a kid. Thank you for all your help to make this possible. That is awesome. 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 Again, man, high five and fist bump to you for getting the brand deal in the first place, but for having that, like, hey, I would love to work with this company in some capacity. And then you're making your YouTube content. And then, it creates that opportunity for you to be able to, build that bridge in terms of, they have something that's cool that you appreciate them for as a company. And then now you are doing something cool that lets them be able to interact with you and work with you as well. So fantastic work. Nice job. Love seeing that. Ohio Grudge Racing, thank you for the super chat. I think I got that one earlier, but I just want to make sure just to be on the safe side. We also got Dr. Elo in here saying Creators Guild team represent. Yeah, love it. And another one here that I didn't get yet is let's see here. Rising Vibes says, thanks for dropping knowledge on us. I get monetized this year. Just wanted to put that out there for manifestation. Love it. Oh, you know what? That one was last week. My bad. Oh, see, I'm getting into my flow here. Getting into the flow. Okay, so our next question here, since we got Squishu out of the way, is Geo Zoo. Geo Zoo does educational type content. The goal of the channel is to have fun. And the question, do you have to make a separate channel for shorts? No, you do not have to make a separate channel for shorts, but you can if you would like to. So I was actually just experimenting today. So you know what? Where'd my phone go? So I was experimenting today. Oh, okay, yeah, it's in another place. But anyway, I was experimenting today with like doing, some shorts and stuff. And I think I am going to start a separate shorts channel as well. I've been experimenting with them just on like random, empty channels that I had. But I think that I might end up doing a shorts channel, not necessarily YouTube tips, but just for some other stuff. And we're going to find out if I do that or not. But you can put them on your regular channel, and that's definitely an option for you. However, just keep in mind that people, have different expectations for stuff. So if you're putting it on your main channel, again, it's fine. But if you do that, you might be collecting that audience of short form viewers that won't really respond that great to your long form content. And with the long form content, those people might, translate over or not. But the idea is that you would be making content accessible for people based on how it is that they like to view things or how they like to consume content. But you could also do that on a separate channel as well. So I wouldn't flood your channel with YouTube Shorts personally at this point in time. I would do a separate channel, for that. However, dropping them in from time to time to see if you can, get some good response from those, as long as it's not, polluting everything it is that you're doing on your channel and kind of shifting the direction of your audience and in terms of the type of content that they like to consume. Then in that case, you could definitely, put them on your current channel as well. Next up, we got Chip Getler. Welcome to the Niminati. You can't see it, but the colors were changing back there. There we go. And we've got Broken Toe Joe. Welcome to the Niminati for you as well. For both of you, make sure that next time you're on Facebook, you look for Niminati VIP. That is our members only Facebook group where you can, of course, ask questions about what it is that you're doing. And, you can put your channel in the queue there to, just get some feedback. But when you do that, make sure that you're very specific on the feedback that you want, because I can look at a channel and just talk all day about, things that you can do to improve on all of us. Right. But the thing you want to do is be specific. Hey, I'm working on this right now. You know, can you give me feedback on it? That type of thing. I also want to let you know, actually, I'll have time after the stream. So after the stream's finished, then if you submit to that group, then I'll approve it after the stream today. All right, so we got some new people in here. What's up? Nice to see you joining the live stream. I hope that you are doing fantastic today. A lot of news. Love it. All these new content creators coming onto YouTube, doing their thing, sharing their messages, getting their stuff out there. Absolutely love it. Okay, so let's see here. It says QA Quentin says that they have been meaning to join for the last 2 weeks, but I wanted to join. The content is so good not to support. Thank you for the kind words. I really, really appreciate that, Quentin. Let's see here. Paul Peck says, welcome to the Niminati, Mr. Daniel Batal. Let's see here. As we keep going down, says, I recently followed your instructions to get my channel ready for blowing up. Also changed channel tags and got an additional 200 views a day. Fantastic. So when it comes to like optimizing your YouTube channel, you know, things like that, you know, can definitely make a difference. So make sure that you do go through the process. Like in this situation, they went through, I'm guessing it was like the settings video or maybe like an accumulation of videos that, you know, that kind of helped you know what it is that you should do for setting everything up. But the idea is basically when you set your channel up properly, you set it up in a way that makes it easy to understand, you know, what it is that you offer. You set it up in a way to where it helps YouTube systems identify what it is that you are actually doing with your, you know, content and, you know, like the categories you're in, that kind of stuff. And then it also helps people find your content easier as well. So you can take one viewer and you can turn them into, you know, multiple views and then, you know, hopefully a subscriber during that particular process and things like that. So, you know, having everything set up properly is definitely a win, definitely something that you want to make sure that you do. So thanks for that feedback. Awesome to hear. As we keep going down the page, let's see what we've got here. Still rolling down. We got Chip taken care of, and then I'm going to hop into the forum right here in just a second. Let's see here. Boom. Here we go. Turbo Tech Nerd says, thank you. My first live stream was a massive fail, but after watching you, I tried and got 50 subs from it. Formerly video content creation. Super cool. Nice work on getting, on actually saying, you know what, that first one didn't work out. I'm going to go for it again. And then you went for it again and you're getting gains from it. Absolutely love that. Let's see here. True Power says, hey, Nick, I just reached monetization. However, I'm having a hard time finding a competitor to rank against. Here's the thing. You can stay in your own lane. Like you don't have to, you don't have to say, I'm directly competing with this person. You might be the only person in your space. I'd have trouble, I'd have trouble with that one, but you might be. And the reason I'd have trouble with it is just because there's so many content creators, so many videos on the platform. But just to dig in a little bit to see if you can find, some more competitors, not necessarily to rank against, but just so that you can know who it is that's getting the traffic in your space. Just go into YouTube search and just start searching around for different things based around the type of content that you make. And surely you'll run across something there. If not, then you're in a very unique situation in terms of being able to introduce something new to the platform, which is really, really, really hard to do, because typically when somebody starts a YouTube channel, there's already like 10,000 channels, on the same exact thing. So nice work in carving that out. Bradley Slayer says, Sailors, sorry about that, says, hey, Nick, thanks for all your encouragement. Could you tell us what you're using for that cool image screen on the wall and those lights behind you? It looks great. Yeah, so basically what I'm using for this, and I will switch to, boom, there we go. So you don't see it, but from this particular view right up top, like right there, just for perspective here, it's literally, right over me. It's a projector. That projector is shooting right over the top of my head, and then it's hitting the wall in the background. In order to trigger everything, so like when somebody gives me a super chat, then in order to trigger the light change and the graphic that's there, I made the graphic. I had the heart thing, for the super chat. I had that made, and then the super chat, I put that on there and did, the thing to make it kind of bounce and all that. But basically, I run that sequence. I trigger that sequence through a Stream Deck, which is hitting OBS on a laptop that's connected to the projector. And the same exact thing for like the channel memberships and all of that. You can actually see that laptop right there, and you can see when I change it here how it changes it over on the laptop. So that one's the normal background. This one's the channel membership. And then that one right there is the super chat. So that's pretty much the whole setup. And then when it goes to the side view, like this one, I have another laptop that's powering the stuff that's on the TV here as well. So that's the setup. Okay, so next up on our list, we've got Roy Richardson.
Super chat.
Says, my room is too small. What do you recommend for small spaces? Wide angle lenses. Wide angle lenses can do wonders for you. So basically, this camera right here, it's not a wide angle lens. It's a 35 millimeter lens. And with this particular lens, it has to be pretty far away from me, right? In order to get everything in the shot that I'm wanting to get. You can actually see here, I'm here and that camera is back there by that Stormtrooper helmet. And then it still takes up that much space. This lens, on the other hand, this is a Sigma 16 millimeter 1.4. So that one's 35, this one's 16. And the difference is this one allows for a much wider angle or a much wider, space. And it's literally so close that I can just touch it. That's how wide it is. So I can reach up and I'm literally, I can touch this lens right now and it's able to fully capture and crop me the way that I want. So what you want to look into is you want to look into camera lenses. So like a 16 millimeter is fantastic for small rooms. 10 millimeter is also fantastic, but it starts pushing it a little bit because with the 10 millimeter, it can actually make it. I just had a light go off. Oh, interesting. But basically with the 35, no, but the 10, if it'll open up the space a lot to where it'll make the room seem bigger. However, if you get too close to it, it'll start to like distort your face and things like that, make your nose look really long. If you do like this sort of thing, then your arms will look like, like a little bit unnatural in terms of, how long they appear to be. All right. So next up on our list here, we've got Edward Moore.
Super chat.
Edward Moore says, any recommendations for outsourcing a dynamic reading for a video? Absolutely. Hit Fiverr. So Fiverr, I just recently, because I've had a lot of stuff done on Fiverr in the past, and in the past, I'll be honest with you, I wasn't that satisfied with it. But lately, I had, let me pull them up, and I'll actually play one for you for a voiceover. I had some things made for when I have some intros made for when I have other people come on the stream, and the voiceovers that I got there are fantastic. Like, check this out.
To help you stake your claim and amplify your message on YouTube, I bring you the one, the only, Brian.
Right? So you have like...
When it comes to making great...
Our next guest registers a 9 out of 10 on the Clooney scale, but he'll also help...
But yeah, so basically I had the voiceovers done and then I, went and added all the, echoes and reverbs and the music and all that stuff. But if you're looking for somebody to do voiceovers, Fiverr is a fantastic resource for that. In addition to that, if you want somebody in the community, Neil, Urban Explorer, I'm not sure if he still offers that or not, but at one point, he also did voiceover work. So if he's still offering that, he actually did my intro for my Comments Over Coffee, my intro and my outro for that. So he also does a fantastic job as well if you're looking for voiceover work. And Music Radio Creative is another option for you. So basically with Music Radio Creative, they have like a whole team of people that are doing voiceovers. You can get all kinds of different voices and stuff like that. But any of those solutions should work good for you. So here, Turbo the Tech Nerd. Oops. See, now I've got my thing all messed up here. There we go. Turbo the Tech Nerd says, we're similar content creators, not more negatively competitive on YouTube like every other business. Seems more like everyone are friends. YouTube in general is like that. So basically with YouTube, just the creator community in general, everybody's just cool. Like I haven't met an actual jerk in the entire time that I've been doing YouTube. I haven't met an actual jerk yet. So I've had people, maybe they're a little bit flaky or something like that, but that's just being human. But I haven't met anybody to where I'm like, that person's like, yeah, I don't want to associate with that person, right? Like everybody's just super cool. Everybody's open. Everybody's just, like really cool. So yeah, I absolutely love that about the YouTube community as a whole. not just our space is really supportive as well, but just the YouTube community, as a whole is awesome. Bradley Sailors. Sorry if I keep messing that up. I apologize. All right. So let's get into some more questions here. Slowly burning out. How often to take time off? This is a great question.
Super chat.
So with this one from Science Based Fitness says that they're slowly burning out. How often do you take time off? So I go in phases. So basically I'm either going really hard or I'm slacking way more than I should. And that's kind of just how I do things. So for me personally, when I'm going really hard, it'll typically be because I'm trying to get something done, or I'm trying to get ahead of something, or, I'm just working on something that I'm, extra excited about. But then on the other side, I will, take off any time that I need in order to, just give myself, an enjoyable day-to-day experience. So I prioritize life over other things. And because of that, I try to make sure that I give myself, enough, required personal time in order to make sure that I'm enjoying myself, in order to make sure that I'm spending time doing other things outside of just, making stuff. Because when I'm just making, actually, even when I'm in my hobby stuff, I'm still making stuff. I'm like over in the music, doing that stuff, or, doodling stuff on an iPad or whatever, still making stuff. But but for me personally, giving myself a break away from, like the YouTube related types of things, and allows me to just kind of refresh my mind working on, something else, or just going and doing something else. But like in your case, I don't know what else you have going on around your YouTube channel, but if you are doing YouTube to the point to where it is taking away from, all of your energy because you're working in the day and then you're making videos at night and you're just kind of in that cycle, please give yourself some time. So a great way to do that is, let's say that you upload a video per week or 2 videos per week, is every time you make a video, make 2 videos, and then that will stack up your archive, your queue, so to speak, so that when you are wanting to take time off, then you have a few video cushion that you can just go ahead and take that time off, and you can still publish as you normally would. Even if the content isn't like your best content, even if it's like your normal content is in A, even if it's B content, it's still something to, it's still, something that you can add to your audience in terms of the value that you bring. And it's still something that, keeps you recent viewer histories and, all of that sort of stuff. So because of that, definitely give yourself the space. So I did that. I went through a burnout on another channel. And with that particular situation, I wasn't full-time on YouTube yet. And I was working from the time that I woke up to the time that I went to bed, because I had the design service that I was doing. And then I was also trying to, do YouTube seriously. And because of that, I just literally, the time I woke up to the time I went to bed every single day. And I just couldn't handle the workload, and the whole thing ended up collapsing on me mentally. It wasn't like, falling down on the floor, like crying mentally, but it was just more of like, I was just lost the vibe, right? I just lost the vibe. I was like, yeah, I'm just not feeling it anymore. And I started getting like a little bit negative about some comments and things like that. And, that side of things, really takes away from the creator experience. So if you are having that, those feelings, definitely take a break. Let's see here. Your mind state is Elizabeth Sampson, thank you for the kind words. Your mind state is way more important than anything else, because, if your mind isn't right, then you'll just continue and you'll just keep on going kind of like an autopilot, but you won't be really fully satisfied with what it is that you're doing. It won't be an awesome experience for you. But if you can, take care of your mind while you're, doing everything else, then in that case, not only are you doing the thing, but you're also, having a really good experience, while you're doing it as well. And people can feel that kind of stuff in videos, also.
Super chat.
Renee Ritchie, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. My man says, hey, Nick. Hey, Renee. Says, just finished my first year as an indie and my first year with this new YouTube channel. Wanted to say thank you, not only for all the advice, but just being here every week, especially through the last year. So congratulations to you for creating that first year, for finishing that first year. And, I'm happy to be here. Like for me, this is, like I look forward to this all week long. And I'm actually considering, so I have my extras channel that I'm sort of uploading to regularly. Again, now I just published another one like 2 weeks ago, but I'm going to start uploading to that more. And I'm also going to start live streaming over there, I think, as well. So maybe like a middle of the week live stream there, just so I can get my fix and then have it, here on Saturdays as well. So working on that. So if you are not subscribed to that channel, I know you are, I think, Renee, but if you're not subscribed to that channel, definitely subscribe over there, because I'll be doing stuff that's a little bit different. I'll actually be pulling channels up and things like that, because the amount of people that will be there won't be as much. So it won't be excluding as many people when I'm, looking at channels and that sort of thing. So thank you, Renee, and congratulations to you for, for that first year. And you're rocking too. So it's not like it's like, oh yeah, my first year and I'm hoping things are going well. It's like, you're rocking, you're doing awesome. So nice work to you. Daniel Batal says he's got lenses. I got lenses in small places. Let's see here. Farm Life with Kids.
Super chat.
Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Okay, so let's keep on scrolling down. So really quick, there's some more super chats, but I want to make sure that I get some of these out of the form as well, because I know people are waiting for the questions that are in the form. So let me answer some of these here really quick, and then I'll get back over to the super chat, because there's still some more there that I have to get to. But we got GeoZoo taken care of. So the next one on this list is from Chess In. They've been on YouTube for less than a year. It's a chess channel. The goal is to entertain chess lovers and to monetize my channel eventually. The question: a few weeks back, I gained about 100 subscribers in just 1 week, but the channel's growth has again slowed down. If anything, I think the quality of the video has only improved. Any idea why this has happened and how to get growth back on track? Appreciate all the helps that you provide. So what you want to do is you want to go in and the video that did better, that brought you the views. So basically you had 100 subs in 1 week. So what happened there, I'm guessing, is that when you published a video that while that video was new, while it was still in its infancy and YouTube is testing it all over the platform to figure out who's a great fit for it, at that point in time, that's where it put it in the right places, where people were coming into your channel, enjoying the content, subscribing. So the very first thing that you want to do is, if that did happen because of a video or 2 videos, then in that situation, you want to go in, you want to look and see, what is it about those videos that you think caused YouTube to give it more impressions? Was it a high click-through rate? Was it a higher average view duration? Was the engagement on that one just completely off the charts? Typically, it's the click-through rate and the average view duration. But you want to look at those things and you want to try to figure out like why that video performed better than another one. And then you want to try to repeat over and over again. So, and the thing that you want to make sure that you're looking at when you're looking at your stats for the videos or the video that ended up bringing those subscribers is you want to look at the click-through rate for it, the different traffic sources for the click-through rate, and you can see all this in your YouTube analytics. And you want to look for the audience retention. And the reason that you want to look at all of this is because you want to start making theories about why you think people responded better to that video compared to other videos. So was it because, somebody, famous was talking about chess for a day or for, a week? Was it because of that particular video, the thing that you framed that entire video around was a higher response topic? Was it because when people watched that video, you just hooked them right out of the gate, or you did something at the beginning of the video to grab their attention, and the way that you put that particular video together compared to other videos caused people to, watch it for a little bit longer, which caused more impressions to happen on YouTube, which got you a little bit more exposure there? Those are the types of things that you want to look into. So on YouTube, just like in real life, success leaves clues. So you want to go in and you want to look at the videos that caused that gain, and you want to try to figure out exactly, what it was about those so that you can try to replicate. Now, when it comes to the theories around why you think that, that video did better or those videos did better than the other ones, you want to start with the theories, because the theories are kind of like your thing that you can test against, right? So if you make a theory like, well, I think that they watched this video longer because of these things, then you can try it in additional content. And then over time, you'll start to be able to test your theories to eventually find the things that are actually proven to work on your channel over and over again, so that your channel, starts to continually, get those subscribers coming in on a regular basis, get people clicking on your videos more on a regular basis, and all of that. Next up, we've got
Super Chat.
Lazy Boy Gamer says, hey, Nick, question. Is it okay to go back and change the keywords in previous content? Will it help? Thanks for all the advice that you give out. If by keywords you mean tags, then in that situation, sure, you can change them, but I wouldn't even worry about it, right? Like those aren't going to make a big difference. Roger Wakefield, what's up, man? Hybrid Steel, what's up, dude? But those things aren't going to make a huge difference on your channel. Now, if you're talking about changing the keyword in terms of, this video is about this, and this is the keyword or keyword phrase that I was targeting with this, and this is the keyword that I'm trying to grab attention from a human on YouTube based on the thing that they might be interested in. If that's the type of keyword that you're talking about, then in that situation, I wouldn't change that because you've already created your entire video around it. So because of that, I wouldn't waste the time on changing the tags, and I wouldn't waste the effort. I don't know if that's the right word to say there, but I wouldn't go and update like your main focus keyword for that particular video if you've already built the entire video around it. All right. Keeping Aquarium Simple says, just recorded 2 videos. High five and fist bump to you. Getting things done. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, I just saw it on the screen there. So I just want to remind everybody as well, just in case you don't know. So I started a video editing service recently where we are working with people to help them, get more audience retention, just make better videos and all that. You can find out more about that at vidcharge.com. I've got a link to that down in the description below as well. What's up? Good morning. Hope that you're doing fantastic. Okay, so as we keep on going down, Yoga and Ali Beal says, I offer meditations. If I promote the title and author, can we pull from a book, or does that become a copyright issue? Thank you. So when you are, if you are talking about the book, like, okay, hey, this meditation is inspired by this particular book and these particular passages in the book and this, that, and the other thing, and you make something completely unique based around the inspiration of that, then in that situation, you'll probably be okay. Of course, to be, 100% transparent, it's my job to tell you that you should talk to a copyright lawyer to make sure that you're 100% safe, just to make sure that, they have full context into exactly what it is that you're doing. They can actually watch your video to approve it before you pass it on. That's my recommendation. But in my opinion, I think that if you use the if you use the title and passages from the title or from the book, if you use all of that stuff as inspiration for the video, then in that situation, you should be okay. Now, what you don't want to do is you don't want to make all of your metadata about that particular book for the sake of trying to get like attached to one of their videos or just show up around that topic if your meditation or if your video isn't about that. So, for example, let's say that you're going through a meditation on your channel, but you are doing all the metadata around like Deepak Chopra, right? Then in that situation, what you're doing is you're trying to use his name in order to bring attention to you, even though the video wouldn't be about him or wouldn't talk about any of his practices or anything like that. But if you, and that's wrong, right? You should not do that. And in some cases, if you add like the names to your tags and that sort of thing, then you are risking community guideline strikes as well. But the thing that you can do in that case is use Uh-oh. Something went down. Nope, it's back. Okay. So let's see here. Next up on the list here. And I think I had some that I missed, but in the meantime, let's see here. So next up on our list, we have, I'm going to refresh this page while that page is refreshing. I'm going to pull one from the question. It says, Blue Eyed Tech. What's up, dude? Hope that you're doing awesome. Says that they upload 1 time per week or more. It is a tech channel. The goal of the channel is to make a full-time job out of doing what I love. Says, hey, Nick, I was wondering if shorts are necessary to grow. I have a friend who was struggling and started making iPhone tips and trick shorts. And not only did he pass me, he also just hit 1,000 subscribers. I would like to utilize shorts, but I don't know if reviewing and unboxing tech would work in a 1-minute format. Any advice would be appreciated. Thank you. Also, I give my friend a shout out in the chat for, could I give my friend a shout out in the chat for hitting 1,000 subscribers? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Congratulations to your buddy for hitting 1,000 subscribers for sure. So in terms of, are they necessary to grow? No, absolutely not. In terms of, is the competition less? Is it a new feature that YouTube is bringing to people's attention? Not bringing it to people's attention, but is it a new feature that doesn't have a lot of competition right now and that a lot of people are getting a lot of exposure from because there's not a lot of competition there right now and it's a new feature? Absolutely. Sure. But is it a requirement for growth? No. So what you want to think about when it comes to shorts is you want to think about, okay, like as an example, you don't see any shorts on this channel. I put one on my extras channel. I've done some experiments on additional channels that don't have any other activity on them, just so I could see, you know, like what was going on in the back end. But basically, when it comes to like my channel, this channel, like you guys, even though you would appreciate some shorter form content on this channel, I'm sure if you saw something, you know, pop up in your short shelf, you'd be like, oh, hey, you know, Nick made a short. Let's check it out and see what it is. Even though, you know, that might happen. Ultimately, I'm trying to get people that are coming in and trying to understand what it takes to grow a YouTube channel and trying to understand, you know, like the important things that you need to make sure that you're doing and all of that. And yeah, totally. I could do that in a 1-minute video without question. Same with you. You could condense your entire review. I'm convinced that you could condense your entire tech review down into a 1-minute video. I guarantee you could do it. Just like I could condense a 10-minute video of mine down into a 1-minute short too. I guarantee you that I could do it. And you know what? I might do it just for fun, just since we're having this conversation right now. But you know, you would be able to do that. But is it right for the audience that you are trying to grow and for the overall message that you're trying to share with what it is that you're doing and for the goals of your channel? So if the goals of the channel are simply like, hey, I'm just trying to grow, then in that case, if you're like, I don't care, you know, the audience, and I don't care, you know, if they watch short form or long form, whatever, I just want like people, then in that case, go ahead and make it part of your, you know, content strategy, start doing them on a regular basis. But if you're like, you know, hey, I want, you know, people that will actually, you know, sit and watch through a review and, you know, they want more detailed information instead of just, you know, quick hit, you know, information, a review condensed down into 1 minute, then in that situation, you know, make more of that type of content and don't do shorts or do shorts on another channel or just do shorts occasionally on your main channel. But with that said, try one, see, you know, see how people respond to it. So I was going to show you on my phone earlier. So I was like, oh no, what happened to my phone? I was going to show you on my phone earlier that like I was just messing around over there with the Stream Deck Mini here. And I had to put these little stopper things, these little rubber things on the bottom. And I was like, hey, you know what? I'll make a short for this real quick and I'll upload it to the other channel. I haven't uploaded it over there yet, but I just made a short really quick so I could upload it to the Nimmons extra channel. And I will definitely, you know, I'll do shorts occasionally over there. But because that's just like experimentation and extra content and all that good stuff. But the idea with that particular short, it would not be a great fit for this YouTube channel, even though the audience that's already here would help propel that a little bit. That particular piece of content isn't necessarily, you know, what I would want people to be subscribing to the channel for, if that makes any sense. All right. So next up on our list, we have, I'm going to go back into the form for this one. Oh, another glitch in the Matrix, frozen. So here's what's going on right now. So for those of you that have never been to like a country in Southeast Asia, so we have little details that happen here. Like when it rains, for example, like it was raining earlier, like we'll get these little like power fluctuations. And when that happens, like all kinds of weird stuff can happen to the electronics. Like I've got like battery backups. I've got, you know, all of this stuff going on in here to kind of, you know, prepare for it. But even with that and with like surge protectors, the one thing I don't have is power conditioners and I need to get those. But basically with all of that stuff, when the power will drop a little bit, it messes with everything. So that's where like it killed my mic earlier. That's where, you know, like sometimes like a camera will go down and like that kind of stuff based on that. So in the live studio, for those of you that that have been around for, you know, back when my brother D was streaming with me every Saturday, I miss those times and I miss D so much. But basically when during those times, in the place where we have that studio, we still have it, by the way, but in the place where we have that, the power is so messed up that if you plug something in over here, then you're going to have like a TV and a monitor flicker over here. And maybe you're going to like lose another connection like somewhere else. It's insane. But you know, when it comes to, the freezes and stuff, that's probably what's going on. All right. So let's see here. Dr. Harry McCleary.
Super chat.
Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. All right. So next up on our list, what do you think as paid ads
super chat
to grow your YouTube channel? So this is something that we talk about every single Saturday. And the reason that we talk about this every single Saturday is because a lot of people have this question. So thank you for asking. Because, hopefully other people that are, hanging out here that are thinking about that, hopefully they'll be able to, take something away from this as well. So when it comes to growing your YouTube channel with paid ads, it's definitely something that you can do. However, it's important to make sure that you are able to get an organic response on YouTube before you experiment with paid ads. And what I mean by that is when you are publishing your YouTube videos, a lot of the reason that people will use paid advertising to grow their channels is because they're not getting anywhere. They're publishing videos, but nothing's happening. And they'll think, and you might be in the situation too, you may or may not, but they'll think, man, in order for this to work, maybe if I just throw some money at it, then I'll be able to, build like a small audience. And then when I publish videos, I'll start getting more views and things like that. Unfortunately, if you cannot get an organic response on YouTube, what's going to happen is that you are going to spend a bunch of money on running ads. Some of those people are going to subscribe to your channel. You're going to see your view go up on that particular ad that you're running. You're going to be like, hey, this is working. Some people are subscribing. I'm getting some views on this video, and it's going to feel awesome. And then you're going to be like, okay, so I've got some, followers now. Let me turn this faucet off and stop spending money on this. And then I'm going to publish my next video. If you can't get an organic response in terms of you can't get people to click and enjoy your content without paid ads, then in that situation, if you haven't learned the skill set yet of getting people to click on your thumbnails and titles because you're packaging it up properly, you're making videos about things people care about and that sort of thing. If you are not doing those things, then as soon as you turn the ad spend off, when you publish that video, then the same exact thing is going to happen. Everything's just going to come to a screeching halt because you're not able to get people to click. And if they do click, you're not able to get them to respond in terms of watching your video for a competitive amount of time. And if you can't get them to respond in terms of the watch or the click, then in that situation, YouTube's going to stop giving that video impressions, which means that people are not even going to see it because you're not able to get that response when they initially start showing it to people. So because of that, ads are extremely tricky. Again, if you can get an organic response, you can use ads if you want to, just for marketing. However, if you are just trying to use it as a way to kind of speed things up and you haven't been able to get an organic response yet, then I personally would recommend it until you can get a organic response. Let's see here. Farm Life with Kids. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Let's see here. Next up on our list, we've got Altair Stealth. Says, I have an Assassin's Creed YouTube channel, and I'm wondering whether I should focus on the entire franchise or niche even more down to one game. So here's the thing, is as a YouTube gamer, it's important to think of where you're at in the game. So if you're just getting started, then in that situation, I would focus on, one game. As long as it's a popular game, I'd focus on that one game and adding tons of value through that game. And then I would occasionally experiment with something that would be a good crossover from that game to kind of fan things out a little bit. So what I mean is, let's say that you're doing Assassin's Creed content, then whatever would be a great match for somebody that loves playing Assassin's Creed. You could even go into like Reddit, for example, for an Assassin's Creed subreddit and go in there and say, hey, what other games you guys play besides this? So, hey, I'm getting a little bit bored of this. What other games you guys play? And then you're going to get a bunch of responses, and you can use those responses as a way to try to understand the people that are making Assassin's Creed content, as a way to understand other games that they might be interested in. And then you can start experimenting with those, as long as those games are also something that, that you enjoy as well. So that basically, as you are starting to expand to more games, it's still in the interest set of people that are generally interested in Assassin's Creed. And then you can, show your entertainment and your fun and the way you explain things and all of that in, multiple games that way, instead of only focusing on the one. But if you're just getting started though, I would focus on one, just to make your channel a resource for that one game. And then as you start getting, some traction on YouTube, that's when you start experimenting with, with some additional content. Another thing as well is when you are doing that, if you're not getting any traction whatsoever, you're uploading like tons of videos, you're not getting any traction whatsoever, then in that case, still experiment with other content. But if you are getting, some activity on your videos and people are enjoying what it is that you're doing, then in that case, use that for the momentum and then start experimenting and trying to go a little bit more broad as your channel grows. Doug Hewson, # we miss D. Absolutely. Let's see here. as we scroll down the page. Okay, so I think that catches us up to date on those. And let's see here. So the next question that we got Blue-Eyed Tech taken care of. So the next question here is out of the form. And then after this, we're going to jump into the chat. So get your questions ready. So Valorex Art says they upload bi-weekly content. It's an animation channel. And the goal of the channel is growing my art skills and building a community. And the question is it less likely to get monetized if I use copyrighted music for animations?
If you're enjoying the show, remember to give it a thumbs up and share it with a friend right now.
Okay. So when it comes to using copyright protected music, I would avoid it at all costs. If you have all of your videos are getting copyright claims, then there have been people that have reported that they are getting denied for monetization for the YouTube Partner Program because, you know, all their videos are claims or they have a bunch of claims on their channel. So because of that, I would just try to avoid that at all costs. So there's a great music service that that myself and a lot of other people recommend. It's called Epidemic Sound. I might have a link to them in the description. I'm not sure, but you can just go to epidemicsound.com. But if you have a newer channel in terms of you don't have a lot of subscribers yet, you can pay like $15 a month. And then they have this huge library of sounds that you can use for what it is that you're doing. So I would recommend that you invest into what it is that you're doing a little bit for that $15. And you do that so that you can avoid, actually you are just getting started because you're still trying to get into the partner program, but you can do that so that you can avoid, you know, any issues that you're going to have with copyright protected music. Also, as a heads up, if you are using music from a company that's going to issue you a strike instead of a claim, then in that situation, you just need 3 of those in 90 days, you're going to lose your channel. So, you know, because of that, you're riding on a fine line. So I would just be really careful with what it is that you are, what it is that you're doing, if you want to guarantee that you're getting monetized. Let's see here. Great question for the crowd here. If you had to pick one microphone for the rest of your life, what microphone would you pick? So if you have just to do an A, just so we know it's an answer to this question, just do an A and then like a hyphen. And then if you have a mic that you absolutely love, just go ahead and drop it in the chat right now. And we'll just have the community answer this question right here. So let's see here. Next up on our list, because we got Valeria's Art taken care of. If you have a question about what it is that you're doing on YouTube, go ahead and ask that question now. I'm going to take a sip of coffee. That'll give you time to actually, you know, drop your question here, and then we will, you know, and then I'll answer a question directly out of chat.
If you're enjoying the show, remember to give it a thumbs up and share it with a friend right now.
A lot of good microphone recommendations. We got a Rode Pod mic. We've got a Sennheiser MKH416. We've got, what else? We don't have a ton of microphone answers. We got Procaster for Rode in here, Samsung QTU as well. Yeah, a lot of good recommendations here for the mics. Okay, so the very first question that we have here is from Dinah Ryder. Says, how do you make good titles for coming up in search? So a few things that I want you to consider when it comes to search. One, Shell and 10 awesomeness. Thank you. I appreciate it. So one is when you are optimizing your videos for search, what you want to think about is you are not only giving YouTube systems the context that they need to show your content to the right people and for it to come up after somebody puts in a specific query on YouTube search, but you also have to be able to trigger the person that's looking for whatever it is that you just made or whatever it is that you are optimizing for. You have to be able to trigger that person or get that person to be able to identify that your video is the right video for them compared to the other videos that are there in the search results. So what you want to think about is you need to make sure that the thing that's going to be the most relevant to that viewer at that point in time, because you're targeting search in this situation based on your question. So what you want to think of is if somebody looks for, you know, how to make a quilt, right? Then in that situation, you want to make sure that you have how to make a quilt somewhere in the title, preferably at the very front of the title or as close to the front as possible, so that the people that are looking for information on how to make a quilt, they'll see, I'm thinking this, I type this into YouTube search, now I get these results of how to make a quilt, right? So that part's as close to the front as possible. Now, within that, you also want to think, okay, now I'm making this video about making a quilt, but there's also like, thousands or tens of thousands of other videos showing up for this result. How am I going to stand out against them? That's where adding a compelling element to your title and or your thumbnail is going to separate you from the other options that they have in that search result. So what you want to think of there is you want to actually go in and type in for whatever search phrase it is that you're trying to rank for. Then you want to go in, you want to type that phrase into YouTube, and you want to see all the different results that come up. And then you want to look at your video before you even make the video. You want to do all of this before you even make your video. Then you want to say, okay, this is the angle all of these people are taking with this particular result. What could I do that would be a little bit better or a little bit unique or be able to do something completely different for this result than what everybody else has? So an example would be how to make a quilt for under X amount of dollars, right? Or how to make a quilt in 2 days or 1 day. I don't know how long it takes to make a quilt. I apologize. But like how to make a quilt in 2 days, or in your case, because you're doing diner rider. So I'm guessing, your motorcycle content based on your profile picture here. So, because of that case, in your situation, it'd be like, how to, change a motorcycle tire. And then it would be how to change a motorcycle tire in 10 minutes or 20 minutes or whatever it happens to be. How to change a motorcycle tire quickly, how to change a motorcycle tire without tools, how to change them. I don't know if that's possible, but how to change a motorcycle. You get the idea. So basically what you want to think of is you want to think of the search phrase that people are looking for, the keyword that people are looking for. And then you want to think of how can I also make this compelling so that I can be competitive in what it is that I'm actually promising people from the outside of this video compared to the other videos that show up in search results. So another thing, if you're targeting search, is you also want to make sure that you are looking at the thumbnails of what everybody else is doing as well. And that you literally put your thumbnail up there and you're like, okay, which one of these grabs more attention? Which one of these helps add to my title? Like in terms of your thumbnail, right? Like when I put my thumbnail together, this is what everybody else is doing. So how can I do mine? Do I even need to put text on here? If everybody else has text, maybe I'm going to have mine with no text at all for the sake of standing out against all these with text that will help lean on the title. If everybody else doesn't have text, then maybe adding text to yours might be the win in search, right? So those are a bunch of different ways that you need to think about optimizing for search. Also, not just titles, you also want to think of your descriptions as well, because YouTube shows snippets of your description. And you want to make sure that you're also using that snippet, which is essentially the first paragraph or the first 3 lines of your description. You want to make sure that you also have that optimized as well, because some people, when they're looking at YouTube search, they'll look at the thumbnail, they'll look at the title, they'll also look at that snippet as well. So you want to make sure that you're also using that in a compelling way to pull people over as well compared to the competition. But a few disclaimers, if you are somebody that's targeting YouTube search, one, it is a low-hanging fruit. Super easy to get traffic from YouTube search. That's why a lot of new content creators target search. However, it's important to make sure that you understand that just optimizing your video itself isn't going to just automatically cause you to show up in search, right? I mean, it can cause you to show up, but in terms of continually showing up, it's not going to do that. So what YouTube tells us is that what they are trying to do is they're trying to get as much watch time per impression for the search queries that people are putting in there. So if somebody clicks on your video a lot and they watch it for a longer period of time, let's say they end up watching more videos because you created an entire series around that particular topic, then in that situation, you're generating a lot of watch time when people click on that video, which is going to help you come up higher in the search results. Whereas if other people that you're competing against, they're not getting as much watch time and they're not getting as much of a click-through rate as you, then you're going to be able to beat those people out in search results over time, because you're getting a better response from your videos in that particular surface. Very long answer there, but hope that got you taken care of. Let's see here. So next up on the list we have, let's see here, attempting to monetize with Amazon associates. But links won't work during this symbol in the links using Firefox. Is it the browser? Okay, so if you're attempting to monetize with Amazon associates, but links don't work, basically all you have to do is put your HTTPS : and then, you just have to make sure that's there, and that'll make it an actual link. So if you are using Amazon as a way to monetize what it is that you're doing, you can level all that up by using something like Kit, kit.co. With kit.co, you basically are sending people to that link instead. I think the same thing works with Genius links as well, but you're sending people to that link. And when you send people to that link, it actually geolocates them and sends them to the right place, geo-targets them and sends them to the right place. So let's say somebody's clicking on your link from India, they'll get an India Amazon store. If somebody's hitting your links from the UK, then they're going to get a UK version of the Amazon store. If they're hitting from the US, then they're going to get that version. So it just helps. It helps make it easier for people to be in the right store based on the purchase that they're trying to make, based on what it is that you're trying to recommend. But basically, the browser itself shouldn't matter because a clickable link is a clickable link. So because of that, I would, if you're having trouble with your Amazon links, then I would try doing it through Genius or Kit or something like that, so that you can make sure that you are, using link, that you're copying and pasting the link the right way. If you still can't figure it out, just because this might just be like the specific way that you're doing it, feel free to send me a message on Twitter and just put, I came from chat or something, or I came from your stream or something like that in the subject, so I can make sure to answer it. Dr. Harry McCleary says,
Super chat.
I'm a veteran and a psychologist, and my channel is about educating veterans and their families about mental health. How do I start to build a relationship with similar content providers to collaborate? So a great way is just to hit them up. So like Twitter is great for this. Facebook is great for this as well, because a lot of content creators will hang out in Facebook groups, like Tube Ritual is a great Facebook group. That group itself is put together by Brian G. Johnson. So if you're familiar with him, he's really knowledgeable about YouTube, and he shares that information in his Facebook group, but it's an awesome community there. Another awesome Facebook group is Video Makers and Marketers. That one is ran by Daryl Eves. And that's also another, there's a lot of, knowledgeable content creators in there as well. So I would definitely, start there. But I would also just, tweet at them, send them a DM on Twitter or Instagram or anywhere it is that they happen to be hanging out, and just be like, hey, I also make content like you. I have this idea for a video, and I think that you would be a great fit for, for a collaborator. So let me know if you're interested, and actually spell out exactly what it is that you have in mind for them for the collaboration. So instead of just hitting them up saying, hey, you want to collab, hit them up with a plan, right? And also on most YouTube channels, as long as they take the time to fill it out, you also have the, hey, Brian G. Johnson's in the house right now. What's up, Brian? Hope that you're doing awesome. Brian G. Johnson is the author, ladies and gentlemen, of Tube Ritual Volume 1, which is this book. I need a better light here. It's the book right here. It's this one. Nope, this one right here. Help you grow to your YouTube channel to 5,000 subscribers and more. Link to that down in the description below. But the idea is if you use that that About Me page email link, basically you just go to the YouTube, their YouTube channel, go to the About Me page, and then scroll down the page, you're going to see a business inquiry email, and you just want to make sure that you click on that particular email, click the thing that shows you're not a robot, and then send them an email and just let them know you're making similar content, you want to collaborate, and all of that. All right, let's see here. As we keep going through the list, we've got Yaya's Catering.
Super chat.
Says, hey, Nick, I'm a cooking channel with 160 videos, over 2,100 subs, but low views. Should I start using tags? How do I reach a larger audience? So reaching a larger audience comes down to more of like what it is that you are doing to get the response on your videos. So like I mentioned before, in terms of getting people to click on what it is that you're doing, getting people to watch for a longer period of time, I can't put into words how important that is to get more exposure on the platform. Typically, people are wanting, there might be a lot of you here right now that are wanting me to say something like, well, hey, to get more views, just make sure that you add, these 3 tags to your videos, or add these hashtags, or make sure that you use this thing in your title or whatever. But unfortunately, it's way deeper than that. And the reason it's way deeper than that is because it's really easy for anybody to just add those, textual elements or add a hashtag and that sort of thing. Whereas the people that make good content for YouTube and that can get people to click on it, you see those people rise quickly because they're able to generate that response from what it is that they're doing. So it comes down to your content way more than anything else that it is that you are doing on YouTube. So in terms of like starting to use tags, if you're not using tags already, you can if you want to. That just gives additional context to YouTube to, what the video is about in order to help them, show it to the right people. But the topic itself should do that. But if you're not getting the views that you are after, it typically comes down to how people are responding to the content itself in terms of once they click and they start watching your videos. So because of that, you want to look in your audience retention reports. If you are not familiar with what that is, all you have to do is go into your YouTube studio, which is the back end of your YouTube channel. You can do this on a mobile device, even if you're a mobile content creator, but you go into your YouTube studio, you click on the content tab over on the left-hand side, and then you will click on whatever video you want to see the audience retention for, all of the stats for that particular video. And then once you click on that, then you are going to go to analytics on that particular thing, and feel free to rewind this and watch this part, again. But basically, then you want to click on the analytics tab. And then there, in that analytics tab, you're going to get a bunch of information about your video, where it's showing up on YouTube, how people are responding to what it is that you're doing in the click-through rate and all of that stuff. But you want to look for something called your audience retention reports. And in your audience retention reports, that's going to show you a second-by-second graph of how people are responding to what it is that you're doing. So the goal for all of us as content creators, and we're all always trying to get it better and better, is that you want that graph to show you this is where people are leaving your videos. This is where people are staying. This is where you hold them consistently. This is where you see a spike or a skip. Then in that situation, that starts giving you insight into how people are responding to what it is that you're doing. So everybody that's watching this right now, we've got like 350 people in here, 360, 350, something like that. So out of everybody that's watching right now, I encourage you, and I can't express enough how important it is to do this. I encourage you to go and look at your audience retention reports for every video that you publish, and take notes on the different ways that people are reacting to what it is that you are putting out there, so that you can continually learn from that, which will help you make better content, which will help you get more exposure on the platform. Super important. So if you're trying to reach a larger audience, there's that. Now there's the other thing, which is if you, on your particular channel, if you're doing catering content, and I'm not 100% sure because your channel name is Yaya's Catering, but I'm not sure what it is that you talk about. But another thing that can help you reach a larger audience is also just going a little bit more general in terms of the things that you talk about. So as an example, in my case, I target YouTube content creators specifically. If I wanted to accelerate the growth on my YouTube channel, I would start talking about content creation in general. So I would talk about YouTube, I would talk about TikTok, I would talk about Instagram, I would talk about Facebook, I would talk about, all the different platforms. And I would upload like 3 times a week on that particular channel, or on my channel if I was going to do that. And by doing that, that would help me tap into additional audiences, all based around social media growth in general, which my YouTube content would still add tons of value to a very large chunk of those people as well. So, the topics that you are talking about, if possible, if you can go a little bit more general, then that might also help you, get more exposure as well. Also, when you are making your content, do research before you make the content. So in terms of the research, like if you're not getting, that many views on your videos, then it could also be that you're just being like super specific, or the things that you're making content about, there's just not tons of people interested in it. So because of that, make sure that you research your topics before you make your videos as well. And just doing that by itself will help you get more activity on your videos, because you are confirming before you even make the content that the people that are out there that are interested in what it is that you are getting ready to publish a video on or make a video on, that the amount of people for that content is higher compared to, something if you're just like being super specific about, like a detail or whatever. So hopefully that made sense. And really quick, because I have no choice. Right now, I have to take a bio break, which means that this coffee's got to go somewhere. And in the meantime, I would like to play a video for you. This is a video. It's a rap video from myself and Brian G. Johnson to keep you entertained here. While I take a bio break, I'll be right back. Oops, did the wrong thing. Give me 1 second. Video file. Sorry, I did clicked the wrong button. Silly me. Hold on. It started to play, I think, but we're still going. Hold on, we're still going. Give me just a second here. Brian's probably in the chat right now, like, no. What are you doing? No. All right, I know it's in here somewhere. Where are we? Looking in my videos list, trying to find it so that I can play it here. Oh, this bio break. Gotta take it. Come on. Let me see if I can find that video. Where are you at? Okay, I can't find it, so I'm just gonna do it the other way, and we're just gonna hope it plays.
Check, 1, 2. I'm B to the G, it's easy to see what you need, it's attention from me, I'll give you the shout, get back on the grind and you'll be down for the count, trying to breathe, your favorite is me, now you hate with the diss, all of that hair hanging there like a chick, man give me a break, you're standing too close to the camera like Nick, where is the claim that you say, Filmora is hate, call me a thief for the titles you hate, I taught you the rank, you seem to forget it, I hit it and quit it, and you try to walk in my wake, I'm tossing you weight, giving you shine, giving you clout by doing this with my time, what I'm about, lying you guide, you come from my comfort but now you're denied, you wanna throw shade. It's too late, I already got it made. You wanna bring hate. Hit the road, hater, cause I'm not phased.
If you're messing with G, you're messing with me. The name is Nick Nim and I'll bend in a knee. Disturbing the peace, I'll come back into battle and murder a beat. I heard you eat worms like a bird, like a tree. Just like these words of defeat. I think Beanie should draw you and make you a T. They're waiting on me, who's waiting on you? If it wasn't for Johnson, you wouldn't have views or a clue. You wouldn't know what to do. The only extremes I see is your food. Yeah, this is just weak, yes I mean to be rude. Change of your scene, technique, everything about you and the future you seek. It's bleak, I don't mean to allude to the fact that you racked up a debt with the best in this feud. You just got wrecked by the crew.
You wanna throw shade. It's too late, I already got it made. You wanna bring hate. Hit the road, hater, cause I'm not.
All right, so hope you enjoyed that, by the way, Brian, sorry. As a heads up, I have a podcast. If you are into podcasts, make sure that you look for Comments Over Coffee next time that you are on your Apple Music or anything that you listen to podcasts on. Over there, basically, it's relatively short form content where I teach you about YouTube over a cup of coffee.
Super chat.
So, Dubs in Hauer says, I have an opportunity to chat with someone larger in my niche. Should I film it like an interview or just pick their brain? So that's a really good question. And I think that I would just like make the connection. So if the whole thing is just like chatting, then I would just, like chat with them, just talk about your space, talk about like all that stuff. I wouldn't necessarily like pick their brain per se. Because then the whole conversation ends up being about like how they can like help you understand what it is that you're doing. Where the relationship that you can create by, just having the whole conversation as a, hey, this is, different stuff that we deal with in the space and how long you've been making content for and what got you into making this type of stuff, like that sort of thing. If possible, try to lean on that side of things instead of, so that you create like a relationship there, instead of like, hey, how can you help me do this? And what is it that, is working this way, like on your channel so that I can use that too. And like those sorts of things, like all that information is going to come out anyway, if you develop the relationship, and then you can have that conversation anytime that you want to, instead of it all being focused on, like, hey, what got you here so that I can try to, become a stronger competitor. Right. So if the whole conversation is like, hey, if they're like, hey, I want to help you out, do you have any questions? Then in that case, absolutely, pick their brain. But outside of that, though, I would definitely lean on their relationship side instead of it being, instead of, picking their brain the whole time. All right. So next question that we have here on the list is from Will I Really Am. And the type of content is a gaming channel. The goal of the content is to try to earn just a comfortable living to support my family. And I'm not after a get rich quick. Okay, good. So the question is, I followed all of your great advice and I'm very proud of how far I've come. I now have great thumbnails. I learned to edit properly. I upload daily. I keep my attitude happy-go-lucky, and I interact the best that I can with viewers. I post links to various online places to promote. You might want to be careful there. I've learned tags, keywords, and various other methods to put my videos up in the recommended chart. I'm not going after a rich quick now. Just getting noticed would be nice. What more can I do? Okay, this is where really rolling up your sleeves and just getting down and dirty in your analytics is going to be the best thing that you can do right now. So if you're already working on your skill sets in terms of like, hey, I'm optimizing my workflow so I can upload daily. I'm learning how to make better thumbnails. I'm learning how to make better content. Now, dig deep into your stats. Learn how to navigate your YouTube analytics. Learn how to see the information and interpret that information so that you can use that information to make better content and to better reach the people that you're trying to reach with your YouTube channel. So the very first place to start, if you're not doing this already, of course, is your audience retention. There's also a very specific feature that you can use right now in your specific situation that's called the grouping feature in your YouTube analytics. And your grouping feature, it's kind of like a hidden thing. To where you have to literally go in and click on your channel name once you go into advanced mode in your YouTube analytics in order to get this box to show up, or you can hit the compare and do it there, but then it'll default you into compare. So it's just easier to do on the other way. But basically in the grouping feature, you can start grouping your content together in sets based on, the different things that you talk about or the different things that you share. And you can start to identify through those sets, things that people respond to at higher rates compared to others, based on whatever it is that you're trying to accomplish with your YouTube channel. So I would start there. So start getting really, really familiar with your analytics, because that is going to, like, your analytics are kind of like a roadmap, right? So experimentation mixed with analytics is like a power combo. Once you know how to make content that people respond to, experimentation mixed with your analytics is the map to get you wherever it is that you're trying to go on your YouTube channel. Professor Nez in the house. What's up, dude? Hope that you are doing fantastic. Mr. Camera Junkie giving him some love. Ray, it has indeed. Let's see here. So next up on our list, I'm currently doing Among Us videos, and I think that I'll trend Jack and make videos saying Among Us, but I use Rodwave lyrics. I'm not sure what any of that means, just because I don't play Among Us. So if you have a question, so I'm going to get the next one here in the form queued up. But if you have a question, just put a Q in front of your question so I can identify it as a question that's for me, and that you're not just talking to somebody else in the chat. So put a Q in front of your question. Go ahead and drop it in the chat right now. So while those are coming in, and I'll pause them as they start coming up on the screen here, but as those are coming in, we've got Swish Willie and Disney is the next one here in the form. And the type of channels, they do a Disney themed channel. And the goal of the channel is to connect with other Disney fans and provide them with great content that brings the magic home with them. And the question is, I have the subscribers, my videos rank in search as per TubeBuddy, but getting my watch hours has been brutal. I feel like my thumbnails are attractive, not sure what I'm doing wrong. So here's the thing, when it comes to YouTube and it comes to getting results on YouTube, thinking versus proving is two entirely different things, right? So when you feel your thumbnails are attractive has nothing to do with anything when it comes to YouTube. Effectiveness is what matters. So you can have ugly thumbnails that are extremely effective for whatever reason. Human beings just respond to those thumbnails. You can also have thumbnails that look like a work of art, but people just don't respond to them. So feeling that your thumbnails are attractive, but not proving it through your click-through rate and being very specific about, the traffic sources that you're trying to target with your click-through rate, but you're feeling like your thumbnails are attractive, that's going to work against you, right? You have to prove what it is that you think and feel through the data that YouTube gives you so that you can make sure that you're on the right path in terms of what the masses respond to, not necessarily just what you personally think looks good. That is all determined by your personal bias on the things that you find to be attractive, right? So it could be certain colors you're using. It could be certain things you're focusing on. It could be the way that you're using text. Your thumbnails might look incredible. They might look fantastic, but if people aren't responding to them, then it doesn't matter. Right? So lean on effectiveness more than anything else. Okay, so let's see here. So the question here that we have is, the very first one is from Brandon23. Says, my click-through rate is 20% and I get a ton of views, a lot of views, but my subscriber count hasn't been going up that much. What am I doing wrong? So Brandon, it's not necessarily that you're doing something wrong per se. It could be that it's not clear what it is that people are going to get out of your YouTube channel. So a few different approaches to this without actually looking at your channel. And the reason I'm not looking at the channel so that it's not specific to you, but everybody can learn from what I'm getting ready to say. So basically, just dropped my slipper there. But basically, when it comes to not converting your viewers into subscribers, it typically comes down to a few things. One, it's not clear to them what it is that you offer on your YouTube channel in terms of, you always hear myself and other people who make content like me talking about making it crystal clear what it is that you offer on your YouTube channel. The reason for that is because it helps people understand. It takes the effort out of trying to figure out if, hey, should I subscribe to this or not, right? So it helps people understand what your channel is about so they can identify it as a resource for the type of content they like to consume. So one, if you're not niched in terms of you're not making content for a specific audience, then that's one, because just scattered content is going to hurt your view to subscribe ratio for the people that end up clicking on your YouTube channel name. Now, for the people that are going to subscribe directly from that video that they came in on, those people, they'll just subscribe or not from that particular video, which we'll talk about here in a second. But when it comes to the channel as a whole, you're going to bring people in from one video. They're going to click on your channel name. They're going to see other content that you have. They're going to click on that. Maybe they'll subscribe over there, from that particular video. But the idea is for the people that click on your channel name and go to your YouTube channel, you want your channel art to be clear. I just put out a video on how to make channel art. So if you don't know how, that video will help you. But basically, you want to make it clear what it is that you offer to people on your YouTube channel so that they can understand at a glance, this is what I'm getting here. Two, you want to set your channel page up in a way by adding sections to your YouTube channel, which basically comes from taking your videos, putting those into playlists, and then using those playlists as sections on your YouTube channel. But you add sections to your YouTube channel so that people can also easily see at a glance what it is that you're offering, the content that you're featuring there. They can see what it is that you're offering, and that can also help you drive viewers into, specific content sets that they care about. Makes it easy for them to find more content. So there's those things that can happen from the outside. Now, another thing that can happen is, let's say, and this happens with like car channels and stuff like that. Let's say that you have like one video, even though your entire channel is about mechanics, you have one video that is, how to fix the rotors on a BMW, and another one is about how to fix an alternator on a Toyota Celica, right? Then in that situation, the people that are coming in for the one video, they don't necessarily see the value in the other things that you're doing. And therefore, there's no real congruent thing going on there to help them understand why they should subscribe to the channel in the first place. So because of that, you got to think of how can you tell them that your channel's still a good fit for them, even though you might have content based on other things. So what you would do in that particular situation is you would say something along the lines in the video content itself. You would say something along the lines of, somewhere in the video at the beginning, like after you're giving a little bit of content, or later in the video before you actually close it down, you would say something along the lines of, if you're trying to, figure out how to, take the best possible care of your car, subscribe here. Make sure you subscribe because, on this channel, I put out, new videos every week, and it doesn't matter what kind of car you drive, I've got you covered. So right now you're watching this video on Toyotas. I put a playlist together on Toyota Celica content down in the description. So you can, or in a card, whatever. So you can click into that to get more Toyota content. So for that situation, then what you're doing is you're demonstrating that value that you're offering to people. You're letting them know that you have more than just that one particular video if they can't just see it clearly on your channel page. And you're letting them know that, sure, you're showing them how to change an alternator right now, but you also put out videos on a regular basis. It's going to help them be able to fully take care of their car. So of course, I said all that kind of spitballing it off the top of my head, but ultimately you want to fine tune how you say that call to action to subscribe, so that as people are coming into your YouTube channel and you are trying to get them to subscribe, you're just making it clear what it is that they're going to get out of your YouTube channel in the video content. And of course, the other thing is just to simply ask people to subscribe. So if you're not doing that right now, Walter's World says, yeah, I don't even know where that one came from. Yeah, I know. But basically, like when you are putting your videos together, also just remind people to subscribe as well. Even if you don't go through the process of adding, your value proposition and all that, just, reminding people to subscribe to your YouTube channel is also proven to be effective as well. Same with like adding like little, remember to subscribe graphics, that sort of thing. Also in terms of converting viewers to subscribers. But with your specific content, I'm not 100% sure exactly what it is that you're doing, but Other things that can help as well is, if you happen to be doing something like for a cause or you're on a particular mission, in that situation, letting people know that this is like a continual thing. Like, if you're a vlogger, hey, this is the content that I'm making today, but what we're trying to do is this, or we're trying to get from, point A to point B, and we're doing that over the course of like a year's worth of videos. So make sure that you subscribe to follow us on the journey or whatever it happens to be, right? So the idea is to either express the direct value that they're going to get from the content themselves. If you're doing like how-to type stuff, if you're trying to bring people on the journey, let people know that there's a journey that they want to be a part of, right? So it's about communicating what it is that you're offering to the people that are that are watching your content. Nick Studebaker Niven. Love it. Absolutely love it. Yeah, definitely aging myself there. What else do we got? What are some old cars that did they not make Celicas anymore? I haven't paid attention to that stuff in the States in a long time. It's a little bit different. It's a little bit different over here in terms of the offering. We got some crossover, but there's also some differences too. So like for example, we have like Honda Civics here and all that good stuff. But I'm not sure like what they don't have that they have over there. Okay, so let's see here. After a live stream, this one's from VO Goalie. Says after a live stream, is it better to trim? Wait. Yeah, that's right. I was going to start using that for the questions that we do here. A little thing to kind of segue us to the next question. Okay, so after a live stream, is it better to trim the stream and make it public or trim it and save it as a new piece of content? So basically, if you are going to just trim it, that trim would come down to like, hey, I'm just cutting off any like countdown timers, any intro stuff that was kind of fluff, and I'm just kind of taking the easy route in that situation. I'm trimming it down and I'm just leaving it as it is. There's that, which if your streams are really concise and you're not all over the place with your streams, then as long as it still creates a great experience for the viewer, then in that case, doing that is fine. However, if you notice in your retention on your replays where people are leaving in parts where you're kind of all over the place, then in that situation, pulling it down and just doing a full edit on that particular live stream and re-uploading it, in that situation, that would be a solid approach, because then you are making that piece of content customized for the replay instead of it only being about the live experience. Other things that you can do is you can also take highlights out of your live stream as well, depending on the types of stream that you do. And you can make an entire channel of those highlights, or you can just release those highlights on your YouTube channel as well. Great question. Let's see here. One Day Adventures, happy Saturday to you as well. Lucy Santos says, budget microphone for musicians. So if you're a musician, of course, if you're on a budget, you have to be on a budget. However, if you're a musician, your audio quality matters massively. So because of that, I would definitely, try to, invest into like a solid microphone, just for the sake of making sure that, that your music sounds great on YouTube, right? For the people that you're making content for, especially if you're doing it via a live stream. But I know that the like Audio Technica AT 2020, I think it's called. That is a relatively low priced mic. I think it's like 100 or 150 bucks. And the quality that comes out of that, it sounds fantastic. However, if you're playing instruments, that might not be a great, mic, but for singing, it would get the job done. And then once you get the chance, then in that case, if that mic isn't, like if that particular microphone, if you want to grow past that microphone might be enough. But if you want to grow past it, then once you get monetized on YouTube, reinvest some of that ad money into, kind of flushing out the equipment that you have. Let's see here. So next up on our list, I'm going to pull a couple more here out of this, and then we are going to jump back into the form. So right here we have Shell and 10 Awesomeness says, we've realized that we tend to get more views on our content if we post twice a week versus every 2 days or every day. Yeah, so basically what happens if you're posting every single day is your regular viewers, for those people, that's a lot of content to keep up on, right? But when you post a, like 2 videos per week versus every day, then that particular content, it's getting served out to a lot more. Well, I can't say it's getting served out to more people, but basically like for the people that would normally come in and watch, every single day, those people get to concentrate on just like 1 or 2 videos. So just a quick story. So I had somebody that I worked with, and that particular person, they were uploading daily content for a long period of time, and it was going great. they're actually doing, I think, like 2 or 3 videos a week. And their channel kind of stagnated. So they're like, hey, let's try, daily, because they just wanted to put out more content. So we're like, hey, let's go daily. Their channel got a bump. It was great for a while. And then it kind of stagnated. So they're like, hey, let me try 3 times a day. And they did. And then their channel bumped up again. But then after a while, that kind of stagnated. So we're like, hey, let's go in another direction. Let's do like a video a week, see what happens there. And then they started doing a video a week, and they started getting a lot more traction on the channel just in general. Now they do about 2 videos per week on that particular channel. And that channel's doing fine. Of course, ups and downs just with the nature of the type of content. But the channel's doing, fine. With the 2 uploads per week, they have to work a lot less when it comes to actually making the content. However, the results that they're getting overall are better. So because of that, if you notice that twice a week is a better cadence for your type of content, then by all means go twice a week instead of daily, because people are responding to it better. Like for everybody, right? There's what we want to do and there's what works. So sometimes what you want to do is what works. Sometimes it's not. If you notice something on your YouTube channel where it's like, hey, we're doing this, we're experimenting with this, and we're getting a better result doing this, then by all means, go with the thing that you're getting the better result with if you're trying to generate more results on your YouTube channel, right? Even though it might be outside of what you were doing before, change can be a very good thing. Experimentation can be a very good thing. So if you're uploading daily content, experiment with uploading less. If you're uploading less, experiment with uploading a little bit more and see what can happen in that situation as well, because it can go in all directions. So if you're getting that response, then absolutely, upload less if you're getting that better response. Let's see here. We're going to pull one more out of the chat here. What are the pros and cons of trimming your live stream auto archive versus leaving it in as a live? So if you're trimming your live stream, basically, here's the thing. If you're a live streamer and you're live streaming on a regular basis, then it's really important that you are making sure that you are paying attention. If you want your videos to be consumed on the replay and you don't want it to just be only about the live experience, it's really important that you pay attention to what happens to your replays. So if the goal of your channel is to have a piece of content, and that particular content is a live stream that also has great long-term value on YouTube, then in that situation, your entire stream has to be approached with the replay in mind. What I mean by that is when your channel or when your video first starts, your live stream first starts, just like you see what I do here, when the live stream first starts, I come in, and in my situation, I'm like, yay, welcome to Nim and Live, blah, blah, blah. Because I've already got people, that are coming in. I've got you guys that are coming in and you're enjoying the stream already. Some people are waiting for the stream to go live, all of that. Now, this particular stream, it's great for the replay in terms of the information, but it's not great for the replay in terms of the experience that people have when they actually go through it on the replay, because I have a big chunk at the very beginning where I'm talking about like sponsors and, all of that type of thing, which isn't great. The actual question in terms of the replay, the actual questions that I cover are all over the place. Like right now, I'm answering your question about the pros and cons of trimming your live stream. I've also answered other questions about growing your channel. I've answered questions about sponsors, like that kind of stuff. So the questions that get answered are all over the place. So the actual packaging for this is also a little bit weird in terms of, the title of this video and what I can frame it around. So when it comes to the actual replay of this, USA live stream, so I hope that you're doing awesome. But when it comes to the replay of this, there's tons of value here. But in terms of somebody that's never experienced these live streams before, in terms of a new viewer that's never experienced my content, this isn't the best introduction to me. So because of that, I understand that, and I'm totally cool with that. And I make this entirely about the live experience. However, I still do use the title to grab people's attention. I still do use the title to make people click on it and for the replay as well. But ultimately, this isn't made for the replay. If I was making it for the replay, things that I would do differently are: one, as soon as the live stream started, I would talk about the value that the viewers are going to get. I wouldn't make it about, hey, welcome to Nim and Live, the number one place on the internet. I would make it specifically about, hey, in this live stream, we're talking about this. And the live stream would be about one thing, right? Within that, I would have slides prepared to where I would take you through a process, or I would have very specific information prepared to where I would share only that very specific information for the first, let's say 30 minutes of the live stream. And then I would go into a Q&A area instead of it being all about, Q&A throughout the entire thing. So the replay itself, I would literally make a different format of content in order to make the live streams replay appropriate if my goal with this was to make a piece of content that would be, you know, a replay ready piece of content, right? So because of that, when you're thinking of trimming the live stream, instead of thinking like just trimming it, think, if somebody comes into this after the live stream is over, does it even make sense to trim it for the experience that they're going to have? If it doesn't, then in that case, you might want to just unlist the live stream, right? Like, you know, you can still leave it on your channel, but just unlist it. Maybe you have a playlist of your live streams for people that do want to go in and consume, you know, those replays. But if the people that are coming into your live stream, if you're putting it together in a way to where like, yeah, this is great for replay value, but I have this like silly bumper that I put at the beginning of my video before it starts, which I recommend that you don't do, by the way. But like if you, excuse me, if you put like a countdown timer or something like that at the beginning of your video, then in that situation, like those serve a purpose. But if you're thinking of the replay, right? If you're only about the live experience, those serve a purpose. But if you're thinking about the replay, do not use those, because nobody's going to wait through a 2-minute countdown timer, or you don't want them to have to go through the process of skipping through that 2-minute countdown timer in order to get to the replay content. So because of that, when you start your stream, just come straight in. If you're streaming for the replay, just come straight in and just start giving them the content, because even though it's a live experience, you're actually making it for the replay. So because of that, you have to handle things a little bit differently. Okay, so we had a lot of super chats come in, so let me go ahead and start getting through some of these really quick, and then we will get back into the form and just pulling questions directly out of the chat, because I like doing that as well. Because I know sometimes, like in the form, I know sometimes like people will just drop a question and leave. So because of that, I just try to, you know, keep it all, try to keep it all mixed up there. Okay, so right here.
Welcome to the Niminati.
Guy and Noak, I hope I'm saying that correctly. Welcome to the Niminati. Make sure next time you are on Facebook that you look for Niminati VIP. That is our members only Facebook group. And make sure that you fill out all the information on the way in, because that's how I approve people. If you don't fill out that information, right out of the gate, it just gets deleted. So make sure you fill out all the information on the way in, so that I can verify that you are a channel member on the way in there. Let's see here. Next up on our list, we've got T Said What T Said. Hey, what's up? Hope that you're doing awesome.
Super chat.
So T Said What T Said says, thank you, Nick. Your channel led me to Roberto Blake for one-on-one coaching. He led me to Daniel Batal for help with Femora. I hit 25,000 subs yesterday, and I'm making over $3,000 in ad revenue. Okay, so I want to unpack a couple of things here. First, high five and fist bump to you. Well done. Nice work on hitting 25,000 subscribers and $3,000 in YouTube ad revenue per month. High five and fist bump to you for doing that. Excellent work. So second thing that I want to bring to your attention is she mentioned that it led to Roberto Blake for one-on-one coaching and to Daniel Batal. So Daniel and Roberto both. Brian G. Johnson's in here too, so I also want to include him in this. But with both of these people, Roberto Blake and Daniel Batal, they do one-on-one consulting, they do channel reviews, they do group consulting, all of that stuff. And you can see that there's a lot to figure out when it comes to YouTube, right? Tons of stuff to figure out, tons of things that you skills to develop, things to learn and understand. However, if you can find somebody that can help shortcut that, of course, we have these live streams and there's tons of YouTube help content as well. But if you can have somebody fine tune what it is that you are doing based on their experience working with other content creators, it can accelerate things. So because of that, I have links to Roberto Blake's Awesome Creator Academy down in the description below, and DanielBatal.com. I don't think he's a .tv. Brian G. Johnson's is a TV, briangjohnson.tv. But DanielBatal.com, you can find both of those people are excellent for help and they get results for people. So next up on our list, as we keep on scrolling down the page. So again, nice work for you. 25,000 subscribers, 3,000 in ad revenue. Who here would love to get an extra $3,000 a month from what it is that you're doing on YouTube? Just give me a me in the chat if you would love to get an extra $3,000 a month. Okay, so next up on our list, we have, let's see here. We have Stevan Next Level Mindset. Says, hey, Nick, no question on this one. Just wanted to bless you, man. Peace. Thank you for the super chat and for the just for saying that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Next up, we've got the Eternal Samurai.
Super chat.
The Eternal Samurai says, hey, Nick, I now have 281 subs. I recently had a breakthrough vid with over 5,000 views, but my last video didn't perform as well as I had hoped. How can I find questions to answer that people care about? Great question. So when it comes to finding questions to answer that people care about, a few easy ways that you can do this. One, there's a website called answerthepublic.com. If you go there, you put in like the subject matter of what it is that you talk about. It'll spit back all these things that people are asking all over the internet about what it is that you make. Two, YouTube. If you're making content for YouTube, go to the YouTube search bar, start typing in anything around the type of content that you make, and YouTube is going to auto-complete things that people are actively looking for on the platform. So like, say, for example, if you make videos about cooking toast, and then your entire channel is about cooking toast, then you could say something about like toast in your, in YouTube search, or how to make toast, or toast, tips for making toast, or toast with butter, whatever. And YouTube is going to start auto-completing. It's going to show you different ways that people are looking for information about making toast. Now, I know you just drop it in the toaster, but I'm just using that as an example, right? So if you do go to YouTube search, you start typing in information around toast, and just for fun, I'm going to do it right now just because I think it'll be hilarious to look for items that are look for things that are based around toast on YouTube. But when it comes to video ideas, this is also going to help you. Oops, I put in an extra Y there. Don't do that. But let me share the screen here really quick. And with this screen share, just a heads up, the actual dimensions are going to be a little bit weird based on, I think this is it. My fingers are crossed. Okay, got it. Okay, so basically for this in order to do this, all you have to do is go up here, and we're just going to use the toast example for fun. So far, we've got toast. We've got toasted shoes, toasted gamer, toasted jester, toasty. Okay, nothing really fantastic there. And this one is how to make toast. Okay, here we go. Now we're getting into the money, right? In terms of things that people are looking for about toast. How to make toast, how to make toast without a toaster. See, there's something people are looking for. How to make toast bread, how to make toast in the oven, how to make toast in the microwave, toaster strudel, right? How to make toast in an air fryer, how to make toast with an egg in the middle. Never in a million years would I have thought that toast would bring up all of these different options. But how to make toast bread with egg, how to make toasted ravioli, toaster strudel icing, how to make toast in a toaster oven, how to make toast with butter. Or we could just do like making toast, right? And you just got to get creative with this stuff. Like making toast in an air fryer, making toast on the stove, right? See, that one wasn't there in the last results that we were looking at. But making toast in the stove, making toast in a microwave, that one doesn't really compute to me. So maybe I might want to actually watch that one later, because that one doesn't, I don't know about you, but making toast in a microwave, that just doesn't compute in my brain. But anyway, you get the idea. So basically, if you go to the YouTube autocomplete and you just start typing in, start with the core thing that you talk about, and then start building around that, like how to, and then, make, whatever, just start looking for a bunch of different variations, anything you can possibly imagine, but just make sure that you keep that, that main core item that you are talking about in your YouTube channel there. And then you're going to get tons of different ideas, but you can spend literally hours on YouTube doing that. And you can even do fun things. Like if you did like baking toast, it's going to give a bunch of information based around, A, that people are looking for, like making toast at home, maybe, I don't know. And then if you did B, then you get, a lot more options from there. And you just go through the entire alphabet, and you do that with all different variations. Like you can literally spend an hour in YouTube autocomplete, and you'll have enough content ideas for the entire year for your YouTube channel. And it doesn't matter what type of content you make, even if you're doing animations and you're trying to come up with like stuff that, people are interested in, then in that situation, you can just start putting in random topics about, the subject matter that you'd be making your animations around as well. So like you can literally do this with anything, gaming, cook it, like anything. Okay. Peanut butter is the only toast topper. Amen. I like how you think right there. Okay, so let me scroll back up the page. Avocado toast does sound absolutely amazing. That's a really good thing. So, well, how do you like your toast? So we've got a bunch of different things in here. Let me know how you like your toast here in the comments. Okay, let's see here. As we keep scrolling, let's see here. I had some other super chats come in, so I'm going to have to, some of these I can see, some of them I can't scroll back that far. But right out of the gate here, we have MSG Gaming and Stuff. Says, hey, Nick, thanks for all the content and help. You missed my other one early, but I appreciate the insight. Okay, so I'm going to pull that up right here for you so that I can make sure that I get that question answered for you as well. And there's some other ones that I missed while I was talking about Toast, I believe. So, so I will definitely make sure to get those as well. Okay, so let me refresh this page. And while that's happening, I'll just pull another random. We got Brian G. Johnson saying hey to Scully there. And let's see here. So next up on our list, we have, let me just keep on scrolling down. Okay, MSG Gaming and Stuff says, I need more feedback. I've been growing well, but if there's more I can do better, I want to know. I've just been unable to get comments related to this. So in terms of feedback, like during this stream, we don't look at YouTube channels, or at least we're not right now. We might do that in the past. I'm probably going to start doing that on my Nimin Extra channel. So if you just go to YouTube search and you type in Nimin Extra, you want to make sure you're subscribed to that channel, because when I start going live over there, we're probably going to be looking at channels. So because of that, make sure that you're subscribed over there for when we are actually looking at channels. Let's see here. We got Dubs and Shower, Have an Opportunity, Mr. Harry Cleary, Amazon Associates. I'm making sure I got everything up to date here. Paid ads. Okay, we got that taken care of. 2 years to change the content. How to tell my audience not to lose. Okay, so one that we missed is from One Step. And some of you might run into this in the future, if not already. But the question here is, after 2 years, 250 videos and almost 3,000 subscribers, I'm changing my content. How do I tell my audience and not lose a ton of my subscribers? Great question. So when it comes to changing your content or just pivoting your YouTube channel, you don't necessarily have to tell your subscribers anything, because here's the problem that you're going to run into. As soon as you start publishing that content, regardless of what you tell your subscribers, as soon as you start publishing content to that channel, you're going to start publishing content that the core people that are subscribed to your channel for a thing, you're going to start publishing content they don't care about, and therefore a lot of those people aren't going to respond to it. The people that come in and they'll watch anything that you put out, those people will, but outside of those people, you're like your main people that typically respond to your content. If it's not about something they care about, they're not going to respond anyway. Some of those people, once they start noticing that you're not publishing content that they care about anymore, they're going to unsubscribe from your channel. So some things I want to recommend. You've been on YouTube for 2 years, 250 videos, 3,000 subscribers. If your channel's still growing, I would start a new channel. I would let that content grow there, because if you have 200 or 3,000 subscribers, you are already in the partner program. You're already generating ad revenue. You can let that channel pretty much go into autopilot, update to it from time to time. I would start a new YouTube channel, leave that one as an asset that's going to continue to drive, some revenue to you. But if it was me, I would start a completely new channel from scratch, and I would use my main channel as a filter. I would make one piece of content about that, the subject matter that you're going to be talking about in the new channel. And I would publish that on your channel, and I would make that piece of content somewhere in that content, let people know that you have that other channel. But what you don't want to do is you don't want to publish that video saying, hey, I have this other channel, everybody here go and subscribe over there, because then you're going to mess everything up there. Because then those people, where YouTube has identified those people are interested in these types of things here, when they're over on that channel, YouTube is going to identify that those people aren't a great fit for it. And based on how those people respond to that content, that is going to make that new channel a little bit harder to get started. So because of that, just make that one piece of content as a filter, and a filter only. So yeah, when it comes to that transition, like, you can absolutely transition any YouTube channel. But, if you have something that's already established and an asset, you can start a new one and just continue that one, as a resource for that type of content, instead of completely running away or running it into a different direction. I mean, okay. So let's see here. I think, let me go over here. We had One Step, got that one. Okay, Stevan, we've got that one. The Eternal Samurai, got that one. Let's see here. USA Livestream says,
Super chat.
You give accurate information, but others who copy you give bad information. Just saying. USA Livestream, thank you for the kind words. And it's not necessarily that, I think I might know what you are talking about, because there's been a little bit of, information lately, where it's caused a little bit of, behind the scenes, talk, about, some a creator or two who makes similar content. And one thing that is just really important to know is that, people do, approach these things differently. Some people, when they make this type of content, they make it based off of the only information they know is what's happening on their YouTube channel. And unfortunately, when you make this type of content, the information that you share from making this type of content, if you don't know from working with other YouTube channels or having other YouTube channels, people will bias the information that they're sharing based on their experience on their channel only. And that's a bad thing, because when you start doing that, you start giving absolute information in terms of this is the way to do it based on only one channel type. And when you start sharing information that way based on one channel type, then it will mislead people and send them in the wrong direction, unfortunately. So because of that, it's important to just make sure that when you are getting all this information from all these different content creators who are sharing information about YouTube, it's important to just make sure that you're thinking, okay, the thing that they're saying right now, of course, there's the best practice stuff, right? The best practice stuff, it applies to everybody. You got to get people to click, got to keep them watching, that sort of thing. But when you start going outside of that, it's important that even when I say things, even when I tell you information, even when I give you tips, that you look at this and you say, okay, the thing that he's saying right now, does that apply to my YouTube channel in any way? How could I make it apply to my YouTube channel for the people that I'm trying to reach? Does that make sense? That you do take the information, and this is for everybody, that when you take the information that I give you or anybody else who makes content like me, when you take that information, that you just look at your channel, and for all of the different things that we talk about, just think to yourself like, okay, so in this part, he's talking about, adding faces to your thumbnails, that sort of thing. So in my niche, is it typically standard to add a face to your thumbnails? Is it something that people coming up in my niche, if they add faces to their thumbnails, do they usually get better results from doing that type of thing on my channel? If I add faces to my thumbnails, do I get better results or not? And I find that out because I'm testing, right? So because of that, it's important to make sure that that you do, apply the information that I share and other people, that you, just make sure that you, think of how it applies directly to your content. But thank you for the kind words, though. I appreciate that. Archer7 says, does everyday live streams hurt your channel when you upload videos? So when you upload videos, the everyday live streams, what you're doing is you're essentially competing with yourself for content. So it can be advantageous if you have a hyper engaged audience. Like, let's say that, for example, it's summertime, and the people that you're reaching are people that would normally be in school, and they're taking a break from school because it's summer, and you just grind it out during that summertime, and they respond to it because they just have time to spend, right? Then in that situation, doing both can be really advantageous, but then you might see that hit once they start school again, in terms of the participation in both, because then all of a sudden their time gets consumed, a big chunk of it, and therefore they have less time to, watch the content. So, because of that, it can go either way. So what I would do is, if you find yourself in a situation to where your live streams are kind of eating up or cannibalizing the attention that you're getting on homepages for different stuff, then in that situation, then I would stop doing the lives, or I would just lean more on whichever one gets the most response, or reserve the video content for certain days and your live streams for certain days, so that people can know, hey, if it's Tuesday and I want to hang out in Archer7's live stream, I know that at Tuesday at 7 p.m. That I can go hang out in Archer's live stream, as an example. Let's see here as we keep going. But one thing that I want to talk about too is in terms of streaming and hurting your channel and all that stuff, just because there's tons of, additional information about that all over the place. But one thing that you might find is, if you do live stream and it's working against you, is that people that you are currently reaching are either not responding to what it is that you're doing in the lives, and therefore that will be dictated to just the live streams, or it will only impact the live streams. But if you go off topic in terms of what it is that people come to you for, and you don't give them that in your live streams, then in that case, that can sometimes impact the response that you get from your live streams as well. Or people that are subscribing to those live streams, they don't necessarily come in for the actual type of content that you make when you're publishing video content. Therefore, if YouTube shows it to them because they're engaged in your live streams, then in that situation, they don't respond to it, which then can end up, hurting things as well. Just make sure that you keep things on topic when you are, reaching, more people. Paula Lewis.
Welcome to the Niminati.
Welcome to the Niminati. Make sure that next time you are on Facebook, you look for Niminati VIP. That is our members only Facebook group. And make sure you fill out all the information on the way in, because that's how I verify that you are a channel member. All right. So let's see here as we keep scrolling down. Let's see what we've got here. So will posting videos on Facebook hurt my YouTube growth? This is a great question. So in terms of posting your videos natively on Facebook, will it hurt your YouTube growth? No, because what you're doing is you're just meeting your audience where they're at. So in that situation, you can grow, your presence over on Facebook too. In terms of posting a link to your YouTube channel on to your YouTube video on Facebook, in that situation, you might run into problems there if the people that you are posting your link in front of are not a good fit for your content. So here's something that's important to keep in mind. Like you want to keep your channel pure in terms of the value that you are offering for a certain group of people. That group of people can be small or wide or focused or wide. However, you have to have an understanding of who it is that you're trying to reach with your content so that you can make sure in situations like this, if you're sharing your content somewhere, that the people that you're sharing your content to would also be likely to click on your content if it were to show up on a homepage or recommended next to another piece of content. Like for example, sharing it with just like friends and family members doesn't make a ton of sense, because in that situation, if they wouldn't natively watch your content, or if they wouldn't organically watch your content, then sharing it with them doesn't add any value to you and your channel growth whatsoever. And those people being a part of your community, if they're not, actually being active in that situation, it can actually, work against you. So because of that, just make sure that you focus on, if you are sharing your links somewhere, make sure that you share them in places where those people are just a perfect fit for your content. If you have to think, I don't know, maybe they would be a good fit, then in that situation, just don't share it there. But if you're like, yeah, without question, like these people are a great fit, this entire Facebook group or Reddit community or whatever, that this entire group is about the subject matter that I make videos about, so it's a perfect fit, then in that situation, then it's a better move. Okay, so next up on our list here, as we keep on scrolling through. So Archer says, thank you. I saw that views dropped in videos, and I think that's because of streaming every day, but thank you. Yeah, so here's what happens, man, is like when you're streaming every day and you're publishing content every day, is the first off, just so you know, if you go over 3, YouTube only sends out like 3 notifications. So just as a heads up there. But so if you did 4, that 4th one doesn't get a notification. But in terms of, like putting out all of that content, you're competing with yourself a lot. So, that plus if you use your community feed, for example, like you're competing with yourself on the homepage a lot. So for example, like if I'm a perfect fit for your content and I love your content and I publish, or I watch every video that you publish, then in that situation, YouTube's going to show me, they're going to pick the video that they think is the best fit for me. And that's the thing that's going to be highlighted at the top of my homepage or the top of my community feed. And sure, I might see something else as I keep scrolling down, but the thing that they're going to focus me on the most, they only have one choice out of the videos that you have that you just published over the last 3 days. Let's say I haven't logged onto YouTube the last 3 days, or I just log on once a day to watch some content. Then YouTube is going to show me the piece of content on your channel that they think that I'm going to be most likely to respond to. And if that is just the one video, then it's just one video. If it's just the live stream, then it's just the live stream. And typically the live streams while you're live will carry more weight anyway. So you can even see, I know on my channel, just to give you like what happens to me, and I've seen this reflected on other channels as well, is that when I go live, what happens is this live stream, because it carries more weight on the platform, it ends up getting more impressions elsewhere. And I'll actually see the performance of my other videos take a dip. And when the performance of the other videos take a dip, it'll be that way for a little bit. And then they'll, kind of balance back out. So what's funny is I can literally overlay the 2 graphs together and I can see, like as soon as one starts going down, as soon as the live stream goes live, you can see them start going down, and then you see them kind of balance back out a few hours after the live stream is over. Sometimes it can be like 5 or 6 hours after the live stream is over to where it kind of, tilts it back in the other direction. So, just keep those types of things in mind, but just look in your stats and you'll be able to see the same thing probably. So on the days where you're streaming, if you notice that like, hey, my videos are taking a hit, literally look at the times, take screenshots, overlay things, or just, write them down. And you'll most likely be able to see that, when you're live, those are carrying more weight. And since you're live, you're basically, those lives are dominating the home pages compared to your videos, which should be dominating the home page if that's where you're trying to get traffic. Let's see here. Cathay Fit, what's up? I hope that you're doing fantastic. Long time no see. I hope that you're doing awesome. And hey, I'm in Thailand. I can get coffee with that. Totally. I can get coffee with that. Not Starbucks, but I can absolutely get coffee with that. No, seriously. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's see here. So next up on our list, we've got USA live stream. Says, I wish you were my neighbor so you can help me set up my studio, as for some reason I can't fix my video camera and the equipment right away. Yeah, so when it comes to tech, you know, like I love like getting everything like set up and all of that, but you know, like I'm not the most fluent, so to speak, when it comes to tech and all the different options and things like that. I navigate pretty well, but I'm not, you know, like I can't sit there and just run down a bunch of different camera specs and all these different cameras that are out there and things like that. That's just not my wheelhouse, so to speak.
Super chat.
Hooked by Robin says, how do you deal with burnout? I can feel the edges creeping in. Should I take a small break or push on through? So we talked about this earlier in the stream today, and I guess this is a thing that's going on right now since this is popping up twice. So here's the thing. When it comes to burnout on YouTube, it's a real thing, and it really just comes down to like pressure and just, you know, only doing, you know, the thing around your YouTube channel and just being fully absorbed in it. And it can lead to you just kind of, you know, just getting like exhausting yourself. So if you need to take a break, take a break. But also keep in mind that, you know, sometimes it's burnout to where it's like, you know, hey, you know, this is like really wearing me down. And then other times it's also to where it's like, you know, maybe I'm just not, maybe I started making videos about this thing because I thought I was passionate about it, but maybe I'm not as passionate about it as I thought. And because of that, I just don't look forward to making this type of content like I used to, because I'm kind of like, you know, just kind of out of ideas. The passion's kind of gone. And in that situation, that's when you start like a new channel or experiment with a new channel or something like that. So identifying like what is actually going on is another part of burnout as well. So it's like, is it just that you're like working so much in terms of like you have your job or your school or whatever, and then you know, spend all of your additional time doing YouTube? Or is it you're just not too charged about what it is that you're doing anymore, and therefore you have to find, you know, a new path in order to, you know, start working on something that you're a little bit more inspired to do? Let's see here. Question. Is it okay to be kind of random when starting out if you haven't really niched down yet? Absolutely it is. And YouTube, in the YouTube Creator Academy, which is 100% free, it's provided by YouTube. There's a link to it in the description below. In the YouTube Creator Academy, one of the things that they mentioned there is that if you are in this situation and you don't know what it is that you want to make content about or what you want to be known for, or like the stuff that you want to do for the next, you know, X amount of years, then in that situation, they recommend that you upload whatever it is that you enjoy. And then once you notice, hey, these videos do better when I upload these compared to the other videos that I upload, then they say to double down on that content, because that content is what people are responding to, right? So make whatever you want, but then as soon as you notice something doing better than the other content, double down on that, because that means that YouTube has found the right people that respond to that content, and you're doing it in a way that gets that response. So absolutely, random while you're figuring it out, without question. Let's see here. Hybrid Steel says every 3 months I take a break. It's needed to keep me going. Yeah. So like with that, I wouldn't take a break too long. Like, I don't know how long your breaks are, Hybrid Steel, but I wouldn't take a break for too long. You know, taking breaks absolutely is, you know, it's important for your mind state. But, you know, it's also important to, you know, keep uploading too. So I'm not sure, your break might be like a week or something. I'm not sure, but I definitely wouldn't take off like months at a time. Ralph
Super chat.
Castaneda, sorry about that, says, I hit 17,000 subscribers this morning. Thank you for your advice. It truly helped me grow tremendously. High five and fist bump to you, Ralph. Congratulations on 17,000 subscribers. Here's the awesome thing, man, is like, if you can generate 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, or 17,000 in your case, then in like that situation, hitting the wrong buttons here. There we go. In that situation, like if you can get that many people to be into what it is that you're doing, sky's the limit, right? The only difference is you just have a bunch of content that you have to put out to fill out the gaps of time, so to speak, between now and when you cross like 1 million subscribers, for example, right? So it might take you, you know, a year, it might take you 2 years or 5 years, whatever. But the idea is you've proven that you can get people to respond to what it is that you're doing. So now it's just a matter of like filling in the blanks in terms of the content that you're putting out and the time between now and when you cross whatever milestones it is that you're going to get on YouTube or whatever goals that you are after when it comes to your YouTube channel. So awesome work, man. High five and fist bump to you for crossing that milestone. Let's see here. USA Livestream says, "You rock. You're reading my mind. You inspire me, Nick." Thank you, USA Livestream, for the kind words and for the super chat. Sark Scrapper says the Creator Academy is awesome. So really quick, I do want to let you know, if you are a YouTube content creator, especially if you're a new YouTube content creator, right? The YouTube Creator Academy, again, it's free. YouTube put it together to help content creators understand what it is that is important to YouTube and just the basic best practices when it comes to YouTube. Going through there is going to help you understand so much about growing your YouTube channel. Please take the time to go through the YouTube Creator Academy. It's free. Let's see here. As we keep on going through the list, if you have a question, make sure you put a Q in front of it so that I can identify that you're talking to me and not just having a side conversation in the chat. Let's see here. I got that tip from Luria over at Live Streaming Pros when I was on her stream the other day. Let's see here. What are the triggers to open a second channel? Great question. So in terms of a trigger to open a second channel, it just comes down to like, what do you want to do? Some people will have, they'll start YouTube and they'll just, open channel after channel after channel after channel just because they love making stuff. They love starting new projects and all that. And they'll just, they have great time management skills and they will just, they'll have, 6, 7, 8 channels that they're just publishing content to on a regular basis. And other people will have one channel. They'll focus all 100% of their energy on that channel. They'll be embedded deeply in the communities around that channel. And like that channel will be like their thing. So in terms of a trigger to open a second channel, I see that you have a check mark next to your name. So if you are at a point to where, your channel's in pretty much maintenance mode, and what that means is, you've got things to a point to where it doesn't matter what you publish, you can get a response from it. You're happy with that response that you're getting. You've taken things to a point to where you're like, hey, yeah, this is smooth sailing. Love making this content. I'm going to continue making this content, but it's also provided me a unique opportunity. Let's say, and because you have a check mark by your name, I'm going to assume that you are full-time on YouTube or that you are at least getting a decent income from what it is that you're doing on YouTube. And let's say that YouTube has allowed you through this opportunity to be able to be a full-time content creator. In that situation, if you're like, hey, I upload like a few times a week to my channel and I've got all of this extra time, and I want to try another channel, then by all means, try another channel because you have all that extra time, to fill, and it gives you something new to work on, as well. So in terms of like a trigger, I think it really just comes down to, how much time that you have, how much, time you can invest into that, and just being mindful about how much time it's going to take away from, your main project. Other things that can happen as well is, I'm not sure how far along that you are. I see the check mark, but I don't see like how big your channel is. But like, if you're at a point now to where you have like other people helping you like put your content together, like editing and, all that good stuff, you might even have people like optimizing your videos and all that for you. Then in that case, you probably have a ton of extra time, and then you can, absolutely start applying that to, additional channels. Great question. Let's see here. I'm just going to roll through here looking for cues. Okay, Manik Agiche, I hope I'm saying that right, says, my returning viewers are always higher than new viewers. How do I reach a new audience? So yeah, so when a channel's thriving, you are typically reaching more new people than your subscribers, and because of that, all those new people coming in are what generates those subscribes, which causes the channel to increase in subscribers at a higher rate. So when it comes to reaching out to new audiences, dig into your current content that has reached new audiences and try to figure out why that content reached new audiences. Typically, it comes down to the subject matter, and it comes down to how the new audiences or the new people that YouTube is showing your content to simply respond to what it is that you're doing. So a few low-hanging fruits that you can go for is, one, go into the content in your analytics, go in and figure out which content has driven, more new viewers to your channel, and try to uncover patterns across different content that's driven new viewers. In addition to that, search is another great way. If the type of content that you make is something that is good for search targeting, then that's also a great way to bring new people into what it is that you're doing, because when you can rank a video in YouTube search, or you get a video to show up in YouTube search, just playing with the language there. But when you get a video to show up in YouTube search, one of the cool things there is that it also has the possibility to show up in textual search engines as well. So when people are on Google looking around for stuff, or Yahoo or Bing or whatever, that those can also pull people into your YouTube channel also, which then will help you, be able to pull in new viewers from all those different places as well. So as part of your content strategy, if your YouTube channel supports it in terms of, targeting search, then in that situation, if you are going for things that are higher search volume but lower competition, in terms of the phrases that you're targeting, then in that situation, you give yourself the opportunity to where you can solidify yourselves, at least for periods of time, for specific search terms in YouTube search. And then every single day when people are looking for the things that you're making content about, then those new people are going to find you through YouTube search. And then that's going to, help keep you moving forward there. Those are low-hanging fruit. But in terms of scale, it's going to come down to the topics, the things that you're making your content about. And it's also going to come down to the response. So the response, when you publish your video, YouTube is showing that video first to the people that their system has detected are the most likely to enjoy that content right out of the gate. Those initial people are typically people that are already involved in your YouTube channel in some way. Either they're a subscriber or they've watched your content, but they haven't subscribed yet. And in terms of they watched your content, they've watched it, they've interacted in some way, or they've watched it for a longer period of time. So they're the core people. When you first publish your video, those are the people you're reaching right now. So what happens next is if those people respond positively, then YouTube will start showing that content to more people and more people and more people until people start responding less. And then when people start responding less, that's when you see the video just kind of come to like a resting point of sorts, where it'll still bring in views, but it just won't, keep, rapidly expanding. So because of that, if you're trying to reach new viewers, you got to work on that response side of things, if you're trying to do it at scale. All right. So next up on the list.
If you're enjoying the show, remember to give it a thumbs up and share it with a friend right now.
B.A. Mays says, happy weekend, everyone. Time to write some new music. Good work, Nick Nimmin. B.A. Mays. Hope that you write some jams. Hope you write some good stuff. Cooking on the Farm says, what's your opinion on YouTube Shorts? I think that it's definitely something that you can leverage for exposure to your YouTube channel or a new YouTube channel, either one, based on, the approach that you want to take. I think that short form content is awesome. I know that when, like TikTok first started rising up, I couldn't get into TikTok because every time I opened it up, it was showing me stuff that I didn't care about. But then after, further educating myself on TikTok and figuring out how to use it, I was able to start finding content that I actually cared about. And I'll actually learn a ton on TikTok in a really short amount of time. I'm starting to use YouTube Shorts in a similar way. They're not fantastic about what they're showing me yet, but they're getting better. But I can learn a ton of things in a really short amount of time just going through YouTube Shorts. So for me, I use them in that capacity in terms of like, hey, is this going to teach me something? Cool. I'll learn something real quick, move on to another one, move on to another one, move on to another one. And then I'm done with my coffee and I've learned a bunch of stuff and I'm continuing on, right? So because of that, just think of the type of content that I make, the type of content that I currently make, plus the goals that I have for my YouTube channel. How does YouTube Shorts fit into that? That's what you should be thinking about. So the people that I'm trying to reach, the type of thing that I'm trying to do with my YouTube channel, the goals that I'm trying to accomplish with my YouTube channel, the impact I'm trying to have with my YouTube channel, how does YouTube Shorts fit into that? Is what you should be thinking. A lot of people are just like, hey, people are getting a lot of views on YouTube Shorts. This will help me grow my channel. And they just start running for shorts. And because of that, it can be a little bit premature where you should be thinking like, okay, how does YouTube Shorts fit in overall to what it is that I'm trying to do here? Right. And if it's a good fit, then upload them occasionally to your channel. If it's a great fit, then upload them a lot to your channel or have a completely different channel that you use just for shorts. Let's see here as we keep crushing through this list right here. We've got Tier Talk. Tier Talk
Super Chat
says, what are some early mistakes in creating your YouTube channel that you must avoid? It's a great question. So when it comes to mistakes that you should avoid when you're first creating your YouTube channel, the very first thing is not going through the process of setting everything up properly. So on the back end of your YouTube channel, there's a bunch of options there. On the front end of your YouTube channel, there's a bunch of options there. They're trying to dummy proof everything. As you can see, like when you start, seeing how things have changed drastically over the last handful of years, they're trying to dummy proof everything and make it, easier for content creators. But there's still a lot of things that you need to make sure that you're setting up that a lot of people don't. And since they don't, it's costing them views on their YouTube channel. Simple things like, hey, I'm going to add sections to my channel page so that people can find more of my content so that I can get more views, because I'm better serving that audience by making my content easier for them to find the content they care about, right? Simple things like that. So like not going through and understanding all of the features that you have at your disposal and making sure that you're setting everything up properly. That's number one. Number two is not educating yourself on what's important to YouTube. So I mentioned before the YouTube Creator Academy. And a lot of people won't go through the YouTube Creator Academy because they have to actually sit there and they have to read information. They take tests and all of that. So a lot of people, they just won't go through it because it's easier to just listen to videos or listen to podcasts or whatever. But at the end of the day, you are on a platform. If you're trying to get results on this platform, it's important that you understand the rules of the game, right? And the Creator Academy, it shares a lot of information that's going to help you write better titles. It's going to help you better reach the audience that you're trying to reach and help you better understand what it is that you're doing here. So not educating yourself through the Creator Academy and of course through, like my videos and other people who make content like me. But at the end of the day, start with the Creator Academy and then watch our videos, because when you go through the YouTube Creator Academy, you're going to start to understand some of the language that we use in our videos as well. So for example, I'm just curious here. If I say CTR, if you're a new content creator and I say CTR, do you know what I mean? Give me a yes or no here in the chat. In addition to that, if I say AVD, if you're a new content creator, do you know what I mean? Or if you're an experienced content creator, if I say AVD, do you know what I mean? Just give me a yes or no here in the chat. And while that's coming in,
welcome to the Niminati.
Texas Fish Room, welcome to the Niminati. Make sure that next time you are on Facebook that you look for our members only Facebook group. It's called Niminati VIP. Make sure you fill out all the information on the way in, because that's how I verify that you're a channel member. When people don't fill that information, then I automatically hit delete, because a lot of people from this stream will go and try to join the group even though they're not actually a member. So make sure that you fill that out. Also, there's a post in there to where every single week I'm going in there. I know when you signed up, it says that I do the live streams once a month. That's my obligation, so to speak. But in reality, I stream there every single week. But basically, when you go in there, there's a post at the very top. And that particular post, you'll see tons of channels listed there. And that particular post is where I'm pulling channels from. When I go in there Wednesday, I basically start on the last one that I did the previous Wednesday, and then I pull up the channels, and then I start giving recommendations based on very specific questions that you have about what it is that you're doing on YouTube. So make sure that you add any questions that you have there, but make sure that you are very specific about the thing that you want feedback on. So just look at my channel. That's not very specific, but if you're like, hey, I'm working on my thumbnails, can you give me your thoughts on my thumbnails or my titles or whatever it happens to be? So just be very specific if you post your channel there. But if not, no big deal. Just, make sure that you're, that you at least show up sometimes for the live if you want to, because, there's a lot of deeper information shared in the lives there that is very specific to what's going on over there. And the vibe's a little bit different as well for those live streams also. But looking forward to seeing you over there. Let's see here. So next up on the list, as we keep on scrolling down, so we've got average view duration. We've got hang on, it's CTR, cats totally rule. That's it. Doug got it. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so like AVD, no on AVD. Yes, CTR, AVD, yes. Okay, we've got AVD, no, but Google knows everything, absolutely. No on AVD, no on AVD. Okay, so this is where like going through the YouTube Creator Academy is going to help you out, right? Because like wanted mobile gaming, average view duration, that's what AVD stands for. And the thing with that is sometimes when people are putting together videos, like when I talk about audience retention reports, if you haven't went through the YouTube Creator Academy, there's a chance that you might not even know what I'm talking about. So because of that, when you go through the YouTube Creator Academy, it's just going to help you, better understand the language of YouTube. And if you're a YouTube content creator, it's important to understand, like if you want to win here, it's important to understand the language of the platform that you're operating on. And that comes to the back-end language in terms of all the stats, all of your YouTube analytics. But that also comes to the front-end stuff as well, in terms of, like your channel page, video watch page, search results, like that type of stuff, homepage, knowing exactly like your browse sources, knowing exactly what those are, like all of that stuff is super, super important. Okay. One in Mobile Gaming says, do we get a prize? What do you want? What do you want your prize to be? Wanted Mobile Gaming. Let me know what you want your prize to be. Amount videos dumped. Funny. Okay. Yeah. So How To ADU says, if you don't know those, then YouTube Academy is going to be great for you. Yeah, absolutely. So, the whole idea is just about educating yourself, right? And that's just like, if you were to start playing a sport, you got to understand the rules of the game. Same exact thing goes with YouTube. If you're going to, get a new camera, you got to learn how to use it, right? Because there's basic functions that are going to help you use the camera in a better way to get better results. Same exact thing, comes to YouTube. It just helps you when you educate yourself. It helps you, arm yourself with the information that you need in order to really, get things moving for you. So let's see here. That Junk Man, what's up, dude? Says, my subs are 20,000, but my views are 3,000 per video. Shouldn't at least half of my subs be watching? Not necessarily. Like basically, and this happens, with all of us. So like, for example, the last video that I published on my channel is about how to make a YouTube banner, right? So that particular video, I know right out of the gate that video on my channel with my current audience isn't going to necessarily do fantastic, because you guys, most of you anyway, you're somewhat far enough along to where you probably have channel art on your YouTube channel already. You already have a channel banner. So because of that, maybe you would watch that video for the sake of, learning how to make it look better, but you don't necessarily need, a majority of you don't necessarily need to make a channel banner. So because of that, I know that when I publish that video, it's going to be a slow burn. And what a slow burn is, from my perspective, is a slow burn is a video that you publish and it's not going to do that great out of the gate. But over time, it's going to end up bringing in a lot of views. It's going to bring in my specific case, a lot of new viewers and a lot of people that are new to YouTube when YouTube shows that to them on their home pages, when it shows up in search results and that sort of thing. So because of that, I know that, a majority of people aren't going to watch it. However, there's other videos that I publish that I know that for the people that are subscribed to my channel, I know what it is that you guys want. You want to know how to get views, and you want to know how to get subscribers over everything else. That's what's most important to you in terms of the videos that you respond to. So what I have to do is I have to use those videos to grab your attention, have you click on those videos, but then in those videos, I show you how to get views, or I tell you how to get views and subscribers and all that, but I have to try to come up with different ways to do it and sprinkle in the information that you need with the information that you want, right? So because of that, when I'm putting out my content, I have a general idea of how the content's going to perform, even though all of the subscribers aren't necessarily watching the videos. Now, one thing that you will find in your specific case, where'd you go? Hold on. Let me scroll back up to you. There we go. One thing that you will find in your specific case is when you publish certain videos, your current subscribers watch them more than new viewers. So because of that, you need to get really familiar with understanding the content that your viewers respond to the most, your current viewers. So let's say, for example, you publish 10 videos. Out of those 10 videos, YouTube gives us that 1 to 10 on how they perform recently. All your number ones, those are the things that your viewers care about the most, because they're getting the most response. They're clicking on them more and they're watching them more because of either one, how you hooked them in the beginning, but two, it's also about how you are, sharing the information or whatever it is that you're doing in your videos. People are responding to that better based on just the overall subject matter of that particular video. So if you have a video go to number one shortly after you publish it, it's typically because your audience right out of the gate is really resonating with that particular video. And an awesome thing is YouTube shows us, and here I'll pull it. I'm sure you guys have seen this as well. Most of you anyway. But another really cool thing is YouTube will show us little details, right? Like this particular one here, right? They give us these little cards to let us know what's up. So it says here, regular viewers are choosing to watch this video less often than usual, contributing to 16% less views. So make sure that you're taking screenshots of all of this stuff and that you're writing down all of these little details that YouTube is giving you also, because they are literally telling you like why this video is going great compared to this video that's not doing great. So this one's probably too late. Yeah, like this one, as an example, views are, like on this one, right? Views are 2.1 times higher than usual. More regular viewers are choosing to watch it, and they're watching it longer, helping to increase its reach in YouTube recommendations, right? So right here, right out of the gate, like if you pay attention to the stats on your videos, you pay attention to all the different things that YouTube's telling you with your content, then one of the things that you start uncovering is, this is interesting. So one, these topics, when I make videos about these things, people watch them, they click on them more, they watch them for a longer period of time because it's the things that they actually care about. So when you start fine-tuning things to the point to where, you know, you're really resonating hard with your current audience, then in that situation, those, you know, you're going to start getting reports like that to where it's going to be like, hey, people, you know, really dig this video because they're clicking on it more, they're watching it more, but start using that information as kind of like a guide to help you make content that's going to resonate more with the people that are currently watching your content. Now, other things that are going to make a difference are, you have 20,000 subscribers. I'm not sure if your channel accumulatively has driven those subscribers evenly, or I don't know if you've had like a few breakout videos that have driven a majority of those subscribers. I don't know like exactly what you've gotten those subscribers from, but you can go into your YouTube analytics. You can find out the videos specifically that are driving subscribers. You can also figure out the videos that are the top performing videos on your channel in terms of the ones that are currently bringing in the most views based on people responding to them at the highest rate. YouTube shows us that right when you log into your YouTube analytics down at the bottom of the page. So what you want to do there is you want to say, okay, these are the videos that are currently driving the channel in terms of viewership. So these are the things that people are caring about right now. So the next video that I publish, what could I do to make this next video relevant to the people that are watching these like top 10 videos of mine? How can I make that video relevant to them? Because those are the people that are most recently active on my channel, therefore increasing the likelihood of those people being some of the people that YouTube is going to sample your content against when you publish your next video. So, you know, you want to make sure that you're looking into things like that. But yeah, so in terms of like, shouldn't, you know, more subs be watching and things like that, there isn't like a, there isn't like a, hey, you know, you should be getting this or you should be getting that. The idea is simply like, you know, you're getting what you're getting and you have to figure out how to improve it, right? So, you know, like on my channel, you know, based on the churn rate of people wanting to start a YouTube channel and then like not being interested anymore once they figure out, you know, that it actually requires work in most cases, then what happens on my channel and other channels like mine is, you know, our subscriber counts will grow to these huge numbers, but the views that we get don't really reflect the subscriber count compared to, let's say, like a vlog channel that has built their entire channel off of their personality. Those channels will just get crushed with views because people really love that content creator. Whereas channels like mine, there's a mix, you know, people, you know, they, you know, there's some people that hang out here that, you know, that just enjoy my content, but the majority of people that interact with my content, they're trying to get help. They're trying to figure out like what to do, right? And for the people that churn over, that don't do YouTube anymore, they're not going to respond to the content anyway. So, you know, like it's just really important to understand like the dynamics of your channel as well in terms of like, should a lot of people, you know, be watching your stuff, right? So let's see here. As we keep scrolling down, we've got randomness dropping a $5 super chat there. Thank you for that. Super appreciated. Let's see here. And so we've got Savage and I says, Nick, I've even used the same thumbnails and titles of videos that have had millions of views. I get typically 60 views from those. My algorithm sucks. It's not your algorithm sucks. And don't take this the wrong way. It's not that your algorithm sucks. If you're using the same titles and thumbnails of another content creator, it's your content. Right? It's your ability to maybe you're able to get people to click initially, but YouTube isn't just about getting people to click. All that changed back in October of 2012. As soon as YouTube switched the dominant factor being watch time, then the whole clickbait thing on YouTube just evaporated, the effectiveness of it. So on YouTube, if you can get people to click, but they don't enjoy the content itself and they don't watch it for a longer period of time, then it doesn't matter what your metadata is. It doesn't matter what your title is. It doesn't matter what your thumbnail is. It doesn't matter what you say in your tags or your description or any of that. If you are copying somebody else's thumbnail and title, but your content isn't as good as theirs, then you can't even remotely expect to get the same result that they're getting. And another thing as well is just because you have the right, title and thumbnail, not even the right, but you have it similar to those other channels. If they're a much larger channel, the sample size of people that have already interacted with their content is going to be drastically different than yours. And because of that, the people that YouTube systems will identify as a perfect fit for their content, the scale of that is going to be quicker, or it's going to be larger faster than what you're able to do, especially if you can't get the initial response. If their response was similar to yours, let's say that both of you had the same exact click-through rate and you had the same exact audience. Let's do it this way. Let's say that I had another YouTube channel to where I had somebody else making content for that channel. Let's say they scripted my videos word for word. They said everything that I said. They edited the way that I edited, and they used same thumbnail as me. They used the same title as me. They did everything exactly the same. Let's say that I even did it. Let's do it this way. Let's say I did it, and I have the same thumbnail, same title, and the same YouTube channel. Everything's the same. I should do this actually as a fun test for everybody. But everything is exactly the same. As soon as I publish that video on that brand new channel, the sample size of the people that, YouTube knows is a good fit for this content is pretty much non-existent. My channel, YouTube has an idea of, the people to show it to right out of the gate based on how you guys respond to the content. Therefore, YouTube is going to show my content on this channel to a lot more people right after I publish to figure out how people are going to respond to it. And that's going to help YouTube get data at a rapid rate to know who is a good fit for my content. Where this one, there might not be anybody that clicks on the new channel, but if they do, maybe they watch it, maybe they enjoy it, whatever. But YouTube is starting from scratch on that channel based on not having data on how a bunch of different users on the platform are responding to the content. Like on my channel, I think I'm like 35 or 36 million views on my channel. That's a lot of data for YouTube to know, hey, this person, when this channel puts out a video on this topic, this person, always clicks on it, or they, have a high likelihood of clicking on it. That's a ton of information. Whereas a brand new channel, that information just isn't there. So it's not that your algorithm sucks. It's that you don't have the data behind you yet. And it's because you're not making the content the same way the other content creator is making it. And with that also, people respond to content creators differently too. So, like me, compared to you, as an example, people might watch your content and just love your personality compared to mine. And it could be the other way around as well. So, because of that, you can't just copy a thumbnail and a title and expect your video to get millions of views, even though somebody else did. YouTube would be so easy to game if that was all you had to do. I know it was a bit ranty, so I apologize, but I just wanted to make sure I expressed that. Okay. So let's see here. As we keep going down, randomness again. Thank you for the super chat there. I appreciate it. Uh-oh. There we go. Let's see here. I thought my thing broke. So as we keep on scrolling down here, we've got the YouTube reviewer says, would it be fair to use would it be fair use to review YouTuber's channel with a screen grab, or am I covered with fair use since I'm commenting only? I would contact a copyright lawyer to be on the safe side. So if you're like, here, hold on really quick. I just want to pull up your channel and I want to see what it is that you're doing, because let's see here. The YouTuber reviewer. Yeah, you're not even showing up when I look. Give me 1 second here to actually hone this down to the channel. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so you are in 2 videos, and you're in another language. I can't even understand what it is that you're doing. Let's see here. Yeah, so like in your case, if you are basically, because what I did, I just wanted context before I gave you like exact information. But like if what it is that you're doing, if you are looking at somebody else's channel and talking about that channel, then again, talk to a copyright lawyer to just so they look at your content and they can approve it first, just to be on the safe side. But in my opinion, if you are looking at a YouTube channel and you're talking about that YouTube channel, then in that case, it's about that channel. You're not using their specific content as a way to, like, you're not just taking their content and reusing it. You are talking about their content in that situation, then you should be okay. But again, I would definitely talk to a copyright attorney to make sure, because, you know, it's better to be, you know, on the right side of that particular information. And I'm not a copyright attorney, so therefore my interpretation of fair use, blah, blah, blah. Right? Got to throw in disclaimers. But my interpretation of fair use might be, you know, right on, or it could be a little bit off. And you don't want my little bit off to lead you in the wrong direction. So make sure that you are contacting a copyright attorney to be on the safe side. Okay, so next up on our list here, we have J Rock's Painted Rock Tutorials. Says, thanks for all you do. I'm currently reading through the YouTube formula. Any advice on how to improve my storytelling and instructional tutorials? So when it comes to improving your storytelling and instructional tutorials, one of the things that you can do is you can build your tutorials around use cases, to where it's like, I was doing this, and then, we did this, and, this happened, and blah, blah. Like, you can do that sort of thing. You can also understand that if you are taking people through a process, that process by itself sort of kind of is storytelling as well, because you're taking people through the process of, if it's a tutorial, where you're taking people through the process of, look, I'm trying to figure out how to do this. And then while they're figuring out how to do that, you're literally taking through that process of starting it and then finishing, the process of them learning how to do it. So like, you are taking them through a process. It might not necessarily be a story, but the story that they are learning or hearing in that situation is the actual, thing that they are there for, which is, learning how to do that specific thing. Now, of course, you can also add personal, opinions, personal thoughts to things. And those are the types of things that, that people typically connect to a creator for. So for example, if you're sharing your thoughts on, you're basically taking them through a tutorial, but then you're talking about things like, let's say if it was a Photoshop tutorial, you're like, I don't know why Photoshop does it this way. This is stupid. I hate this particular thing, but this is how it is. So this is how we have to use it, blah, blah. Then the other people that are like, I don't like that either, then they're going to resonate with that. Right. So, just giving like your personal opinion on things. And even if it's like, hey, this is the thing that I'm showing you how to do, this is how it currently looks, and this looks like garbage and blah, 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 but we're going to make it look better. Just being, very opinionated about your content is another thing that can also help people connect to you. But in terms of instructional tutorials, building around use cases and that sort of thing can be advantageous. But of course, you wouldn't necessarily be talking about, like, here's the thing, like when it comes to like storytelling, it's great in like vlog content and a bunch of different types of content. But if somebody's coming in to learn, like in my case, if somebody's coming in to learn how to use StreamYard, my videos about StreamYard, me giving this big, long, humongous story about, why I want to use StreamYard and why, this, that, and the other thing, like they're there figuring out how to use it. If they're already a StreamYard user, if the whole thing is me trying to bring StreamYards to somebody's attention, then of course the story would be more impactful there. But in terms of, just trying to learn how to use it, like people are there to learn how to use it. They're not there to listen to, my life story, so to speak, on what it is that I should be, why I think they should be using it. Cutthroat Society says, Nick, hey, says, I have 51 videos, 151 subs, 5 months in, 80 subscribers in the last 3 weeks. It's growing now. Finally, how do I burst the number to 1,000 in 2 weeks? So in terms of putting a timestamp on it, you can't necessarily, do that, because you could make a content decision that kind of brings to where the other videos would still be doing fine, bringing subscribers in, but you might make really bad content decisions over the next few videos. So in terms of bursting it to 1,000 in a few weeks, considering you are at, let's see here, you're at 151 subscribers now. That you can't guarantee, like I can't guarantee, even though my channel historically grows at a certain rate, I can't guarantee that rate is going to continue for the next 48 hours, because, we're all, a part of the system here, and something can change at any moment. So in terms of a guarantee of bursting it to 1,000 in 2 weeks, sorry. But one thing that I can tell you is that if you want to increase that subscriber count because you're trying to get monetized, here's some things that you should do. So I'm just going to reframe your question. So basically, if you're trying to get to 1,000 subscribers as fast as possible, let's do it that way, then a few things you got to think of is you need to get 1,000 subscribers. You also need to get to 4,000 hours of watch time. So because of that, you need to make sure that you're making it easy for people to find more of your content. You need to make sure that your channel page itself is set up in a way to where you have your content organized into playlists. Those playlists are added as sections to your YouTube channel page, where people can click on your YouTube channel name from watching one of your videos, go to your channel page, have a clear understanding of what it's about, because you make it clear in your channel art. And then they start scrolling down the page. For the people that use the YouTube channel page that way and don't go directly to the videos tab, they can start scrolling down the page, and then they can see content sets that matter to them the most. They can click on those and start watching them. Also making sure that you're linking to playlist in your end screens, you're adding playlist and video links in your descriptions to relevant content. You're also doing that in your pinning comments, doing the same exact thing, leading people to their content. All of those things are valuable for getting people to watch additional content and get more watch time. They can also help you get more subscribers, because when people watch more than one piece of content, they're also more likely to subscribe to the channel as well. Now, when it comes to increasing your subscribers, then in that situation, you have proven information on your YouTube channel, the content that you've made that has generated 151 subscribers. Figure out why it is that you think that that content generated 151 subscribers. Figure out specifically which videos have generated the most subscribers and make more content like that, because those videos are proven to generate subscribers. You have that data on your YouTube channel. And if you make videos that are topically similar and you put them together in a way that you are like, hey, I think this is why people subscribe to this video more than the others, then in that situation, you put together something similar so that those people can also, as YouTube is showing, your content to more and more people, that, hopefully those people will subscribe, in a similar way that they did to that past content as well. Ooh. Okay. Randomness. Dropping the love. Thank you. Okay. So let's see here. As we keep scrolling down the page, we are, I haven't dropped the link in here. I'm like, I actually went a little bit further than I normally did here. Let me drop the link here just in case anybody wants to come hang out today. Let's see. Facebook, Nimin Live. Boom. Drop this in here for anybody that wants to come in. And let me do this as well. Okay. So now that we have that, boom. Okay. So next up on our list, we have, hey, Nick, I'm having trouble to manage my time and energy around the videos, a lot of time and research and edition. How do you manage your time, 40 hours of work on YouTube? So for me, I don't work 40 hours a week on YouTube per se. Like for me, like I'll spend, like a little bit of time making content. And then like my stuff is typically either in like meetings about like other stuff that I'm working on. It is because I'm doing a little bit of consulting now through the VidCharge, our video editing service, helping people, just make better videos. So some of my time is spent there. And other time is spent on educating myself. So I'm watching other videos. I'm reading blogs or websites. I'm reading books, listening to podcasts, that sort of thing, about YouTube and all the stuff. I live stream on other channels occasionally, that sort of thing. So I got to prepare for that. Doing stuff like this, right? To where I'm putting, like this takes, like a lot of time because, like this, for example, finding all the right clips, putting all the right clips in there, having some clips made, adding words to them, adding the effects to them, editing everything together, putting them together as clips so they can just play in rotation, getting all the stuff hooked up here. All that stuff takes time as well. So, just tinkering around, it does a lot of, a lot of time there. But I also spend a lot of time just, hanging out, enjoying myself, out at the mall and, because we don't have, the issue that you guys have. I mean, we still have it, but we don't have it at the rate that a lot of you guys have, the current problem that we're dealing with right now. So because of that, I just, I'll run around a lot, and that sort of stuff. So for me, I don't spend, a full 40 hours of work on YouTube. Like I've never been, like I'm like grinding, right? To where it's like, hey, I'm trying to, get a result from something, or I'm trying to bring attention to something, or I'm trying to make something or whatever. So I'll spend more time around that based on me just being more like engaged in it and just like wanting to, rapid fire the results from it or whatever. And then there's the other side to where it's like, hey, if I want to take off, and just like not work today and I just want to focus on something else, maybe I'll listen to a podcast or something, but I'll just, just kind of enjoy myself and just go do something instead. So, like luckily, but don't get me wrong, on the front end, I've spent tons of time, just grinding it out for sure. But now like I'll grind and then I also give myself the break because I understand how important it is up here. And really, I didn't even like fully, like I had to go through burnout in order to understand that part of it, but then I still went way harder than I probably should have after that. But these days, I make sure to give myself plenty of, breaks just for like energy mentally and, all that stuff as well. Because like if I'm not in a good place in my mind, then I can't deliver the value to you that I feel that I need to. And because of that, I got to make sure that I do give myself the time for, for all of that stuff as well. So great question. But in terms of, 40 hours of work in YouTube, if you are going to do that, then, some of that time will be spent doing like outreach. If you're trying to get sponsorships, it would be spent like in your analytics, trying to understand, what your audience wants from you. It would be spent, making, additional content for other platforms to bring attention to yourself. So you're not just growing your influence on YouTube, but you're growing it everywhere, those sorts of things. So hopefully that answered your question there.
Our next guest registers a 9 out of 10 on the Clooney scale, but he'll also help you leverage YouTube for your business. Ladies and gentlemen, Owen Video.
Dude, that is
What's up, dude?
Oh, so good to hear you talking about 40 hours.
I can't hear you.
Oh,
I can't hear you, bro.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
That's what I'm talking about. Coming in hard right there. Coming in on a mute. Love it. Absolutely love it. Yeah, I still can't hear you.
Yeah.
It's all right. I'll leave it up. I'll let you hold on. Let me do this. There we go. I'll just do it this way until your mic works. Everybody can see over there trying to get the mic worked out.
Man, that's you can't hear me, huh?
Oh, you do hear Owen.
Yeah. See,
it's just me. Do you guys hear Owen?
Luria did this.
Oh, Oh, do I have this muted? No. Oh my. Why is this not feeding back through?
I'm telling you.
Okay, this one's on me, Owen. Heck, man, I'm going to pass it to you then while I'm getting my stuff together.
Hi, everybody.
Right, let's do it this way.
And welcome to the Nick Nimmin Show. It's super funny. Luria did this to me last week.
Yeah, so carry this for me for a second. And in our next one here, while just so you guys can kind of hold the show down really quick while I'm getting my act together here. Let's see here. And I don't know, I hope I'm not talking over you here, Owen, but
this just in. We just got notice that a special guest is now beaming in straight from Air Force One. I present to you Daniel Batal.
It's just the best. It's just the best thing ever.
Air Force One.
See, I can't hear yours either. All right, so if you guys want to hold it down for a second, and then I will hide over here, like down in the corner, so that so you guys can kind of do your thing. Yeah. And just hold it down for me for just a second because I can't.
You got it.
Obviously, I need to be able to hear you guys.
So this audio's not working, and I was just sort of telling the audience here that Luria had did this to me last week. I came on live with her, and she's like, "I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I can't hear you." Turns out it was her stuff, not my stuff. But it's part of the fun of live streaming. I think.
I like that we can hear Nick mumbling as he's trying to figure this out.
Can you hear me? I can hear you.
I can hear you fine.
All right, good. Let's dig in. I just had some rabbit stew, and I feel belly full today and ready to go. I've got so we're answering some questions. I'm going to jump in with Samantha's Jamaican Skincare. Who says, "Hi Nick, I upload every day for 4 months, but I'm still not getting many views. How do you think I can improve?" Daniel Batal, what do you think? Uploading every day for 4 months. What's the problem?
The problem is content connection with the target audience.
This is epic.
It has
absolutely epic.
Look at he's over there talking. I can still see his lips moving. The thing that when it comes to actually trying to connect with your target audience has nothing to do with how frequently you upload. And I say that with the caveat that, listen, if you're already connecting and you've learned how to grow a channel in a way that you know the audience, you know what connects with them, and you start learning your pacing, yes, it's important. But the number one thing that every creator out there needs to do is to develop a really strong value proposition.
Very good.
And we've talked about this before. It's knowing what your channel's about, who the target audience is, and why they should watch your channel, not just opposed to other similar channels, but as opposed to anything that they might get served during that watch session. Yeah. So you really need to focus on making sure that connection point happens, because if you publish 100 videos a day and your audience has no interest in any of them, then volume doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And what matters is the ability to find that connection point of what the conversation, right? Owen, you and I have talked about that.
Yes.
Always trying to figure out the conversation you're trying to be in between you, the thing that you're trying to create, in the conversation you're existing in, and then what the value is for the other person who'd be interested in that same conversation. What's your take, Owen?
It's really good, and Daniel, you and I just worked on together a really big corporate account, and this is the same problem that they had, and so it happens at all the levels, where you get focused on sort of like what you want to make. And we forget that there's an audience that wants us to make a particular kind of content. And that's sort of like the discipline of art, is sort of making an art that your audience wants. And I'll tell you, I struggle with it too, right? Because there's content I want to do, but then there's content the audience resonates with. And so I agree with you wholeheartedly. In biggest tip you have for how do we find out what our audience wants then? So what do we do about it?
God, that's such a good question, Owen. And I think a lot of people out there are thinking the same thing. Like, well, how do I know what the heck my audience wants? I don't even know who my audience is. Right. Never mind figuring out what it is they want.
Right.
He's back. Nick, can you hear us?
Hey guys, really quick, I'm going to restart because I think one of those power flickers caused like some weird thing because everything's set up right, but I can't get like YouTube videos sound like out of anything. So, so I'm going to refresh real quick and then I'll be right back.
Great.
There you go. All right, let's talk about Nick while he's gone. What do you think about that hairstyle?
Oh my gosh, the clock is good. He's got.
So what are we talking about here? What was the question? Where Nick coming in and out? He's confused. The guy, how dare he come into his own stream and interrupt us like that?
What is he, like a YouTube star? He acts like a YouTube star. That's something my grandma would say. We're talking about how do you get to know what kind of content you should make?
All right, let's go back there. So here's the thing. YouTube itself, for everybody who's out in the audience waiting for the real star of the show to come back, what you really want to think about is YouTube is nothing but a platform that's a series of conversations, okay? It's not one, views aren't guaranteed. It's not just one thing. Like, I'm on YouTube and why am I getting views? There's a conversation that you're going to be involved in. In my case, my channel focuses on helping creators make better content in order to grow their YouTube channels. That's the conversation I exist in, right? Someone like Nick exists in a similar conversation, but it's less about video editing. Someone like Owen is more about marketing. And then when you start going, there's people out there that are interested in gaming. There's people interested in cooking. There's people interested in lifestyle, athletics, getting in shape, losing weight. There's a million conversations. So the very first thing you need to understand is what conversation are you trying to be a part of, right? Don't just start uploading videos. Figure out what conversation you're trying to be a part of and say, okay, this is what when we talk about niching down, that's exactly what we mean is what conversation do you want to be a part of? Yeah. Because you want to get into a lane and say, well, this is the conversation I think that that I know a little bit about, or I enjoy, or I'm passionate about, or I'd like to, that I could come back to every week and still feel like I love talking about this. Yeah. And that could be anything from comic books to, whatever it might be. Once you decide what the conversation is that you want to be a part of, then you have to start. That's when things like keyword research can make a lot of sense. Because I think keyword research, sometimes people think that just means, how do I write my title and how do I get a high score on TubeBuddy or Morning Fame or vidIQ? And what it really means is starting to learn the words, terms, and phrasing that other people who are also interested in that conversation are talking, the way they're speaking, the language of that.
Yeah. It may not be how to increase market share. It might be get more market share. And keyword research, it just shows you verbiage. Man, we could go on and on this. I just love what you're saying, but I want to get to some more of these questions. 12 is saying, I have so much to talk about. How do I select my topics? Daniel Batal, what do you think?
Again, we go back to that same thing, keyword research. When we do talk about TubeBuddy is a great way to start doing some research. When you start thinking about, listen, this is the conversation I want to be in. Starting to do some research based on, the volume of trends, things like that. You can get out there and you can start using Keyword Explorer. You can start using Google Trends. You can start using things like a great website is explodingtopics.com, where it really breaks down by niche things that are starting to increase in overall conversation, not just on YouTube, but across the internet based on, Twitter, of LinkedIn, anywhere where it's an amalgamate of finding a cloud keywords that when something starts trending across the internet, it'll start tracking that and let you know where the conversation might be going.
Yeah.
And I know that seems really technical, but sometimes it's as simple as, one of my students, Iggy from This Bites For You. He's a guy who used to work for Alienware, and his entire channel is dedicated to building PCs, right? So he's an authority in the space. He knows all about it. He's got all the knowledge in the world. But we talk daily, and we'll be trying to figure out what's something that's happening that you might want to focus on. If any of you guys out there who are PC builders or are trying to, get a new PC that might be a video editing PC, you may be realizing that companies like NVIDIA and AMD Radeon are at a war right now, putting out these really great graphics cards that are they're high performing at a lower price, but you can't get them. You can't get them, right? Because the minute they hit the shelves, everybody comes in, they buys them out, and then they resell them on eBay. So those kind of things is stuff I tell them, talk about that. If you get one of those cards, put it on your channel, and then have that conversation so that people who haven't bought them yet can go, oh, I'll let Iggy tell me what's the right card I should be paying attention to. Nick, can you hear us?
I can hear you now. You had to do a full reset and then set everything back up again. It's like halfway set up on this side, just so I can come back in. But yeah.
Well, Nick.
So my apologies on missing out on that first part. I hope that you guys are both doing fantastic. My apologies on the audio mishap there.
Yeah, we'd like to welcome you to the. We'd like to welcome you to the Owen and Daniel show.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's nice to have you here.
We'll be on to be here with you guys. It's always great, coming on, other channels and, talking about, YouTube, because there's so much awesome information to share about YouTube. So I'm super pumped to be here today to talk to your audience today. Hope we can bring some serious value today.
I really hope for, and I do mean this, guys. I really hope that you guys, Cutthroat Society, Savvy Turtle, Gabriel Bosenberry, I really hope that you all develop relationships that, like ours, that we've been able to develop over years of knowing each other, traveling and going to different conferences together, some as guests, some as speakers, and all these different things. Because I'll tell you, it's so much fun when you have a past with the people. So, I just want to encourage you guys, you see how much fun we're having. I want you guys to have YouTube groups and people that share your interest, that you're talking with and hanging out with, because I think it's really important. So, Nick, we got to a couple questions, but anywhere you want to pick it up, we're ready to hang out and have a good time with you.
Absolutely, man. Let me let's see here. I got to get my sound panel back in the right place. And
welcome to the Niminati.
Pixel Pia, welcome to the Niminati. Make sure that next time you're on Facebook, you look for Niminati VIP. That is our members only Facebook group. Fill out all the information on the way in, because that's how that we verify that you are a member.
That's awesome.
Also, another super chat came in, so let me hit that one real quick as well.
Super chat.
So TMAT TV says, unrelated question. Awesome content. Your tips have helped my channel grow. Thank you. Any of you amazing coaches going to be on the panel at PAX East? I'm not. I don't know about Daniel and Owen, but I'm not going to be on that one.
Shout out to PAX East.
Yeah,
yep.
AirPod, baby.
Yeah, so none of us are going to be there. So just as take that for what it's worth. What'd you say, Owen?
Do they need an MC? Because if you need an MC,
yeah, Owen's your man. You've never seen somebody take a stage like Owen Video.
I'll tell you, thank you. And I'll tell you, that's what I love about conferences, is going and getting people pumped up. We were doing, so I emceed the Power of Video conference in Belfast, Ireland, with Sean Duras, Peter McKinnon, and just all of these just massive YouTubers. Daryl Eves was there. They took us in an airplane. We did a whole thing. And I got to tell you, if I wasn't that MC, that energy would have been dead in that room, because there's just nobody else that could do it. You got to come out with energy, folks. It's the same in your videos. Be who you are. I come out on stage, I'm Owen Video, right? I wish I could do that more on my YouTube channel. I don't know why I'm so afraid. I'm afraid to let go on my channel.
I gotta say, honestly, Owen, you live, if nobody has ever seen Owen live, which is ridiculous, because you all should be at VidCon, VidSummit, every place he's been.
Yeah.
Owen live is hands down the most dominant factor when it comes to being on stage. His presence on stage and his presentations, I never miss an Owen video presentation when I'm at any of the conventions that we go to. I love you live. Owen. I love you on your channel, but live, I'm like, holy crap.
I appreciate it, guys. It's good to have friends like, thank you for being a friend. I gotta get the Golden Girls soundtrack on here, but I appreciate that. It's good to be here with you guys. I love doing this stuff.
It's probably better for copyright reasons that you don't, at least on this stream.
I already had Nick singing Garth Brooks earlier.
Yeah, hey, yeah, dude, please.
I'm always the guy. I started singing Closing Time on camera, and it's like we already know that one gets us. Jeez Louise.
It does. And you know what? On that note, we actually had, let's see, I think Andrew Can's in the house as well. Andrew, man, I hope that you're doing awesome. We had that sound issue. I didn't mean to involve you guys. I had that sound issue, and that kind of distracted me for a bit. So Andrew Can was also here in the chat. So Andrew, nice to see you, my man. Hope that you are doing fantastic. And there were some super chats that came in too, that I ended up abandoning because I'm that type of dude. I was just like, hey, thanks for the super chat. I'm out of here.
See ya.
Yeah.
See ya. Yeah. But let me find those really quick. Let's see here. We had Andrew Can saying, hope that you're doing well, Nick. So thank you, Andrew. I am. Hope that you are also. Randomness says, when searching for my channel,
Super chat.
YouTube shows results for randomness, ISO randomness. Should I change my channel name while my channel is still small? So the thing is if you are changing your title case, it's not going to, like, the name is still the same. So because of that, like, you're still going to end up in that situation. I would change my name while it's still small, just because if somebody else has that channel name already. So like, you want to try to come up with something unique, because if you're building an internet brand, YouTube or anywhere off of YouTube or all of the things, it's important to make sure that, you do have something somewhat unique, or that you put a unique twist on it, so that when people are talking about you, people can easily find you and not somebody else, right? So if somebody's like, oh, hey, like if I'm like, oh, hey guys, like we meet up at Vid Summit, right? And I'm hanging out at a table here with Owen and Daniel, and I'm like, hey guys, man, if you see that randomness channel, that dude is nuts. He's doing some of the coolest stuff. And they're like, oh, sweet, I'll check it out when I get back to my room. And they pull up their phone, they type in randomness, and there's like 30 randomness channels. Then in that case, they're not going to know which one to look at. And then they're going to, you just lost 2 potential long-term viewers. So, because of that, I would definitely come up with something unique. What do you guys think on channel names?
The channel name and the channel value statement are the first 2 things that we teach in our program. Those are like the tabletop of your channel. And then the categories of videos you make are like the legs. We call them silos. If you're reading Daryl Eves's book, he calls them buckets, right? We call them silos, and they're like the legs of the table. Very good. And so that I think is such a key point to having a channel name. That's like, the example we use is Bob Smith, Where the Players Play. Well, Bob. That could be, it's any Bob Smith.
Love Bob.
Where the players play could be gambling. It could be like dating tips. It could be golf. And you might want to rephrase that into like Bob's Golf Tips, right? Where golfers learn to swing them and sink them faster, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, the value statement determines the type of videos you make. They also kind of help you determine what videos you're not going to make. And so I think that having that name and that value statement together, as we were talking about when Nick was gone, is like a really powerful starting combo.
Yeah, you know what? Deciding what the branding play you're trying to go for is really important. Guys like Owen, Nick, and myself are all pushing a very specific name brand thing we're trying to do. So you've got Owen's name, Nick name, my name, all in our channels, because that's, at the end of the day, that's what we're trying to put forward. So if you decide not to go with your name and you're going to do something else, if you're going to do a cooking channel, then don't make it so clever and weird that people don't get what it is, because messaging is really important. If you're going to, channels that do cooking that are, 30-minute recipes, those are, in the minute you read the name of that channel, you go, I know what this channel is about. I get the messaging at a glance because it's 30-minute recipes I can make in 30 minutes. That makes a ton of sense. So if you're going to create a name for your channel, make sure you understand why you've chosen that name and what people are supposed to take away from it once they read it. Are they supposed to learn your name so they associate it with your content, or are they supposed to learn what the channel's about? Choose a path and just be intentional in what you do.
Good.
Excellent. So we have another one come in here from Neil, Urban Explorer. What's up, dude? Hope that you are doing fantastic.
Super chat.
Says, after having a consult with Hair Force One, we realized people come for us for fun videos. We just recorded a full oil and filter change, and Emma did the job to reach more women in van life. Nice. So another instance right there, just as a heads up, DanielBatal.com does consulting. Owen Video. Owen, what's your video school? The URL.
TheVideoMarketingSchool.com is where you will learn to monetize the content and turn it into a business, And, like, I don't want to jump in too much, but just as like Daniel and was talking about how you guys are in the YouTube growth space, I wanted to make videos like that for my channel, like how to get more views and how to get, bigger YouTube stuff. And I'll tell you, it's not the content my audience wanted to see from me. And it hurts a little bit because it's like, I want to be in that space. But at the end of the day, who's calling me is like it's the small business, the karate studio. It's the business coach. It's the real estate agent. And they're like, okay, I'm making content. I don't really want a bunch of leads. I just want people to call me. And that's what we do. We focus on the marketing side of things. And I'll tell you, that was an analytic based. Nick's been telling me that for a year, but I'm stubborn. And, and it's like, no, I want to do what I want to do. You know what I mean? But that's a thing.
So we had another one come in also from Johnny Calbo. Johnny says that when posting once every 2 weeks hurt the momentum of my new channel. So when it comes to how much you're uploading, it really comes down to what it is that you're doing. So I'm going to give like some extremes here. Just because, it's important to know that, some things work, other things, don't work as well. So there's a YouTube channel that takes a long time to make their content. And because of that, they upload like once a month, sometimes less, but it's called Lucas the Spider. Thumbnails are off the charts. The actual content itself, really, like engaging stuff. And they can upload once a month and get away with it because it generates such a high response, and the content just takes a long time to make anyways. They don't really have a choice unless they went into like full production, which they actually do TV shows now, I think, too. So I guess they can do that. But then there's another one called Kurzgesagt, I think is how you say it. But in their case, they do animations. But the package itself, in terms of the things they choose to talk about, how they actually grab your attention with it in the thumbnail and the title, and the actual content, how they put it together, the voiceover is just epic. And, their animations, how well they explain things so that you walk away feeling like a genius after you watch one of their videos. And because of all of that stuff, they can also publish, one time per month, and they can just crush with every single upload that they do because they get such a great response from what it is that they're doing. So in other cases, some people need to upload like once a week just to keep the wheels on the car. So what I mean by that is, some people, based on the response that they're currently getting, if they upload, one time per week, in that situation, or once every other week, then they might see something that looks like, like the video, like they publish the video. So then the stats rise up for a little bit. And then as that video loses momentum, the entire channel loses momentum, because the only reason that particular channel is getting that much momentum at that point in time, or that much attention at that point in time, is because it's a new video, and YouTube is basically putting it in different places around the platform in front of different people, trying to figure out who is the right piece for that particular content. And because of that, once that 7-day period is up where YouTube is, kind of testing the content, then that's where, that channel will just kind of stagnate until they can learn to make content that ends up getting a response like overall to where it's getting traffic from home pages, it's getting recommended, it's getting, traffic from search, that kind of stuff. So that you have all of this traffic coming in from all these different places. And you're just making content that people respond to at a higher rate. If you can do that, then uploading every 2 weeks, it becomes a little bit more manageable. So for example, like on my brother's channel, so he cannot upload for a while. And he still keeps a relatively similar view count. I mean, he's, of course, with the spike, when everybody went inside initially, for lockdowns and stuff, when all that stuff happened, then everybody, like in our space, we started getting a lot more traffic. And then, for some of this, it's kind of weaned down over time. And in his situation, though, his baseline has been relatively the same. He got that bump, but when he came back down, even after not uploading for a really long time, he had a very similar baseline with what it is that he's doing, because a lot of his traffic is search based, and he has some videos on his channel that are just general audience videos, like Instagram, for example, that's driving a lot of attention to his channel. And because people respond highly to those, it keeps all of his view counts relatively consistent. So, you know, it really comes down to your approach, how people respond to your content in terms of the cadence of upload and how big of an impact it makes when you end up taking a break, you know, from uploading your content, or just when you don't upload as much. Any additional thoughts?
The word is consume. The word you want to understanding how your target audience consumes your content. Don't get lulled into the idea that YouTube works unilaterally and you're just sitting up there against every other channel and that it's one big bowl that you're all lumped into. It's you, the content you create, and the target audience you're trying to reach. That's what it comes down to. You're a much smaller subset of the overall YouTube platform. Once you can dial into that idea, it's not YouTube. It's the people you're trying to reach by way of the vehicle that is YouTube. So think about them. Are they willing to wait that long to see another video from you? If you're Lucas the Spider, it's a channel that makes really short videos, but they take a lot of time because it's all animated. So it takes them a long time to make that content. Someone just mentioned Roberto, who does like the glitter bomb videos. That's, you know, it takes him a while to put those together, and people are willing to wait because they know what goes into that content, and when he drops big, because those people are waiting for the next one. They want to see the big glitter bomb explosion and experiment, and how they brought the police in and caught people stealing packages off the front steps of, you know, that's the kind of thing. Understand your audience, understand how they are willing to consume your content, try to connect with them, and that will allow you to understand the pacing at which you should be uploading and publishing.
Yeah.
Sure. Just mentioned that Dude Perfect also uploads like twice a month on their channel. Same exact thing. Like in all the examples that we gave, most of them are, you know, pretty established channels, but in some of those cases, they also did that during the entire process. Like that's just been their cadence, and that's just how they've been uploading as well. Hey, Baking with Charlene wants to know where to find more information about your consultation. Daniel?
DanielBatal.com. It's my name with a .com at the end. You can book right through the homepage of that. You also have a $5 super chat from Vaughn, who asked, I was wondering what you guys thought about taking over channels. I was offered a monetized channel from a friend of mine who doesn't stream anymore. Nick, run with this.
Yeah, if you are wanting to take over a channel, do it. So basically what you should do is, if you are wanting to, you know, take over that particular channel, then go in, figure out the content that has performed well. Yeah. And, you know, start with the content that's performed well, something that is appropriate for the stuff that's driving the channel, right? So like, for example, when you go into your analytics, YouTube is going to show you a list of videos that are your high performers for whatever date range you select. Those are the videos that are bringing the most activity to your channel right now. So because of that, you want to make sure that the next videos that you start publishing on that channel are somewhat in some way related to that content, in terms of, okay, if somebody watched these videos, this next video that I publish is going to be a great fit for them. Because those are the people that are most recently active in the channel. And because of that, those are some of the people that YouTube is going to initially test your content against when you start publishing your new content. So you want to make sure that that you're putting out content that's a great fit for those people. Also go in and start looking at like the stuff that they've done that sucks in terms of people didn't respond, the stuff they did that, you know, that works great, and literally just spend like an entire day or several days if you need to, looking at all of their videos and trying to figure out, you know, why their content sucked. Or if it didn't suck and they're just handing it off to you just because they don't want to do it anymore, then just looking at the stuff that people responded to versus they didn't, and trying to figure out why, and try to understand their audience that you're getting ready to start speaking to. Start trying to understand their audience and what it is that they respond to, and how they respond to the different decisions that the previous creator has made. And also, it's really important to make sure that you think about it from the perspective of, I'm taking this over, and that means that I can do whatever I want. It doesn't mean that you have to do the same exact things that the creator before did. It means that, okay, Now, this is the subject matter, maybe, or this is the audience that you're trying to reach. But because it's your channel now and you're taking it over, that gives you permission to take it in whatever direction that you want in terms of the, the value that you're adding to the audience, in terms of the content, the format of the videos that you're putting out, all of that stuff. So, because of that, just look at it as like a new, fresh thing for you, but use their old data to better understand who it is that you're making content for.
Yeah. And don't forget that just because the channel's monetized, it has subscriber base and it's been driving views. If you're stepping into someone else's shoes, don't expect to walk the same path or be able to run as fast as they did. So just getting that doesn't mean that the next views that you get from that point on are guaranteed. So be very careful about, if I'm going to take this on, then I have to make sure that there are people who are used to watching this content for a reason. And if I'm going to shift lanes, that those people may not stick around. So don't just jump into a channel because it's monetized and you go, oh, I can skip that step. Make sure that you're understanding that's the kind of channel I've always wanted to make. I totally love this content. I can live in that. I'm passionate about it. It's so easy for me to get in here and go, I can take that audience and bring it to a new level that the previous person that you got it from just was unwilling to take it. So just be intentional about what you're doing. Owen, what do you think?
Well, it's just such a good business model. I mean, YouTube is like real estate, but instead of land, it's audience. So just like you could buy someone's real estate, you could invest in someone's channel. This is what Daryl Eves does. And this is a business we're interested in. With our clients, we want to look at the channels that do well and maybe look at investing into those channels and taking a percentage of what comes in. And so what you're doing here, I think, is a really big opportunity. Have fun with it, learn from it. I mean, maybe you could end up investing in more channels in the future and having channel networks. Look at Sean McKnight. Right. Sean McKnight, if you guys don't know, is the godfather of YouTube. Like, he consulted and helped to write the YouTube playbook. Sean McKnight has 7 channels, each over 1 million subscribers. Cute girl hairstyles. I remember walking into Walmart in Irvine. We were just doing a road trip, and I walk into Irvine, and there's Sean McKnight and his whole family on the billboards and stuff at Walmart. Like, they're big, right? He's invested into channels. He sees like good people and invests into them. So like taking over a monetized channel, I got a monetized channel with my wife, and we're doing so much right now. It's like, we're dying to get back. It's a moneymaker that's just sitting there. It's amazing. So way to go for you. That's a great move.
Next up on our list, we have the Ambient Calm channel.
Super chat.
Says, what do you consider a small channel? 264 subs right now, considering to change the name of the channel. Yeah, you're fine. You're good to go. So in terms of a small channel, I don't know what you guys think, but for me personally, it's like, if you haven't gotten monetized yet, then you're still like in the, in that first starting, part, because you got to at least get things down to a point in order to grow your audience to the point to where you're in the partner program. So if you hit the requirements, but you choose not to be in the partner program, that's your call. But for me, like, once you get into the partner program, then you've kind of made it, so to speak. And from there, anything that you do on top of that is a win. So like, I personally think that, like 1,000 subscribers, that is a ton of people. And a lot of people discount what 1,000 people actually is. Yeah. So for me, I think like 1,000 subscribers, like once you hit that point, then you're good. So like typically, like, there's small and then there's new. So new can be, you can get 50,000 subscribers, but still be new, because you might have put out some content, people responded to it. Maybe you know why, maybe you don't know why they responded to it, but it propelled you into the atmosphere, so to speak, when it comes to YouTube. And because of that, let's say you got a lot of subscribers, but you might still be new because you're still trying to understand, like, what's going on, and you're still trying to get your footing here on the platform. So, but in terms of your channel name, go ahead and change it. You're fine. You're fine. Don't even like stress about that. What do you guys think in terms of what do you define as a small YouTube channel?
I don't know what to define it as. I really agree with you, and I think that you should go with YouTube milestones to look at your channel. But I did hear someone earlier say, anyone under 50,000 is a small channel as far as I'm concerned. That's fair, but it's subjective. You know what I mean? That's kind of like an invented number. And so I wouldn't get too like caught up in the channel size. Like, it's where are you at now and where are you trying to get? I think that if you You know, like when I'm talking on a group like this, I feel like I have a pretty good sized channel. When I'm at the conferences, I'm usually the smallest channel in the room, you know, but it's relative to where I'm at in my process. At the end of the day, you know, I'm working towards my goal of monetization. I mean, of like being highly monetized. We have a 6-figure channel, so I don't really need it to be
Boom,
you know, biggest channel.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Say that. Say that again, Owen. What do you got? What size channel do you have?
I have a multi 6-figure channel. You know, this is where our business comes from. It comes from our YouTube videos. People call us and they say, you know, how do you do it? And we teach them at the video marketing school. We have private coaching, and that's the monetization. We make pennies in AdSense, but we sign brand deals all the time, guys. If you haven't seen my brand deal videos, you know, then go watch them, because we're going to stop making them because nobody watches them. You know, that's one of the videos that we're like, we love to make them, but nobody goes and watches them. And so, but here's the thing, we get brand deals all the time. I make more money. It's like leads, brand deals, sponsorships. And then it's like my AdSense barely covers gas, like barely covers my editor. You know what I mean?
Well, you know what it is, Owen? You know what? Understanding what the goal of your channel is when you put it out there, I think people, once again, keep staring at channels and they define success based on subscriber count and the size of the channel on the platform.
Yeah.
When in reality, there is far less than 1%, far less than 0.5% of the channels are really driving the platform forward. The people who are over 1 million subscribers are really the ones that start influencing the direction of, you know, what you're going to see on the trending tab, what you're going to see recommended or suggested in a larger sense. They're the ones who are the big players, the one who are making a lot of AdSense money, the one who are actually driving huge brand deals just because of their success on the platform. But you can be successful in so many different ways. I'm the same way. My channel is under 200,000 subscribers. I'm thinking 185 something, moving up there. And I have a 6-figure channel all day long, but it's not because of AdSense. It's because of every other thing I've leveraged along the way to drive multiple revenue streams. I don't care how many subscribers I have. I mean, I do. I love the people that are in my community, but the goal of the channel is to provide value and leverage that value to make sure that the goals I'm trying to hit as a creator are hit.
Boom. Boom, 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 boom.
Great comments coming in on this. Roberto's in the house.
What's up, Roberto? Hope you're doing awesome, man. Feel free to hop in if you want. We'll be on for just a little bit more.
Super chat.
Vel says, Nick, I cover Twitter drama. What could help me with audience retention, like hooks, calls to action, etc.? Start with the drama. Like if you have a drama channel, start with the drama, right? Because here's the thing, just a few things just to keep in mind. So if you have a Twitter drama channel, keep in mind that you're going to be growing a toxic community over time, because people that are basically, what you're doing is I'm just being serious.
Yeah.
Like over time, like what's going to happen is basically you are reaching out to and pulling in to your sphere the people that are into drama. And because of that, like over time, you're going to grow a community of a lot of toxic people with that type of content. So I just wanted to give you that heads up. For that, you might want to take note that YouTube does have a blocked words list. You're probably going to have to fill that puppy up quite a bit just for the audience that you're going to build around that. But drama channels can be really successful. They can be really successful really fast because people love drama. So, you know, because of that, you know, like your channel might do great, but just keep in mind the community around it. They'll be awesome people too. But, you know, like some of the people are going to be, probably not the ideal people that you're probably going to want to interact with. But when it comes to the audience retention, hook, start with the drama. Start with the thing that people are going to be coming to that video for. Just give a quick splash of it, cut it off before the drama actually starts. So they're like, oh, I got to see this. I got to see this person lose their composure or whatever it happens to be in this thing. Or I got to see this person do whatever horrible thing it is that is being put on blast with the drama. Yeah,
the message right there is, if you build it, they will come. So be careful what you're building, because if you invite a certain audience in, they will come. So just be aware of what you're building. One of the channels I work with is a channel called Creaky Blinder, where he does all sorts of, he's the sardonic surveyor of social stupidity, where he calls out flat earthers, or he'll call out the Karens of the world and things like that. But he knows going in that when he does a video like that and he starts making fun of flat earthers, they're going to come for his throat. So be aware of that, because it can be a dangerous proposition. Sometimes if you get into too much drama, there are some crazy people out there. So just be really careful, because if you build it, they will come.
But it's also kind of brilliant too, because you know that you're going to bring them in. And I really love it. And I think that you should be watching Philly DeFranco, and looking at the way he opens up his videos. You should be watching the viral style YouTubers, open up. If somebody said something to somebody, you don't open up with coming up. We're going to, you open up, you're like, and you show what they want to see first. You deliver the goods, right? And then you sort of, you got options. You can go back and let me give you the history, or you can go further and add now let's see what else has happened from here. But the bulk of your video probably won't be that drama. That'll probably be the hook, right? Because that's what you deliver to them right then and there. If I make a video about, and this is something new, because we're looking at our analytics and our hooks have just sucked this year, but our hooks are doing better when we say a brand deal video has about contracts. We opened up with the contract. We say, this is the perfect contract to send any brand deal when you're just getting started. It has 3 main points. Let's go into them today. I'm Owen Video. Boom. And then we got point number 1. We delivered the goods first, and then we unpack it. It's not like, hey, in today's video, I'm going to be showing you the 3 main ways. People just log off. They just skip through it. But watch like Philly D. I think that's probably one of the model channels you should be looking at.
Yeah, he's great.
Yeah.
Melvin Elephant says, Nick, if we could get into a time machine and go to the year 2026, 5 years from now, what does the Nick Nimmin channel and brand look like? What's the future for you? Love you, brother. So when it comes to me, to be honest, as long as I can keep going, everything that's going right now, I'm just trying to maintain. And because for me, I'm in a sweet spot. And what I mean by that is I love what I do. I love making content. I love the community that's around what it is that I do. I love the friends that I have around what it is that I do. I love the lifestyle that it's given me. Like all the things around what I do, I absolutely love it. Now, in terms of expansion, that for the channel, my thing is I just want to continue, adding value to people. And as long as I continue to do that, then everything will just go as it goes. And I know it'll be positive. In terms of outside of that, I'm in the process of working on some things behind the scenes that are going to add some massive value to YouTube content creators. And because of that, the future of, what it is that I'm doing is going to be this plus, working on some of that stuff as well. So that's the direction that, things are going with me. But for me personally, in terms of YouTube, I'm, this channel, as long as I can reach 1,000 people with every video that I publish, I'm tickled pink. Right. So as long as I can reach 1,000 people with every single video that I publish, then I'm winning. And anything beyond that is just a bigger win, in my opinion.
That's so good, man. There's a lot of contentment in what I just heard you say. And that's something that I want to urge all of you guys, especially those of us Americans out there, because I was born and raised in America and I love my country, but we get really focused on more. And for me personally, that developed into cancer. And I was fortunate enough to beat cancer, but maybe not everybody is. And so finding a contentment point in your life and just living in that, and just being, look, I practice gratitude every day. I have an alarm in my clock that says stop and practice gratitude. And it's just thank you, God, that I can just work this gig. Yeah, it's stressful sometimes. And yeah, it's it pisses me off when people don't watch my stuff or my channel doesn't grow. But it's but I'm not doing something I hate. I'm doing something that I love. And I love that, Nick, you are very content and you have goals at the same time. And you're not driven to this point of more. I find it's really, for me, it ended up being a really unhealthy way to live.
I think also when you focus, of course, there's goals, you know, all that good stuff. But I think like ultimately, like if you're like, okay, I'm just going to put my focus on making sure that, you know, I'm trying to add value to whoever, like when I can. I think as long as you put your focus there, that it's kind of hard to go wrong. Now, of course, you know, you can accelerate things and, you know, you can like, you know, grind all the time and all that stuff. But I think at the end of the day, like as long as you continue doing, you know, the right, you know, taking the right positive actions, then, you know, then I think ultimately, you know, things go relatively well. So next super chat that we had come in from Insane McLean in the membrane says, you think it's a good idea to do talking head videos standing up? I was recently diagnosed with ADHD. The struggle is real. I wish I would have known earlier. It would have explained a lot. It is what it is. What are your opinions, guys, on content sitting down versus standing up?
Well, I just stood up. Let's see if anybody notices the difference. Yeah, you know, it's not about, again, at the end of the day, sitting down, standing up. Don't get caught into the minutia of thinking that people get their nose pressed so hard against the glass that they can't see the forest for the trees. Yeah. Brian G. Johnson is one of the guys who will always tell you focus on what's important. Think about the needs of the viewer. Does the viewer really care if you're sitting down or standing up, or do they care that the value you're providing in your videos really connects with them and they go, man, I loved what I got from this video? Or do they go, oh, I was about to watch, but then I noticed you were sitting down? Yeah, sorry, I can't watch anymore.
Yeah.
Really quick in the chat, let us know if you stand or sit when you're making content. I'm just curious. Like, are you somebody that stands when you're making your content, or are you somebody that sits down when you're making your content? For me personally, when I'm making videos, if I am sitting down, by the time I'm done with the video, my energy is it's kind of either how I started or a little bit lower. When I'm standing up, I'm fired up, and I have to actually stop myself and be like, okay, hey, that one's done. Let's just, you know, stop. And sometimes I'll sit there and I'll try to think of like, hey, what's another video that I could make? Let's see here, 3 tips on like whatever. And I'll just run through my brain and like, hey, is there something else I could crank out really fast? Because I feel energized and I feel like I want to make more content, where when I make content sitting down, in that situation, by the time the video is done, I'm kind of like, okay, well, you know, that's done. So we'll kind of wrap it up. So my personal energy, I get energy from making content when I'm standing up compared to when I'm sitting down.
Yep, same here. My best performing videos of all time on my channel, standing up. And, you know, I used to be in a bigger studio. I am in a basement studio now, and I have lower ceilings. And so I'll tell you guys this, the day, and I do coaching all day. So like you got to sit, like you can't stand up for all that. But somebody invented, because I will, but I'll procrastinate. I want a tripod where I press a button and it's like, and it goes up, and press it again, and it goes down. I need to get one, because if I could go back and forth, my problem is like the framing. So if I could go back and forth between standing up and sitting down and have the TV in the right spot, and then be able to just like one, because right now it's too much work. It's not effective for my time. But I would love to stand up more. I feel like my energy is better when I stand up more, and it feels more like, I don't know, like TV for me. You know, like it's just the thing. But I don't think
projector has introduced issues for me, because when I got this sit stand desk, I'm like, oh, this is going to be great for streaming. So then like when I like am worn out from like sitting down, then I can bring my little standing cushion over here, and then I can stand, right? And then I can bring this up. But unfortunately, because of the projector, it's right. I have the projector hitting me in my face.
Yeah.
So, there's moments there. It's like the perfect Nick beanie. I like it. You kind of look a bit like your brother.
Like this? Yeah.
It's like Coneheads.
Put hair on the, you know,
on the monitor.
Dude, you need to lease out space on your forehead to brands and get some sponsorships up there.
That's right. 500 a month.
Your logo here. Yeah, that'd be great.
Forehead spot.
All right. So let's see here. Yes, great idea. Owen says Savvy Turtle. So if you got questions, go ahead and just put a Q and then drop your questions in here, so we can just go ahead and start pulling them up. So here, I do want progress with standing up videos when I'm outside, stand for both live streams and normal videos. So one thing that I ran into when I first started live streaming is I ran into, if I would stand for the entire live stream, I would feel like almost like sick afterwards. It was really weird. And I noticed that the first time I did let's see here. At that point in time, Owen, you and I were on the podcast.
Yeah.
So I did the podcast, I did a TubeBuddy stream, and then I did a stream on my channel all on the same day. And I was just standing in that like one spot for hours. And in that particular situation, I felt like physically sick, like afterwards, like, man, and that happened to me a few times. So that's when I moved my streaming, the entire streaming station and everything moved around for me at that particular time.
You were the guy who taught me that, Nick. I used to have, I don't know if I have my other camera up and running. Yeah, so I used to have everything. I would sit at the station behind me over in this corner. That was my editing booth. And then I built this station so that it's it's like a pub station. It's like a pub height. And the desk moves up and down. I can raise it, I can lower it, and I can step away from my chair and I can stand up, because the ability to, if you're in a chair for too long, that can be really tiring on your legs. If you're standing too long, that can be really tiring on your legs. So think more about like fit the physical toll you put on your body, so that sometimes you may want to mix it up. You want to stand for some, sit for others, so that you get some blood flowing throughout the course of your day.
Yeah.
So
Energy management is like a big thing, like noticing what energizes you and what drains you. Do less of what drains you, more of what energizes you. And self-care is a real thing, right? Like, you know, getting up and even just walking around, because it's okay if if you get one less video done, but you take care and you live 10 years longer. You know what I mean? Like, as a cancer survivor, that is something that's really important to me, is that you guys don't work yourselves into sickness. You know, like, take care of yourself, stand up. Like the Apple Watch tells me to stand up, you know, that's kind of like, yes, sir. Yes, Tim. And I stand up for 10 minutes, you know. I can't move up and down on camera right now, but like that desk gives me because my camera's not attached to my desk right now, but the desk and the tripod could be a neat little addition this year to the studio.
Yeah, man. Like with the desk, if you do a like sit stand, a super clamp with the arm on it does the trick for a camera. You just have to make sure you're not like slamming around your desk, or else the whole thing will shake a little bit.
I'm like Dwight in that episode of The Office.
Yeah, then that does everything, and then just build a little bit of flexibility into your set in the background. So if you do move it, that you don't have to worry about like the stuff in the background necessarily.
Yeah.
So let's see here. Next up, we have,
Super Chat.
Says, what is the gear for that backdrop? So basically, for this backdrop, let me move myself over here so I can take the screen a little bit bigger. Boom. So for this, I have a projector that is directly overhead there. If you are looking from this angle, it would be it's like up that direction. And it's just a projector that shoots over the top of my head, and then it puts that on the back wall. And then when somebody super chats, I have the audio trigger over here. I'm trying to get it worked out because this is all ran on a laptop across the room. But the audio trigger for the super chats, and then I hit the button here, and then it changes the lights. It has the super chat text going on in the background, like the hearts shooting out. Wow. And then if they do the channel membership, then it will change to that with the audio sequence that goes with that. Yeah. And then this particular thing here switches it back. So for reference, this little box right here is what I'm using. It's a Stream Deck. In that little box right there, here, I can actually do it this way too. You can see it there. But that is, that's controlling the laptop that you see over there on the other side of the room. So it's at the tip of my finger right there. So you can see when I hit this, how it changes. Like here, if we go to the super chat, you can see it change on the laptop across the room too.
Yeah, that's great. What
program? And basically, like with the triggering of the lights and everything, all of this happens through the Stream Deck itself. So I have the Stream Deck set up to where it does multi-function. So basically, when I hit the button one time, it runs through a sequence of things. So it changes the scene. I have OBS running over there. That's what I have going into the projector. And then that's what's shooting it back there. Okay. So basically, the multi-switch thing, when I hit that, it runs through a sequence to where it'll switch the scene. It'll change the light color. And then it'll change the light color multiple times. And then it'll switch back to the other background as well. So
it's the coolest thing ever. That looks great.
Is your wall a black wall, or is it a screen? Is it a projector?
Yeah, it's a black wall. Yeah, the wall's completely black. Yeah, so you can see here. Yeah, there's no screen there. The lights on the side, those are Philips Hue lights. So like when those change, then you can see it changing right there. But those are Philips Hue lights that I put into like a fixture that's supposed to be used for a ceiling. But I basically ripped it all apart and put those Philips Hue lights in there so I could use them as bars in the background, which I'm still not 100% happy with, to be honest with you. But it works for now. So I love the projector, but I'm not 100% on these bars. I'm still trying to think of another solution for those. But for now, they do the trick.
I just bought the projector. I asked Nick the same question last week because we've got an Amazon Alexa channel, and I'm struggling with that background. The projector, I think, solves that problem. I'm so excited about it. So that was educational for me because I didn't want to have to buy a screen too. So now it's like I'm just going to paint the wall black. That's wonderful.
Yeah, you might be able to do it. I mean, on a white wall, it'd probably get just as good
brown.
of a.
It's like brown. I need to paint the okay. You know what I mean? Like it's a must do, but it's just so much easier to do like a dark blue or a black than it is to go get like a pristine white because it's never white on camera. You know what I mean? It's always it's going to be something else. But that's great.
Jeff,
it's interesting to see. It's interesting to see that it never stops ending. And you've got 3 different size channels here, right? That we all never stop trying to improve the way we produce, the look of the thing that we're doing, the way we may be able to present it to our target audience. The takeaway of this, I hope no one's watching going, oh, well, I got to get a projector. I got to spend how much money? Yeah. It's really about taking whatever it is you have now, really trying to do the best you can with it, and always thinking about what you can do next to improve the thing that you're making so that the people you're trying to reach have a better experience with what it is you're putting on the platform.
That's it right there. 100% the people.
So Jeff says, what are strategies for repurposing live video on YouTube? So one of the things that you want to do, and then I'll pass it on to Owen and Daniel. One of the things that you want to do is think of YouTube as a different experience. So if you're repurposing live streams, but you're not doing the live streams on YouTube, or if you are, but you just want to repurpose them as like additional video content, when people are clicking around on things on YouTube, if it doesn't have that live tag on it, they're expecting a video experience. So because of that, when you are putting your live stream together, prepare for it on the front end by doing all of the things that you're going to need to do in order to be able to pull that video down and have it edited or editing it yourself. In your case, probably having it edited and then putting that back up onto YouTube as a piece of video content that's more easy to consume compared to the live content. Little details like making sure that you can do it in your live stream, but you would just block this part off in your video. So typically, let's say your live stream opens up and you have like an intro sequence that you go through where you talk about a bunch of stuff, kind of like I do. Or not, let's say that you just introduce yourself, those sorts of things. Skip that or save that for later and make sure that you go ahead and add like a hook when your live stream first starts, even though people might not necessarily be there yet, or you might start having people coming in at that point in time. Doesn't matter because you're doing that for the replay, not for the actual stream itself. So, little things like that, but just think of, okay, what can I do in this stream so that when they are cutting this up and they're re-editing it together, that's going to end up being a great piece of video content. One thing that I do is I have a clips channel, and with that clips channel, they're not heavily edited, but they're edited enough to where we try to focus them on a thing. Now with these, they're all over the place. So because of that, every now and then when I ask a question, I'll try to rephrase the question so that it might be able to be used as a hook or something like that. But in that situation, we do that a little bit poorly compared to how we should actually do it. But the proper way to do that would be to make sure that you have a nice clean hook for every clip that you're going to be using for that particular video as well, which I don't always do. So, hopefully that helps from my perspective. What are your approaches for that?
Same thing. I think, Jeff, you got to write into your ROS, right? Like the ROS is the run of show. It's like, if it's the order, the script for your live stream, you're going to do this, 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 this. I think that you got to say like, this is the part I'm going to repurpose. That when you're live. And that way you can get that 2 to 3 to 4 minutes out without kind of doing the live stuff where you're like, my tip today is all about how to do X, Y, Z. Oh, we got John and Mama Z and Pixel Pia coming in. Hey, good to see you. All right, so my tip today, where was I? Oh, and then like you're trying to repurpose this thing that's just like, it's hard to put together. So like I would recommend that in the live, you have like pre-planned a 5-minute rant that you're gonna repurpose. And you try to get through that 5 minutes as best you can, and then you repurpose that section. But just as Nick said, you're using vMix. Jeff, I know, uses vMix, so I wouldn't download it from YouTube. I would just record it in vMix hard to your computer, and then use that version in your YouTube video. And then you got to add an opening to it. You got to say, hey, everybody, on my live show this week, we talked about a great question. It's how to do X, Y, Z, and I think you're going to love the answer. Let's go to it right now. And then you cut to it. And then you come back and it's your end card, and it's, it's like, hey, thanks for watching. Watch the next one right here. So premeditation, knowing what you're going to repurpose and then repurposing it, not from downloading it from the stream, but like having it on your computer. So you're recording it while you're streaming. And OBS does that too.
Daniel?
Exactly what Owen just said. Intentionality about what you're doing. Be very intentional. Don't just go, oh, I have this piece of content. Let me just throw it back up there and see what happens. Be intentional about what you're creating. And my piece of advice for every single person watching this right now, live or in the replay, long replay if you stayed this long, thank you for hanging out,
Thanks for hanging out.
is I would tell you this: get out of your own shoes. Stop being you. Stop thinking about being a creator. Stop thinking about what YouTube is going to do. Go the other way around and look in from the other side of the glass. What does the viewer, if you were a viewer, if you were the person you're trying to reach and they were looking back at your content, do they find value in the thing you're publishing? Do they find value in what you're repurposing? Does it make sense to them? Would they want to watch that? Do they gain value? Don't just say, well, is there a boilerplate thing that if I just repurpose content, YouTube will love me more? It's not about YouTube. It's about the people you're trying to reach. Put yourself in their shoes and ask yourself, would they enjoy this? And if you think they would, publish it. If you think it's just throwing it up for the sake of putting a bookmark on your channel and publishing on that time frame, then don't.
Boom.
That's me. That's all I got.
All right, it's good. So next up, we had a channel membership come in. Give me 1 second here, and let me refresh this to see who it was, or I can just scroll up the page. So Lil Hartling, welcome to the channel membership.
Welcome to the Niminati.
Next time you are on Facebook, look for Niminati VIP. That is our members only Facebook group. You definitely want to make sure that you fill out all the information on the way in, because that's how I verify that you're a member, because a lot of people after these streams, they go over there trying to get in, but it's for channel members only. So you want to make sure that you fill out everything on the way in. Carlos Cepeda in the house. What's up, dude? Hope that you're doing awesome.
Yo, Carlos
right,
is
let's see here. So if you have a question, what'd you say, Owen?
Carlos is my producer. He produces all of our live stream shows, and he manages our channel, and he is like an up and coming digital producer. So Fwop, good to see you here.
Yeah, nice. Hey, Nick, you got a super chat. I don't know if you caught it. $5 from Daily Driven H2, who asked, hey, Nick, I need some advice on how to stop consuming so much content and focus on making content. I can't stop wasting time watching and not making videos. Thoughts?
So good. Yeah, so basically, I think that tons of people have that same problem. Roger Wakefield the other day, he made a post.
Who?
Roger Wakefield, the one and only.
Yeah,
sounds familiar.
Yeah,
not really. So I'm going to see, because I retweeted it. I'm going to see if I can find it here real quick. But basically, he made a post talking about this very thing. And the idea, my keyboard's being weird too. Man, my system's like freaking out today. Wow, it's like freaking out even more than I did that. Okay, anyway, the post is basically about when you are consuming more content than or basically like if you consume too much, that it interrupts you from making content, because this because part isn't part of the tweet. But basically, like the reason that happens is because you only have so much time in a day, you only have so much energy in a day. And when you are just sitting there, watching YouTube videos or TikTok videos or whatever it happens to be, time can just evaporate. And by the end of that, you're like, oh, wait a minute, I need to make content. But man, I'm kind of exhausted, from watching all those videos. And then that makes it to where you end up not making the content. So this is where discipline comes in. And when it comes to discipline, because we all have a certain amount of time, set alarms, block off periods of time for making content and make that content. Okay. If you've ever worked a job, then in that situation, or if you've ever done anything where you've needed to be on a schedule, then you have proven that you have the ability for certain periods of time to do a certain thing on a schedule. So because of that, work the process of creating content into your schedule. Owen and I actually made a video. We're at VidCon, and the entire video is about how do you manage work and family with having a YouTube channel. And one of the things that he mentioned in that video was schedule everything. Schedule the time with your family, schedule the time to work, schedule the time that you're hanging out, schedule the time for all of those things, so that every single day exactly, hey, it's 3:00. Well, from 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock, I'm coming up with video ideas today. That's what's on the schedule. So I'm shutting off YouTube, I'm shutting off TikTok, and I'm immersing myself in coming up with the video ideas from 3 to 4 o'clock. Yeah. And then you have your alarm go off at 4 o'clock saying, oh, hey, guess what? Now you get to take some of those video ideas and start actually, flushing out, a video idea. So you got an hour to pick the best one that you think out of those ideas that you came up with in the previous hour. You have an hour to flush out a full video in terms of, conceptually. And then you just keep repeating that until you have the process of making content fully worked into your schedule. Yeah. But scheduling things will make a huge difference for you, even if, because my lifestyle is extremely loose. Like, for example, I went to bed last night at 8 o'clock in the morning. And that was just because I was up, I was doodling away with stuff. I was making some music, I'm playing some games, like that kind of stuff. And, and I was up until 8 in the morning, and I'm fine with that. That's the lifestyle that I live. And I don't use alarm clocks unless I have to, because I have a meeting that I have to get to or something like that. Yeah. So basically how the process goes is, if I'm going to make content, I have to schedule that content in so that I know, hey, even though my day is flexible, even though I might not know a Tuesday from a Wednesday unless an alarm goes off, I know that when this alarm goes off, like, oh, I have this time blocked out for content. So then I make sure that I make content during that time most of the time. Sometimes I'll be like, I'll do it a little bit later, whatever. But most of the time when that alarm goes off, I'll make something. If it's a podcast, or if it's a, YouTube video, or if it's, something else, I'll make something during that period of time. But scheduling is a really big deal, and it'll matter. Yeah.
And you said something earlier about cadence. Cadence is big for me. So like, maybe it's like the second and fourth Tuesday of the month are film days, which means the first and third Tuesdays of the month is like a research day and then a writing day. So it's like you're researching this week, you're filming next week, and then you're researching the next week, and then you're filming the next week. Maybe that's your best cadence, but you want to have a cadence. And I do schedule everything. The calendar to me is my life. If it's on the calendar, I do it. If it's not on the calendar, I don't do it. And there's often this thing that's like, oh, I thought you were hanging out today. Or like, it's like, well, I didn't put it in my calendar for a reason. Because there's you protect your time. You're going to wake up someday, everyone. You're going to wake up someday and be 75 and go, where the hell did my time go? You know what I mean? Nobody at the end of their life says, I wish I would have spent more time at work. There's a whole book written about this, about what people say when they die, and it's always
videos too. Like, yeah, they've got like old people, sharing advice and all that stuff on YouTube.
Everyone says, I wish I would have spent more time with family and friends. And so like when Nick says I schedule everything, he's right. But I also schedule free time, right? So like Friday, we have a team meeting, and then I give like 2 hours for either like meetings I forgot to schedule during the week or podcast interviews. I get a lot of podcast interview requests. But then from like 3 o'clock on, I schedule free time, whatever I want to do. I could end up working. I might work till 9 o'clock on Friday. It's my damn choice, right? So it's not like I'm doing, where it's not like Von Trapp family, where I'm like living by a dog whistle and 1 p.m. I'm drinking tea, and then at 2 p.m. It's not like that. It's like you have these time blocks where you're doing different activities, and it keeps me energized. People ask me where my energy comes from. Energy freaking management. I'm conscious of it. So I love that conversation. And actually, Roger Wakefield and I had at Texas at video marketing world. We stayed up for 2 hours talking about this conversation. So it's a good one to have.
Yeah, you know what? Because we were all talking about this earlier, reading Daryl's book. If you haven't seen YouTube Formula, he has a section in here where he talks about, and this is a great strategy for anybody, and I want to make sure that this is clear. He tracks everything he does in any given day and writes it all down and says, this is what I did in the day. And then at an end of a certain time period, the week, 2 weeks, month, he goes back in and uses colored highlight markers to cut to anything that he hates doing or anything that he thought wasted his time, and he highlights them, and then he figures out ways to either hire someone to do those things for him or get them out of his calendar. And I'm not saying that you have to run out and hire people, because most creators right now aren't in that position, but instead of trying to figure out and create a calendar, start here. Write down what you've been doing. Go spend the next couple of weeks writing down each day what you're doing, and look back and go, how many hours did I spend watching? How many hours did I spend creating? How many hours did I spend editing? And then look at what you've been doing and see if you can do a better version of managing that time, because you're the one that you have to look at your own habits and try to change them. I get up every morning, and what I do is I'll get on YouTube and I'll start answering comments. But before I do that, I'll be up at 5 in the morning. I'll make a cup of coffee, grab a guitar off the wall, and I'll just veg out in my own headspace. So I'll start writing songs that go underneath the tracks of my videos, so that I have my own music underneath it. So there's always a way that you can sort of create your own time to do things that are productive for yourself as a content creator, as opposed to just staring at a YouTube screen and watching videos. Not that that's a bad thing. You can learn a lot from watching YouTube, but make sure that you're creating at least as much as you consume, if not more.
So good.
Yeah, you can learn a lot from watching, but you can learn more from doing. So like when you're actually in action, you can learn, a lot more, because then you get to actually test your results against yourself. You know what I mean? And also really quick, just in fairness, not in fairness, but like one thing that I want to say also, just talking about my loose sleep schedule and all that, like I don't have kids. So because of that, like that's why I can do that. Like, with everybody else, because, most people have families and all that, so they have to, have schedules and all that. But that's the only reason that, that I can, have that flexibility.
And that's cool. And like, that's totally cool. Like, I'm not a stay up till 8. Like, I'm like Daniel, I'm up at 5. And for me, my life changed when I got up earlier, and I think it was,
a lot of people say that.
Yeah. I think it was like even Tipsy, who was like the real ish is getting up early. Like, that's when the millionaires make their money. That's not the same for everybody. But for me, I'm like Daniel. I get up, I'm drinking coffee, and I'm doing whatever the hell I want to do for an hour, and just letting my brain get creative, loading up that juice. And then I do start a morning routine, where it's like reading and then stretching and like all that self-care stuff, guys. Like, I get my brain.
I have morning routines, all that stuff. It's just the time they start is not always.
Don't listen. Wait a minute. Don't let Nick fool you.
I woke up. I think I woke up somewhere around like 4 o'clock today, because I had about 4 hours to prepare for the stream before it started. So I woke up around 4 o'clock today, but I still went through my morning routine, even though it was 4 o'clock.
I can remember, Nick, on a flight over to one of the conventions we were at, you were on the plane using your iPad to build a new app. Leveraging some of the iPad, content, so that you could put that out and create a new product. So understanding the way you operate is a big part of it too. Just because Nick doesn't get up and set alarms doesn't mean his brain isn't automatically working in a way where he takes advantage of the time available to be productive. Okay. So all you need to do is decide if you're being productive with your time. And if you feel you aren't, think about ways to change the methodology that you've been going through, because repeating the same process day after day, just waking up and expecting something different's going to happen today, if you're not proactive about being better at time management, which is my biggest hurdle, is absolutely the definition of insanity, doing the same thing every day and expecting a different result. So think about how you can reprioritize your time, take advantage of the space you do have. Instead of watching 2 hours of Netflix every night, maybe watch 1 hour and put 1 hour towards thinking about scripting your next video.
That's what the watch.
Hey, I just want to say really quick though, they just had like Falcon, come out.
So good.
And like, how are you not going to watch that?
I watched. So
like,
good.
Come on.
So good.
That's part of the reason that I was up late, trying to catch up on Justice League 2. 4 hours. Come on. Right.
I turned it off because it was 2 hours. Because like I had booked an hour of TV time, because I'm a nerd with booking, and it's Friday night. It's like family night. We don't want to like lose it to the TV. You know what I mean? So we had an hour. I thought it was 2 hours. I was like, not today, Disney, not today.
They're trying though. They're trying. Doc, thank you for the super chat. Much appreciated, my man. Hope that you are doing fantastic. All right. So let's see here. If we keep going down, let's see if we can find another question here. So we have one. Says, what do you think about streaming on several platforms at once? I'm not really sure if it's convenient after doing several. So my opinion on streaming to multiple platforms at once is I think that it can be advantageous as long as your content type supports it, and as long as you can completely manage your interactions on all of those platforms that you're streaming to at that point in time. Because if you are streaming to YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, LinkedIn, even though you have systems like StreamYard that can, curate all the chats, they do come with flaws. So for example, like in StreamYard, one of the situations that you run into there is if the users on Facebook, if they don't give approval to the system to show their name, then it'll just come up as Facebook user. So you can't really address that person directly as their name if it comes up as Facebook user. So you just run into little issues like that. Plus there's things like language. So for example, like works across the board. Subscribe is more of like a YouTube thing. Follow is more of like a Facebook thing. Or liking, the page. So depending on what it is that you're doing, also thinking of like, okay, how can I work the language out so that I can make sure that I'm trying to get the engagement on all these platforms as well. But it's something you can absolutely do. And as long as your content type supports it, if you have an audience that doesn't come over to YouTube from Facebook and you can reach them there, reach them there. If you have people on LinkedIn that you can impact over on LinkedIn and you can impact them by simply making yourself available there, then by all means make yourself available there as well. But just make sure that you can manage everything easily on your end. But like I said before, StreamYard's great for that because they curate all of your comments into one place as well, which makes it a little bit easier, but it's not flawless yet in terms of, like usernames and things like that based on API restrictions from Facebook, for example. I'm not sure with LinkedIn because I haven't used it to stream to LinkedIn yet. So I'm not sure how names show up on LinkedIn.
Zero like pop on LinkedIn. We multi-stream every week. And we do it with a brand. And I think that you said it, Javi. It's like, it doesn't seem effective for you. So let the data ride your decisions and think in data sets, right? So a data set is like, you don't make one video compared to another video. You make 3 videos of a type and you compare those to 3 videos of a different type. You know what I mean? Like that's a better way to look at your analytics. And so you've done like 10 shows where you're multi-streaming, maybe do 10 where you're not. And then look at your numbers. I have found I prefer to stream on one channel at a time and really engage that audience there. That's not always available to me. And so when we multi-stream, we try, you gotta have a umbrella approach where it's like you're hitting sort of everybody. So we just kind of say, follow us on whichever platform you're watching, to avoid the language. But I have found that it does nothing for LinkedIn. Like, I believe that streaming directly to LinkedIn and speaking to a LinkedIn audience is going to be the best thing for LinkedIn. But that's kind of based on non-information than actual information. Like the point is we've been restreaming. We've been adding LinkedIn to our restream. But we're like, it's been 12 weeks and we still have 0 viewers on. And that's me. You know what I mean? So that might be something to think about. And with that, I'm going to jump off. It's always a pleasure to hang out with you guys.
Owen, thanks for hanging out, man. You have an awesome rest of your day. Ladies and gentlemen, Owen video, link to him down in the description below.
We'll see you, pal. Bye, guys.
See you, man. So our next question here is from Hot Trade. Says, any advice for someone planning on live streaming for the first time? This is great. Daniel?
Yeah, you and I were just talking about this in a private meeting the other day, Nick, and we were saying there's a lot of factors to consider. One, I'm going to tell anybody, if you're new, you've never live streamed before, jump in. Part of the thing is, don't get yourself so overwhelmed with the idea of streaming that it prohibits you from trying it. But there's things that you can do, like you can live stream to and keep your live stream, if you're doing it on YouTube, set to private so that nobody sees it. It just goes private. You can test it out, kind of learn your pace, see how your camera looks, see how your sound looks, and review your own private stream in the replay to go, how'd I do? What did I think about? But things like that, be intentional about it. Live streams are still content. If you see what Nick is doing here today, it isn't him just hanging out being like, oh, hey, how you guys doing? I mean, it's intentional. Hey. He's got a mission. He's trying to provide value that's consistent with the value his channel provides every week, whether it's scripted or whether it's live. And he's true to the value proposition of his channel. And he makes sure that when people come to his live stream, that they're the same people who would gain value from his regularly published content. So that's the biggest advice I'd give you. Be intentional about what you do. Think about who you're going to be trying to reach, and then get out there and just try to perfect it. We all get super nervous when we first push that button because it's like you're just live. You're just suddenly live, and you're like, oh my God. So just hit the button once you're live, get right into the content, and try to provide some value.
And another thing too is, like, when it comes to streaming, it can be extremely intimidating. But the only way to get past that is to just start streaming. So even though it can seem intimidating and it can seem like, oh man, what if I say something stupid or, something like that? What if my tech goes wrong? A couple things just to understand is that when people are watching a live stream, they're extremely tolerant of tech problems, of, things when you, like might say something a little bit weird and have to actually go back and correct what it is that you said, things like that. People are extremely tolerant. They understand it's live. They understand that you're on the spot and that you're dealing with everything in real time. So because of that, just kind of release that pressure from yourself and just be like, hey, I'm going live. It's going to turn out how it's going to turn out. I'm going to do the best that I possibly can. And I'm just going to try to learn from every live stream that I do. But just start streaming, right? Like if you're like, I don't know, just try it, right? Because once you try it, then you're gonna be like, hey, that wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. And you might end up in a situation like me where you're actually hooked to where you're like, oh, that was great. I'm going to be streaming all the time now.
Yeah. So you're like, you've taken live streaming to a new level. It's like, I used to think people knew how to live stream until I came to yours, and I'm like, holy crap, he's not playing around.
Next up on our list, we have, let's see here. We have D-Town Boogie.
Super chat.
Thank you for the super chat there. Says, if you started a gaming channel tomorrow, what would you do different to stand out in such a flooded niche? So you want to take this one first, or you want me to go first, Daniel?
Run with this. You're more of a gamer than I am.
So for me personally, I would go after the games that I enjoyed playing the most, because of course, if you're doing them on YouTube, plus you're doing them as your hobby, you're gonna be playing that game a ton. So because of that, I would go after the games that I enjoyed playing the most. I would start the channel as a very specific, I'm serving the people that are interested in this specific game. I would do that. I would also make sure that I am active in all of the communities that I could possibly find on the internet around that particular game. And before I even started the channel, I would go in and I would look for all the different problems that people are talking about, all the different things that people are saying about the game, all the different things they like and don't like about the game or the company that made the game, things like that, so that I could use all of that information within my content as well, and to better reach those people with my titles and just the topics of my videos in general. I would also have, it depends, because a gaming channel, like you have Let's Play gaming channels, then you also have ones that just upload videos as well. If it was just a game, if it was mine, I would do video content, short form content. I would do quick tips that help people solve problems. So that would be doorway content to get people into my channel. I would also do Let's Play content on the channel, to where I would do that live for the sake of the community side, getting people more familiar with me, letting them get familiar with my personality, and just, how I actually do things and the fun that I have in games and that sort of thing. But I would basically do like how-to content. I would do the live streams for the Let's Plays, and I would also mix in and experiment with to figure out what my audience enjoyed the most. I would experiment with things like other things that I see other gaming channels doing. For example, like handicapping myself, like, hey, I'm going to do this I'm going to try to see how far I can get in Fortnite, for example, without any weapons, and, see if I can win, in Fortnite with no weapons. I would do things like, I know there's some channels where they just like walk the maps. Like I would do that kind of thing. Like, hey, I'm walking straight this entire game, and I'm just going to see like how far I can get without getting killed or whatever it happens to be. So I would do content like that to experiment, to see if I could get people to respond to that, or just to see if people would respond to it, at all if I did it. But I would do those sorts of things. But I would experiment like crazy when I was starting the channel. But it would all be around a specific game, so that I could tap into the people that are interested in that. Other things that I would do if I was starting the channel, every morning when I woke up, and every night before I went to bed, I would go to Google Trends, trends.google.com, and I would look to see if anything is happening in that game. Now, keep in mind, if you are doing that first thing that I was talking about, or within the first few things that I was talking about of being embedded in the community, that by itself will help you keep an eye on anything that's trending. But just to be on the safe side, I would also hop on Google Trends, and I would basically go YouTube specific. Sometimes I would just do general, and I would just put in that game, and then I would go down to the things that are, they show at the very bottom, they show things that are breaking out. And I would just pay attention and see if there's anything that's breaking out around the game that I could make content about, so that I could also hop on trending. So I could also basically make content around things that are in the process of blowing up as well. I would also be strategic, and I would put out content. I would go and look at other channels that were making similar content on that game, and I would basically take short small steps up. So let's say, for example, if I started out, I had, let's say that I got the channel to 100 subscribers. Then in that situation, I would start looking at channels that had like 1,000 to 5,000 subscribers that were getting view counts that I was like, yeah, these are okay. And I would start looking at content that they're putting out that's performing well. And then I would also make follow-up content to what it is that they're doing in hopes of possibly getting suggested next to them. I would start trying to drive traffic over to their channels as well, as much as I possibly could from my audience, in terms of like maybe adding them as like a featured thing on my YouTube channel, maybe or mentioning them in videos from time to time and actually sending people over to there. I would also make playlists where that included my content with their content. I'd be trying to drive people into that as well, so that I could start trying to create any type of relationship between me and their channels as possible. And then I would just keep trying to step up in that regard as well. So in terms of if I started a gaming channel, that's loosely the approach that I would take. Now, of course, I would also sit back and I would try to think, like, is there anything that extreme that I could do within the, within the budget that I have, within the time that I have, within the things that I'm actually willing to do that might also bring, more attention to me as well.
Yeah, you know what Nick is really focusing on there is value. I think one of the biggest mistakes that gaming channels make is you can get the software to easily screen capture your game. You can easily put yourself in the corner and you can easily play the game because you see other successful gamers doing it and you think, that's all of it. I just have to play these games and success will be mine. And the reality is that you have to have value that you bring to the viewer. Why would the viewer watch your gaming channel as opposed to all of those other gaming channels that were out there? If someone came to me right now and said, Daniel, this is it. You have to make a gaming channel. I can tell you exactly where I'd start. I wouldn't start competing against all these guys who are good players. My channel would be newbie dad tries to play Fortnite for the first time. And my channel would be about me failing, trying all these games for the first time with like my son mocking me, going, Dad, no, you got to pick. Oh, and every time I failed, it would be as much about me, the guy who's the story of the dad trying these games, I'm a hapless player. I used to be able to play GTA and that's about it. And I would focus on what makes me different. I'm this older guy who doesn't play a lot of these newer games, and me trying to get through it might be exciting to watch me fail every time and learn as I go as much as anything else, and trying to find how to get my first win in Fortnite or something like that as a complete failure, and reach out to people who are interested in not learning from me, but just watching the story of maybe I do start getting my first win and people get into it like, come on, Daniel, get the first win. We want to see you get this time. So think about what you would bring to that conversation and be authentically you so that people can get invested in what you do through the content.
Boom. Yeah. So any gamers here, if you're a gamer, just put gamer in the chat here. Hopefully you got some info out of that. Dean Inman in the house. What's up, D? Hope that you are doing fantastic. I would tell you, like, hey, dude, you should come on, but we're going to be shutting this down here in just a few minutes. So thank you for at least swinging by in the chat. I hope that you are doing awesome. So let's see here. See if we got any other questions here. Let's see here. Always come from different vantage points so you stand out. Absolutely. Yeah, other little details on that too is I would also look and see what people are doing with thumbnails, how they're editing their videos. Like there's so much stuff. Like we could probably do an entire 4-hour live stream on like, okay, if you're starting a YouTube channel, then like these are all the different things that you need to do. That would actually probably be just an awesome stream to do.
Yeah. And we're looking in the chat right now. I'm seeing gamer, a lot of gamers out there.
Yeah, that'd be a huge list of stuff to go through. What's funny is we would do that live stream and it'd be great for the live, but the replay would suck because they wouldn't want to sit through 4 hours of actually learning how to grow their gaming channel. Some people would, but that scale, they wouldn't.
But you know what? The thing that everyone out there in the chat and anyone watching has to really understand, it doesn't much matter if you're a gaming channel, a cooking channel, an educational channel, an automotive channel. At the end of the day, there's a target audience you're trying to reach out there who would watch your channel and watch your content for a specific reason. Figure out what that reason is, who that target audience member is, and try to cater to the needs of that viewer so you provide that thing that they're looking for, and that's how you'll find success on the platform.
Boom.
Welcome to the Niminati.
My Relaxing Moments by Viola Tickle. Welcome to the Niminati. Make sure that next time you are on Facebook that you look for Niminati VIP. That is our members only Facebook group. And I'm going to type it into the chat here. That is our members only Facebook group. Fill out everything on the way in, because that's how we actually verify that you're a member on the way into the stream.
I'm already in that group. It's a great group. If you're not a channel member, I actually renewed mine. I signed up for 6 months in one bulk payment. And then when I came on today, it was like, oh, your membership's gone. Would you like to renew? I'm like, well, hell yeah. So yeah, I absolutely recommend it. Nick's members only group is so fantastic. He's in there live streaming just to the members, bringing up their channels, doing personalized channel reviews. So if you are interested in that kind of thing, learning to grow your channel faster, underneath this video or on his channel, you will see a join link next to the subscribe link. It's super affordable. Click that join link, become a member, SVE Bartender, welcome aboard. And make sure you go to Nick's, Niminati VIP on Facebook, and make sure you drop your channel URL so Nick can double check that you are actually a member and let you into the group. I love it in there. It's a great group.
And on that note, SVE
Welcome
Bartender
to the Niminati.
Yeah. All right. So on that note, Daniel, thank you so much for hanging out, man. Thank you for sharing your time and your knowledge here. Super appreciated. Thank you for that. Owen as well, who bounced on us, but Owen, thank you for hanging out in here as well and sharing your knowledge also. Again, I've got links to Daniel down in the description below, and I know there's been a lot of questions that have come through this chat about consulting. Daniel can help you with that. DanielBatal.com. It's .com, right? Not TV.
It is .com. My name with a .com.
Yeah, so if you are looking for that sort of thing, definitely, get in touch. If you're looking for channel reviews, if you're looking for one-on-one help, definitely get in touch. So everybody,
you've got a new member right there before you jump out. Jaded Personal Trainer. Make sure you find Nick's Niminati VIP group on Facebook. Welcome to the Niminati.
Yep, boom. So everybody, thank you so much for hanging out. And again, if you are, just getting started, with all of this stuff, we share tons of information here during these live streams. And I know that it can come across as, like overwhelming sometimes. So if that's the case, just keep in mind, one, all of these live streams are available for replay. Two, there is a lot of stuff that we all need to do as content creators. And because of that, it can seem like the entire task is just a huge heavy weight on our shoulders. But if you just take that huge heavy weight and you break it down into small chunks and you focus on the thing that you can do next, or the thing that you learned today that you can apply to your YouTube channel, just a thing or two, so that you can focus on doing that thing between now and next week when we meet up again, so that you can start applying these things one at a time instead of trying to just do everything at once. If you do feel overwhelmed, just take a thing or two and work on it this week while you are uploading your YouTube videos. So everybody, thank you so much for hanging out, and we will see you next time.